Hello and welcome to our special broadcast and coverage in honor of the late President Muhammadu Buhari, who passed on about 48 hours ago and is suspected to be buried today in Daura in Katsina State. The entire nation is in mourning, and in this last hour, we journey with him as he goes finally beyond. And I'm here with my colleagues. I'm Jeffrey Uzama.
Yes, indeed. It's Tuesday, July the 15th, a day declared a public holiday in honor of late former President Muhammadu Buhari. And it seems that the sun rises gradually over grey-blue sky on a nation mourning, albeit with mixed emotion. And we continue to look at the situation of things as it unfolds. Welcome to the Morning Brief. Well, this special coverage dedicated to late President Muhammadu Buhari. I am Bukola Koka.
And the flags are still flying at a half-mast across the country, 7 days of mourning. Welcome to this special coverage. I'm Kayode Okikiolu. From what we know, his body is meant to leave the UK at 6 a.m. Today, pending the completion of all paperwork. And Channels Television is live both in the UK, here in Nigeria, in Daura is home, and of course, the venue of the final burial. Welcome.
It's going to be an all-day conversation, literally from now till at about 4 p.m. Nigerian time, when we'll have this special live coverage. But for this first segment, we'll be having 4 hours of having to chat with a lot of persons and touching down on Daura to follow up on exactly what is going on, preparations, conversations, the mood of Daura, as well as the mood of the nation at large. So we'll be joined by politicians, academics, people who served in the military, and just a potpourri of persons who know him by reputation or knew him personally as he lives his life. 82 years he died, Muhammadu Buhari. So it's going to be a special conversation that you and I will be part of today as we bid him farewell. Guys, your memories of Buhari.
Indeed, quite a lot to unpack, Jeffrey. We recall the life and times of the former president. We recall, some of those statements by which we remember him, during his inauguration. I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody. Remarks that sent shockwaves across the nation, and for which many, continue to reflect on and try to understand him. And indeed, the president was sometimes seen as aloof. Perhaps, that's a fallout of that statement. Sometimes the president was indeed seen as, a man, of integrity, by which, you could commit, anything that you could for those who knew him personally, and he would remain true to, what you committed to him. A man also seen as one of integrity, that defined his administrations from the time he ruled Nigeria as a military head of state in 1983 to 1985, and indeed, during his second stint at the presidency from 2015 to 2023. It's more like, an elephant. Whatever side you touch, it's a different experience, for those who were political associates and for Nigerians who were under, his rulership. Kayode.
Indeed, and Nigerians still trying to, of course, wrap their heads around what that legacy would be. Depends on who you ask. The former president left memories differently across board for the old, the young, the politicians, even his colleagues in the army. And these are things that I'll be walking you through on this special program today up until the time he is buried. According to the program released by the federal government, his body is expected to leave the UK by 6 a.m. Of course, we'll get confirmation for you because our crew is live in London. It's meant to arrive, will be received by President Bola Tinubu, his friend, his close ally politically and even personally as well. And then we expect that the burial, according to Muslim or Islamic rites, would happen afterwards at 2 p.m. So stay with us right here on Channels Television. It's a full coverage, ensuring that all of the angles are covered, because this is a state burial, the very highest you can get in Nigeria.
Indeed, it's a state burial, and of course, Muhammadu Buhari impacted lives. It depends on which part of the life he impacted. Some were not excited, some are super supportive. But the most important thing is that, like we said yesterday, a man is dead, a wife has lost her husband, children have lost their father, grandchildren have lost their grandfather. So on a day like this, as we X-ray is many years of public service, from the military to when he came in as head of state to the Fourth Republic, 4 attempts before he eventually was able to get elected and got re-elected in 2019. When he served Nigeria for 8 years, that jury is out on what he did right and what he did wrong. But today, we honor his memory and what he did for the country. But we're going to be bringing you some of the moments of the life of former President Muhammadu Buhari. We'll be right back.
Having just a few minutes ago sworn by the Holy Book, I intend to keep my oath and serve as President to all Nigerians. I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody. A few people have privately posed fears that on coming back to office, I shall go after them. These fears are groundless. There will be no paying off old scores. The past is prologue. Daunting as the task may be, it is by no means insurmountable. There is now a national consensus that our chosen route to national development is democracy. To achieve our objectives, we must consciously work the democratic system. The federal executive under my watch will not seek to encroach on the duties and functions of the legislative and judicial arms of government. The law enforcing authorities will be charged to operate within the Constitution.
President Muhammadu Buhari there, when he made history as the first opposition candidate to win an election in Nigeria. And, you know, that was a historical moment and perhaps a testament to the stoicism of President Muhammadu Buhari. Recall that he had contested in 2003 and he lost. 2007, he lost. 2011, he lost. And in 2015, ahead of the 2015 election, that merger of political parties brought his dream to reality. And, you know, that's one of the things, at least if we go by some of the positives that we can ascribe to the name of the late former president, something that we should reflect on. And perhaps also his death now has left a huge vacuum that is both defining in our political history and, of course, as the nation looks ahead. There's so much more also to reflect on as far as his legacy is concerned in the military. And as Jeffrey has said earlier, we have lined up, of course, guests and, of course, those who had a close interface with the late former president during his military heydays, you know, to recall their personal moments with President Muhammadu Buhari. And so from now up until about 11 a.m., this special coverage will be dedicated to a line of activities in honor of the burial of former late President Muhammadu Buhari.
Oh, indeed. And let's walk you through some of the events that have played out in the past 24 hours. Things are moving really fast with this burial. So we've had former Ghanaian governor Nana Akufo-Addo visiting Vice President Kashim Shettima in London to pay tribute to the former president. Of course, the former president and former Nigeria's president had a lot of interface while Nigeria's former president was alive. We also have former President Goodluck Jonathan also visiting and signing the condolence register, and it speaks to just how politics should be practiced. Never mind that the late former president was one who won that election in 2015, which effectively marks the end of Goodluck Jonathan's administration. But there you see Goodluck Jonathan visiting the family, commiserating with them, and it was a very good moment. I think one that should be framed for politicians and Nigerians to see that this is how politics should indeed be practiced. But this is a man who lived a life, as we said, a very eventful life. So let's walk you through his journey, particularly as it affects leadership in Nigeria, his impact, and we'll come back for more.
And that I will preserve, protect.
President Muhammadu Buhari, at his inauguration as the 15th President of Nigeria on May the 29th, 2015, addressing the country, he voiced these iconic words.
I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody.
The bright colors of that day speak to a journey that started many years before. Born in Daura, Katsina State in 1942, where he schooled before joining the Nigerian army, he rose swiftly through the ranks, fighting in the Civil War and playing an active part in several coups that marked the life of the young country. He also served as governor of the northeastern state and later of Borno State. In late 1983, he took over as the military head of state from a civilian government, promising to rescue a nation drowning in corruption and economic chaos. His regime stood out for the war against indiscipline policy that was enforced across the country. He was, however, overthrown in 1985 by another coup led by Major General Ibrahim Babangida. The former head of state later served as chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund, PTF. From 2003, he ran for the office of president 3 times, failing consistently. For the 2015 presidential elections, working with a coalition, his persistence paid off, and he became the first opposition candidate to defeat an incumbent president in Nigeria. He went on to serve for 8 years. His tenure was marked with challenges from insurgents, farmer-herder violence, and economic hardship. The tenure, however, stood out for its foreign policy and regional leadership, agricultural reforms, infrastructure development, and its anti-corruption drive.
Your legacy?
Well, I think my legacy is that I try to make sure that we conducted ourselves with integrity. That means we stopped all the stealings as much as the system can allow. We stopped with appropriation. And for Nigeria, that is very, very important. The expectation from Nigeria, I tell you, with a young population, the expectation is so high that we must make sure that the resources are managed properly.
President Buhari served till 2003, handing over to President Bola Tinubu. He remained relevant politically, receiving visitors and politicians in his residence in Daura, Katsina State, His last public engagement was when he received in Daura former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Kaduna State Governor Nasser El-Rufai, among others. President Muhammadu Buhari, the soldier who became a politician, the president, and a statesman. Lanre Lasisi, Channels Television News.
Indeed, the soldier who became a politician and a statesman, Muhammadu Buhari, today is going to be buried at about 2 p.m. when his body arrives from London to Katsina State, and he will be laid to rest in Daura. So this is our continued coverage of that particular process. We'll call it Farewell Muhammadu Buhari. A couple of things that happened. As a matter of fact, former head of state himself, who was in power for just a year and handed over to a civilian government, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, was right there in the same hospital where former President Muhammadu Buhari was also being hospitalized for treatment, but unfortunately had passed. So he said when he heard it, he had to leave where he was to go see him. So let's take a listen to his remarks after that death.
Unfortunately, we were in the same hospital together, but I have been discharged. So when I heard the news of his passing away, I quickly went there to condole with the family and see what can be done in order to get him ready, to get the corpse ready to be taken home.
Talk to me about the man, your relationship with him, when you met him, your fond memories of him.
Well, my relationship with General Buhari went back to as far back as 1962. We joined the military. He was my senior, and during the unfortunate civil war, we were fighting in the same sector with him. General Buhari is a gentleman who is very quiet, but exceptionally honest. You can trust Buhari with anything on this earth, and he will not betray you. During his tenure as a military officer, you have seen how he has tried to fight corruption, and also he established war against indiscipline in order to make us Nigerians behave the way the civilized world behaves. He introduced the war against indiscipline, and Nigeria was cleaner and more respectful during that tenure. Unfortunately, we lost those values that he tried to inculcate in Nigerians. When he became the democratic president, again, he tried his best to make sure that he fights corruption. Unfortunately, most of the officers, some of the officers who served with him are found wanting. They didn't do as much as is expected of them. So may he rest in peace. Well, certainly his death has been a big blow to Nigeria. President Tinubu has asked the Vice President to come so that he can escort the body. This shows you the magnitude that has befallen Nigeria. With the passing away of President Buhari, politics in Nigeria will certainly change. I hope for the better.
A moment of deep personal reflection there by former military head of state, General Abdulsalam Abubakar, who disclosed that he himself was at that hospital, for medical treatment, and he came out, healthy, but unfortunately, former President Muhammadu Buhari didn't come out to tell the same story. Himself, General Abdulsalam Abubakar, 83 years old, and he spoke about having known the former president, late Muhammadu Buhari, since 1962. Don't forget that for weeks prior to Sunday, when the nation, heard that shocking and sad news, there had been reports of late President Muhammadu Buhari's ill health, and in fact, there were reports that he had left Kaduna, one of his home bases, to Daura, his country home, from where he was taken to London for medical treatment. But the federal government has since constituted a committee, a burial committee, in honor of late former President Muhammadu Buhari. However, members of the Federal Executive Council that were supposed to meet today will no longer meet, and they have now all traveled to Daura to participate in activities lined up for the burial of the late former president. And the former Minister of Information gave up, disclosed the plans, for the burial of the late former president. Let's have that soundbite from the Minister of Information, Mr. Mohammed Idris.
The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has directed that 25 members of the Federal Executive Council have been directed to proceed to Katsina immediately to participate in the full schedule of the burial arrangement and the third-day prayer of former President Muhammadu Buhari in Daura. The third-day prayer will come up on Wednesday, 16th of July, 2025, in his hometown in Daura. You are aware that there was an earlier announcement that the Federal Executive Council meeting will hold on Tuesday, tomorrow, 15th July 2025. This has now been rescheduled for Friday, 18th July 2025, after the third day prayer. And this is to, of course, to give room to members of the Federal Executive Council and other government officials who will travel to Katsina to participate in that burial arrangement. The President has declared tomorrow, Tuesday, as public holiday. So while you have 7 days of national mourning, tomorrow, Tuesday, is work-free day across Nigeria.
That's the Minister of Information detailing, the program for that burial. What we'll be doing this morning is walking you through his journey, and we're going back to the 80s, his time in the military. We're joined on the program this morning by Colonel R.S.B. Bello Fadile, joins us from the United States virtually this morning. Colonel, you're welcome to the special coverage. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You've written, you've talked about your interface with late General Muhammadu Buhari, but just for a lot of people who may have missed it, and for the benefit of this solemn moment, what would be your fondest memories? I know it was in the military. A lot of times these memories are not fond, but you had memories, interface with General Muhammadu Buhari. What will those be for you as the nation mourns him and, of course, bids farewell to the man?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me in. As the nation mourns the personal of General Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Like my father who said, indeed to Allah we belong, and to Allah we shall return. He has finished his task here on earth and passed on to the river beyond, where there is no pain or sorrow. Like you remember Jim Reeves' song, across the river, there's no more pain, no more sorrow.
Indeed. So walk us through. You wrote about an experience you had with him in 1981 when he was GOC, I believe the Infantry Division in Ibadan, your state capital. Can you tell us what kind of man he was, particularly in the military, his image, how he was perceived, how he got the job done, the whole gamut, Colonel?
Yeah, he's a soldier, if you ask me, a disciplinarian of the highest order. That is it. Follow the book. Go by the book. No corner, no corner, no cutting of corner. Soldier. Very strict disciplinarian. That's it. Short.
Interesting, and the late former president was in the armed forces, an institution that shaped Nigeria's political history and development. Talk to us about his role during the eras of coups and how his own contributions shaped Nigeria's political development.
Yeah, very simple. You remember he's chief of staff, and he was war against indiscipline. That instilled orderly way of doing things during the period. That is it. War against indiscipline is the hallmark. Just like I said, soldier, war against indiscipline is to bring the civilians in line with doing things orderly. And it was all over the places. And there's still, I think there's a national orientation that is supposed to carry it on. Remember, it was built on by Professor Cherry Ghana. If you're a teacher, you teach well. If you're a director, you direct well. That is how it came up. Program that MAMSA, okay, that's good to remember. Yes, flow from war against indiscipline. If you are a trader, you trade well. If you are a driver, you drive well. That's it.
Colonel, we'll come back to you in just a moment. Let's bring in our next guest, Mr. Ismail Ahmed, who was the APC youth leader at some point under the last administration. Mr. Ismail, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you so much for having me.
1% and inflation rate.
Okay. First, let's begin with some form of an overview of how you are taking this news, how you because you work closely, at least in the era of former President Muhammadu Buhari as a politician. We just spoke we've been speaking to Colonel Bello Fadile, who was speaking about him as a military general, but you experienced him perhaps a lot more as a politician. And there are so many mixed reactions as to his life and time. What do you make of it?
This is a political favor.
First of all,
and to remove assistance to this one is no joke.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and to the
luckily we have.
Okay. Ismail, we'll come back to you, which seem to be having a bit of some network connection. Let's come back to you, Colonel. Maybe similar question I'd asked. Today, after 82 years, I know you experienced him as a military general and through his lifetime, but after 82 years of living on earth and serving Nigeria perhaps the better part of his life, Nigerians have different things to say about Muhammadu Buhari that just died. So when you hear some of the remarks that come through from some Nigerians, perhaps young people and people who didn't know him as a general, how do you reconcile that with a person you know?
My response is a different stroke for different people. It's like describing an elephant, depending on where you stand. And I always like this figure of 69. Either way you turn it, it's still 69. So if you haven't been on that side, you'll see it as 69. If you are not on my side, you think I'm wrong or I'm right. But depending on where you are standing. And so Nigerians are at liberty to describe the big elephant, depending if you are holding the tusk, or you are holding the leg, or you are holding the body, or you are holding the tail. That is the way I see it.
Okay. I think, thank you, Colonel. Let's come back to Mr. Ismail. Just for the purpose of record, Ismail served as the national youth leader of the APC, also a board member, and served as director in 2 campaigns in 2015 and 2019. Special assistant to the president, Muhammadu Buhari, then on special intervention. And he has been with the president since the days of the ANPP and through the CPC and now the APC. So Ismail, you know the president fairly well. So you were saying something before we had that network connection.
Yeah, I think the president would be very missed for his asceticism, for his principle in politics. And, you know, in a country where it is rare to find someone who has overcome, who God has helped to overcome the basic desires and wants of materialism and excessive wealth accumulation. He has overcome that from a pretty early age, I think. And since his military days, through to his sojourn in politics, President Muhammadu Buhari has been known for that by his colleagues and his friends, his family, and later the general public. And I think that has been his most important trait, and I think it helped him when he was governing both as a military ruler and as a civilian president. And we've seen that up close and personal when we worked with him. He never engaged in anything that has to do with materialism or personal interest of any kind. He was a simple person who just wanted to give back to a country that gave him so much. And I used to tell him all the time that he joined the army at 20 in 1962. He went to war at 25 in 1967. He became a governor at 33. He became a minister at 36. He became a head of state at 41. He became the chairman of PTF at 52. He joined politics at 60 in 2002. He became president again, civilian president at 72. And he exited as president after 8 years at exactly 80. And 2 years later, he's no longer. In a country of 200 million people, this is a rare privilege, and it came with a certain responsibility, and I thought that the president discharged it very well.
Quite a historical trail there, Mr. Ismail. And, you know, earlier I was talking about his doggedness, how he, you know, kept running for the office of president. And, you know, the history also tells us that you have been with him since his ANPP days. Talk to us about, you know, that character of late former President Muhammadu Buhari. What were the things that you observed up close about his commitment to the political process that now later saw the realization of his dream?
And I think this he has said so many times during his time as the president, his commitment to the process, to the general process of democracy. And he used to joke that he had then become a converted Democrat. And he said that what pushed him and convinced him more than anything else was the fall of the Soviet Union without firing a single bullet in the late 1980s and the early 90s. And he knew that the world has changed and has moved on from a world of strong individual leaders to becoming a world of democracy and strong institutions. And so when he ran in 2002/2003, we all believed he won that election. He allowed the process. He went all the way to the Supreme Court. And then on in 2007 and 2011 again in CPC, he believed in the process and he took it all, even though a lot of people had skepticism whether or not the courts were independent enough to give him justice. But he believed in it, and we took it to the last call. So we've seen that in him, and he told us time and time again that this is a process that has come to stay. This is something that he believes in, and whenever you participate in it, you have to submit to the superiority of the rule of law and the process of it as well. And we've seen that several times. And as president, the question that he always asks whenever anything comes before him is, what does the law say? What does any existing law says? And that is what guides him as president when he's about to take any decision. He never took any decision, as far as I know, that contravened the law, or that he disregarded the law, or that he's the president, he could do whatever he wanted. He just wanted to be guided by the law. And I think that came through very well.
Well, Mr. Ismail Ahmed, Colonel, I'd like you to please hold up for a moment. We'll still talk about how you knew him as a leader, because for you, Mr. Ismail Ahmed, you knew him as a Democrat. But for Colonel, he knew him as a military man, a brigadier general. In fact, we'll come to some of those experiences, but we have our correspondent joining us live from Katsina State. Sadiq Ilyasu is live for us. It is 7:36 a.m., Sadiq. Speak to us about what the atmosphere is like. It's a countdown to the burial of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Speak to us. What is the mood like in the city, and what are you hearing from the people there?
Well, the mood here is very okay. As you know that the state government has already declared they have already declared a public holiday already, and since it has been declared a public holiday, a lot of shops are locked. They have not opened at all. But one important thing that is happening at the moment now is that security has been beefed up across the state, and most places, if you go around, there are security checkpoints from police to civil defense and what have you. And what we also observe is that a lot of people are still coming in for this actual to receive the body of the former president Muhammadu Buhari. As I can tell you that as we are coming to Katsina State, we met a lot of important personalities coming down to Katsina, from military chiefs to police to politicians and what have you. So a lot of people have been coming to Katsina State to make sure that they also attend to this burial procession that is going to take place. Actually, the body is expected to arrive at 12 p.m. today, and from there it will be moved down to Daura, where everything is going to take on. Back to you, Kayode.
So, Sadiq, we understand that there will also be a third-day prayer that will be on Wednesday, and the activities will continue up until Friday. Typically, in line with Islamic rites, can you walk us through what we should expect, through this period of mourning, Sadiq?
Well, actually, the moment he arrived, after everything that is expected to do to happen at the airport, his body is expected to move to Daura. And the Islamic rites is a simple one. they will just have to take him in for the spiritual bath and what have you, and they will bring him out. Within that will just take few minutes, and they will bring him out to the maybe where they are going to perform the janaza. That's the prayer, and everybody will stand there and pray for him, and from there he will be moved to the burial ground where he is going to be buried.
All right, Sadiq, thank you so much. We'll touch base with you as soon as we have more updates because Katsina is the hub of a lot of activities right now. A lot of people coming into Katsina, heading straight to Daura, waiting for the arrival of the body of the former President Muhammadu Buhari, where he will be laid to rest. We understand at about 2 p.m. His body is expected earlier. This is supposed to leave London this morning, so perhaps at about that time, noon or so, we should expect his body to have been in Daura, where the final rites, according to Islamic rites, will be done. But let's go back to our guest. Colonel, let's come back to you before we go back to Ismail. When you served or you were with him, in whatever capacity there were, talk to us about his personal relationship with soldiers. Okay, I understand the Colonel is not. Let's Ismail. Let's come back to you, and I wanted to find out from you, in terms of personal relationship. The reason why we're saying this is because somebody could be a father and then be a leader and be an MD. There are different shades of different individual depending on the level of relationship you have or you meet the person in terms of either reputation or personal experience. So for you, from a personal point of view, what kind of man was he indeed?
I think Buhari as a person shines through all his roles that he played, as far as I'm concerned. I think he is, what comes out more often than not is that he is too serious. Yes, he takes things very seriously, but he has and I'm sure you've heard that a lot lately, he has an incredible sense of humor. He always cracks jokes, unbelievably so, and he even cracks jokes at himself all the time. So as a person, he tries to simplify issues. When you bring, difficult issues to him, it comes down to, basic, simple issues. And I remember there was a time I was trying to describe something to him, and I kept going round and round and round. And he said to me, maybe you don't understand it very well as well. And I said, no, it's complicated. He said, well, they say that whoever cannot explain it simply, so probably don't understand it as well. So he's that kind of person. I think his persona, his personality shines in the role. As a father, I don't know, I'm sure his children will talk more. As a partner, I think he was very, very simple, very straightforward, straight to the point. He doesn't understand why certain things happen. In his almost sincere naivete of understanding how things work, and then he just gets confused when people are unbelievably corrupt. He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what people are looking for. And then as a leader, it also shines through. So his asceticism, his frugality, his prudence, and like I said in the beginning, his almost disdain for material accumulation and wants of the heart and unnecessary desires of extravagance. Just shines through in every role that he has found himself, and I saw that personally, and I saw that as well for him as president, as commander-in-chief.
I'd like us to talk a bit more about his leadership between the two periods that he was opportune to be leader in Nigeria, as a military head of state and as democratically elected president. Some would say that his first stint as military head of state was cut short by a coup, and hence that informed, his sort of disposition towards running for president as some form of unfinished business. What sense did you get from your close relations with him that was the case?
Well, I don't think when he decided to run in 2002, that it was out of his own volition in the beginning. I think a lot of people just felt that that was the right time for him. And by 2002, he was about to turn 60. He had been, a lot of people that supported President Buhari since he joined politics. Interestingly, were not people that knew him when he was military head of state, because they were probably very young to understand what was going on. Because most of the bulk of his support came from younger people 35 under that just believed in him because they saw in him someone who had had the privilege to be in corridors of power since 1966, and yet does not have the kind of wealth that they see being paraded around by other people who had had the same opportunity or even less. So I think that kind of endeared him to a lot of people. And I think his stint as chairman of PTF in 1994 through to 1998, and what he had been able to do with the Petroleum Task Force, just kind of endeared a lot of younger generation of that age to him and see what he would be able to achieve. That's those people that didn't know him between 1984 and 1985 when he was military head of state. And so fast forward, when he joined, he was, kind of encouraged to join politics by friends of his and people who were close associates. Most of them are dead now. But yeah, they were the ones that actually pushed him to join politics in 2002. And then from then on, he convinced himself that this is the way to go. And there he was still relatively young, and he had a contribution to make. And I think that was what made him join. So it was not like, okay, I have an unfinished business to do, and then I have, even from the stories I've heard, and even from the books I have read, even in 1984, when he became, 1983, December 1983, of course, when he became head of state, it wasn't as if he decided on his own to overthrow the government. No, I think when that decision was made, he became the natural person because they believed in his integrity, even within the military cycle. So it wasn't an unfinished business. It was not a personal ambition or a personal mission to finish business. I think a lot of people saw in him what he was, for truly who he was,
right?
Which was a person of integrity, and they pushed him to join politics in 2002. That culminated, of course, being him president in 2015.
All right, so you've spoken to what you know about him as a Democrat, a politician, but let's go to Colonel now, who's still with us. Colonel, you've written your memoirs, 9 Lives. You've detailed some experiences you had. 1981, when he was Brigadier General, GOC Ibadan, you talked about a letter which you wrote and the response you got, the threats that you got, that, it's either the former president, now late, leaves the military or you leave. And then eventually when he became head of state, how you said he didn't want to see you at Dodan Barracks and you had to leave. They always say in military, it's nothing personal really, but you knew him in the military. So to provide a balance, can you walk us through those instances and maybe how you were able to get a closure with him?
Yeah, well, you see, like you said, I did not have a personal relationship with him. I had a work relationship with all the general officers commanding then as the first military lawyers in Army headquarters. That is it. It was a business, pure military business we had. And like I said, he's a disciplinarian, and he doesn't take anything for granted when it comes to discipline, whether big or small, he doesn't. And then perhaps what I can say, the closest, don't forget that then it became, if he was GOC, I was a staff officer in Army headquarters, then he became head of state and my commander-in-chief, and then he left, became the president. Again, as a veteran, a retired officer, he became my commander-in-chief. And the nearest or the closest I can say about his attitude to life, even though he looked stern and disciplined, he still had that sense of humor. I recollect vividly, one of those days I drove the then NSA, Colonel Samuel Dasuki, to go and visit him, I think in El Rufai's guest house in Aso Drive. I drove, we went, we finished. He saw us out out of the house to the compound, and then the staff brought the car I drove, and they brought the car, and then he asked the then NSA, Colonel Samuel Dasuki, he said, who is driving? And he said, oh, it's Colonel Bello Fadila is driving. And then he asked him jokingly, he said, Canada Alwalakwa? And then we all laughed. That is the general for you. Even though disciplinarian, he had that sense of humor and human relationship. And his love for his people is also very, very, very clear. If he loves you, he loves you. He loves his people. And those are one of the lessons that we should take from him. Be disciplined, love for the people, love for your neighbor, social justice, will help. That's a lesson we can take from him. That is my personal experience as far as the, how do I call it, the military ethics that will allow me. I cannot, as a colonel, comment or assess my superior officer, whether dead or alive. Military ethics doesn't give me that freedom. So that's how I can characterize my relationship in the workplace, and the closest, like I said, Canada Alwala Sambo, why is Bello driving you? That is it.
You know, it's a very interesting blend between being jovial and also being a disciplinarian, and I think that's what comes across a lot from people who've had an interface with him. Colonel, we have to thank you so much, because we know that you had to stay up to have this conversation with us in spite of the time difference. We've been speaking with Colonel Babatunde Bello Fadile. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your, the experiences you had with late former President Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you once again, sir.
Yeah, so I can conclude that may Allah, Almighty Allah, forgive him his shortcomings and grant him Al-Jannah Fatwa. Thank you very much for having me, and wish the country a better life, and may the Lord guide our leaders right, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Just before we go to Mr. Ismail Ahmed, who, by the way, is en route, is in Kano, but heading to Dora, we have news just in for you guys.
Okay, news just in. We're expecting the body of the former President Muhammadu Buhari to depart London and heading straight to Katsina for the final journey to Dora. So we'll show you pictures of his body on board, where the president body is already on board. We understand that by 7:45 a.m., that is Nigerian time, his body is expected to depart the airport in London and head down to Nigeria. So we're tracking this entire process, every step of the way. So news just in, the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari is already on board the aircraft, and it will be heading to Nigeria from about, that should have been 7:45, so we expect it to have, taken flight perhaps by now. So we're expecting his body in Nigeria soon. Let me come back to you, Mr. Ishmael. Today, for his humanity, there's going to be a lot of glowing tributes to the person of Muhammadu Buhari. 82 years, you've done a great job in chronicling his public life journey from when he joined the military to when he died 2 days ago, I should say. But there are other people who are looking at him differently from what they consider to be the dark spot. Some have said his handling of NSAS, the invasion of judges' quarters, the Naira redesign, his management of the economy that some people have said made the economy tank and has given the new leadership a big job to do. I could go on with the reasons why some people may not choose to celebrate him. So my question is, was Muhammadu Buhari a great president from where you sit?
Muhammadu Buhari was a great man, and he was a great leader. He did his best, but like all public figures, it's always a double-edged sword. You know, it depends on what end you're holding. And there will always be people that would see for every right decision you've taken or you take, there will be somebody who will be wronged. And for every wrong decision you've taken, there will be somebody that will be righted, that will feel good about that decision because it will benefit him. But I think largely, the president, the late president, was someone who had the best intention. He just wanted to give back to a country that gave him so much. He used to say all the time that, I came from a humble beginning. If you are looking for a pedigree of who your parents are, or who your parents are, or who your father is, to be able to get to the heights that he got, he probably wouldn't have had a chance. But this country gave him an opportunity again and again and again. And all he did, he wanted to give back. Now, there will be people, of course, there are times, there are decisions that were taken, but none of those decisions that were taken were done with a malice aforethought or with any ill intention toward anyone. Like he said in one of the viral videos that has just been going around, and he said this during the twilight of his days as president in 2023. He basically said, I'm human, and I would have taken decisions as president that would have hurt some people, some very deeply, some scathingly, but I didn't do that because I wanted to be wicked I did that because of the available information at hand at that time, and then I want you to forgive me. So I think for a public figure, any public figure, there would always be that. But I hope that posterity and history, as time goes on, will judge Muhammadu Buhari for, he was a person, a simple man who had an opportunity, who discharged it and wanted to give back to the country. And for those who are hurt, one way or another, I hope that they find it in their heart to forgive him.
I know that you were very close to him, as you said, and I just want you to speak to, again, the perception that a lot of people had about him, that personally, his integrity is intact, disciplined man that sticks to time. He doesn't joke with his work. But a lot of people have said for the people around him, or at least the people he appointed either as ministers and all of that, that didn't quite flow to them. So he was almost like a man in isolation, surrounded by people who didn't quite get influenced by those traits he had in terms of integrity and the rest. Can you speak to it? Because they say, well, once he gives you a job, he says, you go and handle it. I'm not going to micromanage you. And for a lot of people, they had issues with that, saying, well, you have to sort of replicate yourself in those people. Do you find that true as well, based on your experience with him?
I know he delegates a lot. And then he delegates almost absolutely. And like you said, I don't think any president in this country can actually micromanage. It's a big country and it's a lot of bureaucracy if you're president. So people say this simply like, president should micromanage. No president can actually micromanage. And I think when you are in a position of leadership, like at one time or two, that, I've had cause, a rare opportunity to speak to him directly about, certain things about how some people are running things. He said, you get multiple information. I don't want to take a decision against someone or some group of people based on just, what somebody said. Or he said, this is a country that things can be made up. So I think that he did his best. He tries to, like I said in the beginning, there is sincere naivete about an expectation of people from him. So when he believes that people who are, at a certain point in life who have gone through certain experience, they should be able to do the right thing. I think he just had that belief. But of course, not everybody turned out to be, exactly what he wanted us to be. And, some of the things that probably he didn't like toward the end was the fact that, he didn't take a harder decision on some people that, he contemplated whether or not they did certain things. But I think by and large, he just was well-intentioned. He gave people a lot of latitude to do a lot of work so that there will be no interference.
All right, let's talk a bit more now about late former president's political philosophy. And this is important as we continue to reflect on the future of Nigeria. Perhaps you want to recall some of those things that made his political philosophy resonate with, the northern political understanding that made him command that cult-like following, which may perhaps at this point in time now have some question mark when we consider reports, of how his demise is being received in some parts of Nigeria's north, and what that also means for that vacuum that his demise may have now created in, the politics of the north.
I'm not sure what the question is exactly.
About for the former president's political philosophy that made him command an almost religious following during his heydays.
Well, I think the people just came down. I said this earlier. I think, I think during his military stint and the way he went after corrupt, politicians at that time of the Second Republic, and his asceticism and his life after office, and the way he stayed just basically simple, just Muhammadu Buhari, no protocols, nothing. He was just basically himself, endeared him more to the people. And then his stint as chairman of PTF and what he has been able to do and the way he entered politics, I think they saw in him something that was close to them. He understood the language of the downtrodden. If you hear Muhammadu Buhari, and I know a lot of elites when he's campaigning, and a lot of elites don't understand, but his language, is the way he speaks to the grassroots. It's a very simple language that they understand. He thinks, and speaks to their concerns directly. And I think that was what gave him that followership in the beginning. And as time goes on, people like to see sincerity and doggedness. When he ran for that office, people believed that he won, and then he was denied, and then again and again, and he kept putting himself forward, submitting to the process, and every time going back to the people to say, we could do this again if we just keep at it. And I think that kind of cumulatively grew in the hearts of a lot of people. And someone was just saying to me yesterday that Buhari was so loved while he was alive, and now he is probably going to be more loved even in death. A lot of people, we may have lost a lot of support after the end of the 8 years, but I think now, in hindsight and in sympathy, a lot of people just thought that, okay, there has never been a politician in this country, as far as Nigeria is concerned, that has been as popular and loved by all manner of people. And some of them can't even tell you why. They just loved him. And I think sometimes this thing just comes from God. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But he had that, you're right, a cult-like following in the north. And I remember in 2014 when we were about to go for our primaries, There are a lot of people that were contesting the primaries against the president. But the question came down simply to most of the delegates and leaders of the party at that time, including the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He said, who are we going to start the race with at 50 meters ahead? Somebody who has proven over time that he has 10 million to 12 million votes of his own. All we needed to do is to add a few numbers, and we're home and square. Everybody else we are going to take is going to start the race afresh. And then we went to Lagos in December of 2014, and the delegates voted for Muhammadu Buhari. And he gave, I think, one of the most beautiful speeches I've ever heard of a politician in Nigeria. And he said, I don't have dollars to give you. What I have is integrity and years of service and my experience. If that is not enough, I don't know, you hold me to it. And the delegates went out and they voted for him massively in that election in 2014. And we went to the general election in March of 2015. And we won. So what I'm saying is that, yes, there's a cult-like followership that now spread across the country in 2014, 2015 as a result of the, other collaborators and partners we had. But yeah, so if you speak to different people, some people will tell you we don't know why we love him. Some will tell you based on the antecedents that he had. Some will tell you the stories that they have heard from their parents or their friends or his colleagues. But yeah, like you said, there will always be people that will tell you that, not necessarily so we don't like him that much. And then, like I said, there are decisions that he had taken or that was taken under his administration that some people feel hurt by, and they feel that this is the time to celebrate it, which I think is very unfortunate.
What we'll do now, Mr. Ahmed, just before we let you go, just walk through some of the quotes, some of the things he said that are quite popular. And I'll start with this one about the judiciary. And this is the former president speaking in context of Nnamdi Kanu's case. A lot of people have asked him time and again, when would you release Nnamdi Kanu, or had asked him then about releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Let's have some sort of out-of-court settlement to this. And he said that there is one institution that I wouldn't dare interfere with. That is the judiciary. And he went on to say, let Nnamdi Kanu defend himself. But, looking back now, take the former CJN, for example, Walter Onoye, how he was suspended. Well, that was what was said then, but of course he was removed. And then the man went to court about the assets declaration bit, and the court eventually said he was not guilty. There are other cases that a lot of people have raised about, people being arrested in court and all of that. So when you see that statement and then you see some of those events, a CJN being suspended, that's really unusual. And some of those events, when you weigh them, do you say contradiction here, or he still meant what he said?
No, I think he meant what he said. And I think he tried as much as possible never to interfere with the judiciary. And I don't think the suspension of the then CJN was interference with the judiciary, because you are taking the CJN now to be the judiciary, which he is not. He was an individual who I think at that time, I don't know the facts of the case.
Was the head of the judiciary.
But it doesn't mean that he is the judiciary. You see, so we have to be able to separate people from institutions in this country. The judiciary he was not arrested inside the courts or anything like that. He was, I think, based on the information available at that time, I don't know the facts of the case, it was already done by the DSS. And I don't know the facts of the case, but the court has acquitted him. So there are times that decisions are taken from the powers of the president that I know, any president in this country. I hardly think he would be threatened by any single individual of a CJN or anyone, because at the end of the day, even if you take a case to the Supreme Court, and the CJN has just one vote if he happens to be on the panel. Yes, he might have the power to constitute the panel, but he may not necessarily have the power to direct where a certain case goes to. And we all know that under democracy, hardly do you have cases, major fundamental cases go against government. That's the impression a lot of people have. The judiciary has been able to stand up for itself at some point. So I don't think the president was threatened by the CJN as a person. I think it was information available at that time. The courts have acquitted him, and I think if that's the right decision, that's the right decision. But I don't think he interfered with the judiciary in any way, shape, or form to influence anything or to get any favors or to do anything in particular. I don't think he did that. I don't think the president ever did that throughout his 8-year tenure. I don't think it's something he would support, actively. I don't think that's not him.
Ismail, the jury will still be out on that as far as the perception of his handling on some of the things that has to do with the judiciary is concerned. We're just honoring his memory today and looking back and talking about some of his traits, personal traits. Do you see some of his personal traits affecting his ability to be as robust as possible as a politician? Because some have said he's aloof, or he was aloof. There are moments where things were said that happened under his administration, and he said he wasn't even aware of it as a president. I mean, very significant things, and he wasn't aware of it. So do you think that some of his personal traits of just saying, look, I give you a job, do your job, but, I just want to delegate responsibility to you, that has also cost him some level of political mileage or qualitative leadership that should have maybe given him a better outcome as a politician?
I think that's that also. There's the fact that as president, I think there's maybe with time and age and a lot of experiences, he wasn't as brash as he was when he was in his 40s or 50s, I'm sure. Time and age slows you down a little bit, allows you to give people latitude of time and an opportunity to do certain things. People are not always as loyal to an idea as one would want them to be. And I think that also his almost implicit trust in certain people and in people he has allowed to govern, and people, some of them have betrayed that trust, so to speak. I think that kind of affected some of the perception that people have.
Quotes, attributed to late former president are concerned, there's quite a lot to reflect on. One of my favorites is not particularly captured here, but it's very popular, and in fact it resonated throughout the globe. The one ascribed to former president, late president, where he said, my wife belongs in my kitchen, in my living room, and in the other room, just imitating him. And that has a lot of, layers to it when we reflect on the implications of that. Of course, it came on the heels of the interview granted by his wife, Mrs. Buhari, where she said that, 45 out of 50 of the people in the administration of my husband are appointed by him, but he doesn't know them. Where she also talked about how she may not support his administration in the next elections. I'd like you to reflect on that, and how that sort of rang through when you consider events that trailed the end of his administration, the Naira redesign policy, where a lot of people were attributing that policy to members of the administration that had sort of an influence on the president. What are your thoughts?
First of all, it's almost impossible now. It would be absolutely nepotistic for any president to say that everyone that he is going to appoint in the federal bureaucracy under the president would have to be someone he knows directly. That's almost impossible, unless if you want to just jam-pack the whole government with your family members and friends that you know directly. So, of course, it's politics. There will be people that he has appointed that he does not know personally. Naturally, they will come recommended from other key players of the party or of other people that he knows. Other people will come recommended. I think that's natural. It's not something that is out of the ordinary. That's number one. Number two, the issue of his wife. I think basically the message he was trying to pass there, which I think was absolutely clear, was that his family had no business running government. You know, government is for him. He was the one that was elected, and that he wanted his family to remain his family, you know, in the household, and shouldn't have any business trying to help him. They can help him, you know, with advices and everything, but they should not be seen to be actively and openly being part of government. And I think that was just simply the message he was trying to pass, that, look, you guys gave me a responsibility as a president. I cannot load over my own personal family, over the nation, over the country, especially when there are no constitutional offices for that. And I think he was just being honest with himself. Of course, right. We have had a tradition in this country, in the convention, generally, you know, all over the world, really, where spouses of the president have you know, incredible influence in government. And I think the president just wanted to make sure that that's not the case in his own government.
Well, Mr. Ahmed, it's been a very productive conversation. I'm curious, though. You've worked under former President Muhammadu Buhari. Now you're working under President Bola Tinubu. I'm really curious, what is the major difference for you between both leaders, right? Do you see any difference of sorts, and what would it be in terms of their leadership style? That is, because you've worked closely. Now you are the executive chairman of the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas. So as a party person, as a person in government, what is the big difference between late President Muhammadu Buhari and President Bola Tinubu? Mr. Ahmed.
President Bola, I've always been close to President Tinubu, by the way. You know, the two of them were probably my two early political leaders. President Buhari, interestingly, introduced me to President Tinubu in 2013. And I think after our alliance collapsed in 2011, when we wanted to do an alliance between CPC and ACN then, when our alliance collapsed in 2010, going into the 2011 elections, of course, ACN went their way, CPC went our own way, because we could not agree on certain things. And I think in 2012, you know, when I went to see late President Muhammadu Buhari in Kaduna, and I was talking to him about political evangelism and the need for him to recant his statement about not contesting again in 2015 after the 2011 election. He told me that there's a major talks that's going on here, begin to have a conversation. And that's when he called the late Samanda Isaiah and told him to go and introduce me to Chief Tinubu. He used to call him Chief Tinubu at that time. And then Samanda Isaiah called Sunday Dari, who is now one of the spokesperson to the president. He was then, I think, the chief of staff to Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And then I went to see Sunday Dari when Ashwaju came to Lagos, to Abuja. And that was my first meeting with Ashwaju in February, in early 2013, I think February. And that was when he told me that the new party, if at all, was going to be named APC. We were trying to form the youth wing of the party at that time. And then that we formed the APY of the All Progressives Youth Forum in February of that year. By June, we got. So I've always been very, very, very close to Ashwaju. He supported me to be youth leader in 2014. It was going to the Northeast, of course, because then we had Kwankwaso that had joined the party,
right,
and he wanted a different position. So the difference between the two of them, I can see, is the clear difference I can tell you for free is that President Ashwaju is a bit more hands-on than President Buhari.
Barrister Ismail Ahmed, former National Youth Leader, APC, member of the Board of Trustees, served as the Director the two campaigns of 2015, 2019 for late President Buhari. You also served as senior special assistant to him 2017 to 2023, and you've been with him since 2007. You're currently the executive chairman of the PCNG. We have to thank you so much for your time on the program. I know you're headed to Dora right now, so thank you once again and wish you a safe trip.
Thank you so much.
Guys, I mean, a lot of people who know him differently, and Barrister Ismail Ahmed naturally is on that list. But let's walk through some of the other statements a lot of people remember about the late President Muhammadu Buhari.
All right, so we'll be taking you through more like a journey of some of the quotes, significant quotes during his 8-year reign as president of Nigeria. I think the next one, we've taken the one that has to do with the judiciary. And this is said at sometimes that democracy is the most accepted and best form of governance. We must all rise to protect it, nourish it, and ensure it grows to maturity. This quote was significant because coming from a military background, and for the number of years that Nigeria has been an independent nation, we've had a bigger share of that being ruled perhaps by the military. And so time and again, when there's a shaking to the foundation of our democracy, people like him that were at the vanguard of the military leadership making statements like this reassure citizens that we will not go back to the dark days of the military, not any time, not any day.
You know, it's a very interesting transition for him, and I think that's something that is not really talked about a lot. I mean, this was a core military person, rose to the height of it. And in the military, you give the order and it is done. I mean, there are no two ways about it.
A negotiation.
When you say jump, it is how high it is. There's no, can I? No, you say, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. That's what you do. So he went from that to then become a Democrat, where you have to go through due process. You have to rely on the structures. There's, for lack of a better term, a lot of bureaucracy. If you want to make a decision, just a civil servant can be a clog in the wheel of that decision that even you make as a president. So he had to transition to all of that. So when people talk about him not being as hands-on, perhaps that's one of the flaws that he inherited from the military, because he gives the orders and he expects that this, my officer, would carry it out fully. But he forgets that these are no more officers. These are civilians that also have their own plans and they want to do things their own way. So it's a very interesting thing that should actually be studied, the transition from being a military person to a Democrat, the pros and the cons.
At least two of them shared that, Muhammadu Buhari and Olusegun Obasanjo. Both who have had, perhaps some of the two gentlemen have had, for me, the biggest privileges the Nigerian state can give anybody. Lead the country as military head of state and then lead the country as civilians. Bukola, you have the next one.
Yes, indeed. You know, speaking about that transition, just before we move on to the next one, in the military, there were punishments, strict punishments, in fact, for, failure to execute the order. But what we saw as a departure from former President Muhammadu Buhari was that, it's been said that he didn't micromanage. And besides that, he left members of his cabinet or even his security chiefs, in office for quite some time, despite the pressure and the calls for a review, during those years when Nigeria went through intense political insurgency in the Northeast. So those are some of the things that, one can chew on and perhaps reflect on as the lessons of a transition from, military dictatorship to democratic rule. The contrast, and perhaps if we had another similar experience in the future, maybe history will beckon on a strong desire for that pattern not to be repeated. But there's more that has been ascribed to late former President Muhammadu Buhari. This one, of course, we've talked about it earlier on, but we can still reflect on it yet again. I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody. Of course, during the inauguration, he said this when he also said that the past is prologue. And this has perhaps also speaks to his non-committal disposition towards his politicking. Former President Muhammadu Buhari sometimes was said to be aloof, to issues and to things. No strong attachment to political associates, so to speak, and one hardly knew, what he was thinking, what he was feeling, and he hardly responded to his critics, so to speak, when there were, controversies that trailed his administration. That was the nature of former President Muhammadu Buhari, and it brought true to this statement that he made during the inauguration in 2015. Yeah, Jeffrey, you have the next one.
I'll take this next one, and in fact, it just would take us to the next conversation which we'll have. And this one is about the economy. A lot of people have said, well, the economy was not his strongest, it was not a strength for him. Other things may be in terms of discipline, integrity, but when it comes to economy, and that's why they say Buhari will handle security or Shibajo will handle the economy. So take a look at this quote. It says, economies that grow fastest and at more sustainable rates are those that actively promote trade and attract investment. So how well was the economy faring under him? That is the next conversation we'll have.
All right, so apparently, as Kayode has alluded to, and a couple of people have seen, the economy is a big deal. In fact, two things, basically, Kayode and Bukola, that Nigerians will use to assess you: your handling of security and the economy. So those are visuals. Just before we continue with the slides and get to our guests, that's the Nigerian presidential aircraft in London. We're expecting, I guess by now, this should have been earlier pictures, but by now it should have left the airport, or about, I think we understand it's about to, but it was supposed to leave by 7:45 a.m. this morning. So whatever time it is, the most important thing is that this aircraft is heading to Nigeria, specifically to Katsina State, where it will be received. This is a state funeral, and then from there, it will head straight to Daura. So we're following through, bringing you up to speed as to the latest happenings as far as this special broadcast in honor of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who passed on about 48 hours ago. But let's bring in our guests. We're talking about the economies and whether or not that was his strength or not. Professor of Political Economy and the convener of the Big Tent, Professor Pat Utomi. Prof, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Well, it's a pleasure to be able to join you.
Prof, I know that you have strings of memories of Muhammadu Buhari from the days he took over government through a military coup. I think you were in that government. And then to the days of the military and to the days of him as a civilian president. So I would always like to have your overview of the person of Muhammadu Buhari.
Well, I think a very good way to engage this subject is to bear in mind a motto of mine, which is that yesterday is of value for orientation, but what matters more is tomorrow. So that in whatever we say, we're looking at orienting for tomorrow more than getting caught in emotions of yesterday, because they don't do as much for the possibilities as a good focus on tomorrow. Yes, I have had a long history with General Muhammadu Buhari. Yes, I was in the government that was overthrown on the 31st of December of 1983. Yes, I lived through the Buhari military years and the challenge of economic strategies for Nigeria during that period. If you recall, Nigeria was already in economic crisis, talking with the IMF and all of that at the time that the Shagari administration was reconstituted, and new strategies were being developed for engaging and going forward when the coup d'etat took place. The government of President Buhari began to deal with some tough stance relative to the IMF and what alternatives were before them. Amongst those that were implemented was a counter-trade policy. Counter-trade, Brazil was very prominent in that arrangement, where Nigeria sold oil in exchange for commodities which were running dry in Nigerian stores. A company called the National Supply Company was set up to import basic commodities into Nigeria. They were called Esenco, essential commodities. And there were long queues for basics like milk and sugar and the like. These obviously dealt with severe problems that we had in foreign banks confirming lines to Nigerian banks, so importation was significantly challenged. Oil revenues had dropped, and all of that. These were amongst the reasons that a palace coup forced General Buhari out, so that structural reform policies could be engaged in to get the economy to play globally. There are many ironies involved in all of this, because the man who would become president of Brazil, Enrique Fernando Cardoso, who also held some of the kinds of dirigist policies that drove the Buhari approach, would completely commit, if you will, intellectual suicide in reversing the thrust of Brazil's policy to revive Brazil's economy. So it's a very mixed review when you go back to those days. Of course, he returned at a time when some of us felt that the most significant problem Nigeria had was corruption, if we could take his discipline. And by the way, one of the reasons that I came to an accommodation with the person of General Buhari came up from far away Indonesia. I was doing research in the late 1990s in Indonesia, Malaysia, during the Asian financial crisis, spending some time at Bank Negara, Malaysia, the central bank, and then going on to Jakarta in Indonesia. I became quite friendly with a former Indonesian oil minister who was oil minister at the time that General Buhari, as Lieutenant Colonel, was Nigeria's oil minister. And Professor Mohammed Sadli, who was my host in Jakarta, talked quite a bit about this stern, austere, young colonel from Nigeria who was oil minister when he was oil minister. And some of those conversations led to a rethink of Buhari in my own consciousness, because I thought what Nigeria needed was a very disciplined mind, a very austere person who, you know, would go against this culture of, you know, bloated government and all of that. And that rethinking then coincided at a point in time with Chief Olufalaye, who led the Progressives. I had been drawn by Chief Anthony Anauro to come into the Progressives movement, and then Chief Anauro passed away, and we had Chief Olufalaye take over, and Chief Falaye's mantra was, you know, General Buhari likes to chase thieves, and he has a lot of following in the north. If we could only get him and work with him while he's chasing thieves, Pat, you can fix the country. And we used to laugh about that mantra. And it unfortunately, turned out that there wasn't a good strategy for chasing thieves when he returned as head of state. And we had a very, very poor 8 years on his watch.
Okay. Well, Prof, you talk about the time under his watch, and again, there is what people close to him feel. We've had a lot of them speak very fondly about him, his person, his discipline, and there's what majority of Nigerians feel, which is what you've talked about, the economy, and even under his administration, you didn't shy away from those issues around legitimacy, the handling of the economy, corruption, and all of that. But on a personal note, do you recall your very first meeting with him? Do you recall your last meeting with him? What were your impressions? And what do you think changed along the line?
No, as a person, he was a terrific human being. I met many, many times with him. By the way, striking irony here, I was with him alone in his home in Kaduna one evening, and we were just talking, Nigeria, how can it be fixed, and all of that. And his phone rings, he picks up the phone, and talks for a minute, and then comes back to me and says, President Yar'Adua has died. So I was with him when he heard of the death of Yar'Adua. And by irony, I was with P2B day before yesterday when we heard of his own death. So history has its way of going around and coming. But General Buhari, like I say, I met back in the face-to-face progressives movement. We had lots of meetings in the home of late Chief Braithwaite, Dr. Braithwaite, Tunji Braithwaite. But most people don't realize this, but he was a very humorous person. We cracked jokes without stop. And I don't know if this is fair to bring this. He told, one of his stories he told was of a man who became Chief Justice of Nigeria. Maybe it won't be fair to name him. They all joined the army at the same time, and they all were sent out to England. And part of the training was that they would be left somewhere, and you're supposed to make your way back to the camp, walk, do whatever, He said, this fellow just took a taxi and returned to base. So the next day, the British authorities just quietly packed his things and sent him back to Nigeria. And then the Sardauna had to find him something else and sent him to law school. He eventually became Chief Justice of Nigeria. But anyway, General Buhari was full of jokes, and we enjoyed those jokes. He was also a very, very simple man. General Buhari, would look at a big problem and just give a one-line response to it all, and everybody would laugh. Look, I ran against General Buhari in 2007. We participated in the presidential debates together at the ECOWAS Center. And it was a collaborative, very peculiar. The BBC correspondent, a lady, came to me after and said, what's this thing you guys just did? Is that supposed to be a debate? Because General Buhari would be asked a question, and he was known to just go off on where he wanted to go, no matter what the question you asked him was. And then I would nicely say, okay, I think what General Buhari meant to say was that with agriculture, we would do X, Y, Z. And so I was debating both sides.
You were a spokesperson during the debate as well.
Yeah. After those elections, and the opposition got together, it was usually Atiku Abubakar to my right, Buhari to my left, and I spoke for the presidential candidates. And so we really did build up camaraderie, and we did get along very well. I like to say, and I repeated it in my Tuesday tonic that has gone out for today, the blog that I run every Tuesday, the Tuesday tonic. I said, look, everybody who seeks a place in public life must ask themselves, what one or two things do I want to be remembered for? And they must stubbornly pursue the optimal accomplishment of that one thing or those two things whenever they get the opportunity. But history provides you very little windows. You don't do that, you fall into a great trap of having been a great guy who turned out to be a poor leader. Again, I think one nice way to close it is you see these things on the internet. There's a church somewhere in Texas that says, you know, in this church, we train you to live your life so that we don't have to tell lies at your funeral. Because many times people are constrained to say nice things at a funeral. So, but that church says they train you to live such that they don't have to tell a lie at your funeral when they're giving their great sermon about you. But the person who captures it, I think, best in my thinking was Stephen R. Covey in The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. That asks you to just imagine, you know, talking about beginning with the end in mind. Imagine that you've gone to a funeral, and imagine what you would like everybody filing past this person who has passed away to be thinking. Not what they're saying, what to be thinking as they walk past the body. And as you get to the casket, imagine that you are the one inside and ask yourself, what would you like people who are filing past your casket to be thinking about you on that day? Because everybody will have that day. And then with that end in mind, live your life so that that is the result of that day. Unfortunately, a nice guy that General Buhari really was, and I can attest to this from dozens of meetings with him, personal meetings, and all of that. It was clear. I mean, my falling out with him when he became president happened within weeks. Long before he even had a cabinet or anything. Within weeks, he made a couple of statements outside Nigeria about the state of the economy, and I said, my God, this guy will ruin this economy. And I called the incumbent today, went across, I live close to him in Lagos, and said, this man will kill this country. Let's talk to him now. But that one was more politician than I am. So he said, let's look, let's cool down, let's watch it. And I began to withdraw. And that was it. That was it for me. And the history is there to tell the rest of the story.
Well, profound thoughts there, Prof. When you think about the wisdom that you've put out about what we should be doing, you know, to prepare for life after this time, and also, you know, hilarious times that you've recalled as you went down memory lane. But beyond all of that, perhaps this is the time that we should also begin to reflect on the lessons from late former President Muhammadu Buhari's leadership, you know, his politics, even as a diplomat, because we can't stop thinking about how he was determined, you know, to achieve that feat yet again, become president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But then some have described his time as a missed opportunity. So when you reflect on his life as a leader, as a politician, as a diplomat, what lessons can we learn, you know, from his handling of Nigeria as a country?
Well, one is that inclusion is very, very important. Any leader who does not think inclusion will be challenged. You know, we talk about policies and all of that. To deliver on policy is really about changing behavior. I mean, what is involved in building a road between Kaduna and Abuja? It's not about putting asphalt on some surface. It's about getting people who come from Kaduna to Abuja to change how they get to Abuja, the behavior. If you put asphalt on the bush track between Abuja and Kaduna, and the people decide that something black is against their tradition or whatever, and then continue to run inside the bush to get to Abuja, you have not achieved that change of behavior of how to get from Kaduna to Abuja, even though there is an asphalted road. So it means that first and foremost, you need to get the people to accept that you have their interest at heart and that these asphalt that you're putting will facilitate how they get from Kaduna to Abuja. That's what policy implementation is about. And sometimes I hear people talk a lot of nonsense about, good policies badly implemented. It shows the person doesn't understand the meaning of implementation. Implementation anticipates what will not make the thing, policy anticipates what will not make the thing translate into the value that was projected for. And so it takes into account all of those things. So you can't say there was a good policy and bad implementation. That is absolute, oxymoron. And many times, very sadly, what tends to happen is that we put out these things that are designed to show, look, we know what we want to do. Which is why James Robinson, one of the winners of the Nobel Prize in Economics, said in October last year, the day they were announced as winners, that, what it is to develop a country is not rocket science anymore. Most people know it. But some countries, and he cited Nigeria as a clear example of a country that knows what to do to develop, but somehow does not do what it needs to do. And in the excuses that have been given for many things that General Buhari's government failed to do, I feel a sense of, look, what are these people talking about? Because what was to be done was known. What were the impediments to getting it down was known. But somehow, people played ostrich. So when you are inclusive and you bring in all the constituent elements and this new direction you want to travel in, it's much easier to get that change of behavior to facilitate the goal. But when people feel that there's a legitimacy crisis with any regime at all, then the cooperation for effectiveness in implementation does not quite happen, and the goal does not get achieved. And this is why the first lesson in leadership is how to include. And President Yar'Adua was a classic, great example of this kind of leader. And Nigeria lost so much that President Yar'Adua passed without living out his term. I can tell you, I sat for hours with him to talk about some things, and even I was stunned at the extent he was willing to move, to have inclusion in order to get things done.
All right, Prof, what you just said just gives a reflection of Section 14 of the Constitution that talks about a sense of belonging. But we'll come back to you and talk about the issues around the economy as far as the management of it was concerned with Muhammadu Buhari. But we'll need to just show our viewers yet again the presidential aircraft taxiing at that airport, getting ready to take off from the airport in London, coming to Nigeria, specifically going to Katsina, and then from there it will head straight to, they will take the body and head straight to Daura for the funeral rites according to Islamic tradition. And that is expected to take place sometime around 2 p.m. today, Nigerian time. Channels Television is right on ground to make sure that you don't miss any part of this last moment of former President Muhammadu Buhari. So that's the aircraft, the presidential aircraft taxiing at that airport, leaving London for Nigeria.
And just to say, about 6-hour flight. So we expect that give or take 1 p.m. plus. The flight should land. The body will be received by President Bola Tinubu himself, and there'll be a very short military procession, and the body will eventually be taken to be buried according to Islamic rites. As we said, it's going to be a simple one, but as much as possible also have all of the trappings of a state funeral, because that is what this is. It is a state funeral. So we expect that that flight would land around that time, and would of course be live to receive the flight for you, just so you can see and not miss any moment.
Apparently you won't miss any moment. So you can see just last moment before Kayode was talking, you can see cameras capturing the aircraft already airborne coming to Nigeria. Prof, let's come back to you. Let's talk about your assessment, if you will, of his management of the economy? Some have said that was perhaps one of his greatest weaknesses. By the nuances of the current administration, they looked at it, said there was so many wage bill, and so they expunged a lot of subsidies. The abuse of the Ways and Means that got us almost 23 trillion. And then when you add interest, it's neighboring around 30 trillion. What do you think was actually the missing link? Is it is perhaps not understanding of the economy or his team as at that time?
Well, in my view, there were obviously a number of things. First and foremost, as many people have said, he wasn't a hands-on kind of a manager. And then he had a disposition, which was if he trusted you, if he liked you, you could never do wrong. If he did not like you or did not trust you, you could never do right. That was his disposition as a person. And so when he appointed people, they all ran off in different directions, and so there was no cohesion in policy. Now, one of the sad things about his watch was that we did not have an effective grip on fiscal policy, on the fiscal side. The monetary side then thought it was their responsibility to run the economy, which was a terrible mistake. I mean, the people in central bank were friends of mine, and I told them that back then. And they said, oh, look, Prof, you see, there's no monetary side. If we don't do anything, what will we do? But then they then took on what they did not know how to do. And when they went, in my view, for political reasons, into multiple exchange rates, that was the kill. I called them, I begged them, and I said, don't, please don't. Because how did we get to overcoming the institutional crisis with foreign exchange management in Nigeria? Recall that back in the 80s, Nigeria had a block currency. And so, basically what it was central bank allocated foreign currency. But when oil prices began to bring in plenty of dollars, it seemed okay. People were importing anything, sand, whatever. And then by 1982, for like 2 weeks, we didn't sell 1 barrel of oil. The crisis came home to roost. Foreign banks began to refuse lines of credit to their Nigerian banks. We couldn't import things. We had become import dependent in many ways as a country. And so the exchange rate went totally out of whack. The purchasing power parity line veered so much from the nominal exchange rate that if you put it on a graph, anybody who understands will burst into laughter. I remember being at the INSEAD in 1993, I think it was 93, and a certain really world-renowned professor of exchange rate management, Ingo Walter from the Stern School, was making a presentation, and he had exchange rate alignment for regions of the world. Showed Latin America was totally crazy. Latin America was then running in crisis. That was when you could go into a store in Brazil, and while you were still shopping, the price would change 3 times. It showed Southeast Asia, and you could see why they did well. The closeness of their purchasing power parity line to their exchange rate, the nominal exchange rate. And in fact, many of them played to keep their nominal exchange rate such that exports could go on, and they were implementing an export-led industrialization strategy. In Africa, it was very mixed, very problematic, but Nigeria could not even be contained on the graph. It was so wild. What we were doing was subsidizing the terrible consumption of a certain elite and killing agriculture and others with those kinds of exchange rate policy. It took so much work going from a two-tier exchange rate, iterations that eventually led to the emergence of a foreign exchange market. And we know how much that did to stabilize things in the economy. To wake up with that lesson and begin to create multiple exchange rates frightened me. And I told my friends who were involved, don't do this. Oh, they said fiscal side is not doing anything, so the monetary side, they have to do their best to keep, do. Anyway, it came home to roost. Those who had connections and had power got money, dollars at one rate, and simply just round-tripped the thing, and people were getting rich doing nothing. The incentive system, economics is about incentives. Incentive system was demolished in the economy. Production suffered because you were punishing those who tried to produce, and all those who played the game with exchange rates got away with murder and took money out of the country. This is what the policies did on his watch that took things south, very far south. Okay. Before you knew it, we had returned to the poverty capital of the world, we had become the poverty capital of the world. But I was not as frightened. I was pained, but I'm not as frightened by that because of my experience watching India. I keep letting those who run Nigeria know that if they look at what happened in India, they can learn very important lessons. 1991, I went into Delhi. India had only 3 weeks money in their foreign reserves, or 3 weeks trading money. India was technically bankrupt. And what were the things that created those conditions? Rajiv Gandhi obviously was one of the first Indian leaders to recognize that their strategy was not running right. But to make a shift, the necessary shift, would be to repudiate his mother and his grandfather, the Nehru-Gandhi dynasty. And so Rajiv was cherry-picking on what to do, and then he died in that assassination. And the Congress Indira party had to put up some, if you will, placeholder for Indira Gandhi to be ready. And they picked Rao. Narasimha Rao was an old man, as they used to say, who had nothing to lose. But his choice of Manmohan Singh as finance minister and the efforts they began to make at reforms began a process which by 1994 was seeing inflows of significant capital, significantly from the Indian diaspora into India. That began a turnaround. Anyway, sorry, I can get off on these things.
Yeah, Prof, we know, and your thoughts are always welcome because it's for the good of the nation. Today we are honoring the life and the time of the man Muhammadu Buhari, and so it's important also for you to make some of these remarks so that current and future leadership can learn the lessons from the places where there were missteps, apparently, that landed us where we are. But Prof, thank you so much. It's always a great time, always a pleasure to speak to you whenever you come to share your in-depth insights into the state of nation and the economy. Professor Patutomi is a professor of political economy and the convener of the Big Tent. Thank you, sir, for coming on the program. We appreciate it.
It was a great pleasure.
And we will take a quick break. It's a continuous coverage of the last moments of the former President Muhammadu Buhari, whose body is now airborne, heading down to Nigeria in Katsina State, where he will be laid to rest sometime later today. So we are just looking at his time and his life across board with several guests and some of the highlights of his time as a leader of our country. We'll be right back.
Together we witness the most keenly contested presidential elections since the First Republic, and this demonstrates that our democracy is getting better and more entrenched with each election. Our democracy provides for, allows, and encourages seeking redress for perceived injustices, enabling some candidates and political parties that do not agree with the results to go to court. Irrespective of the outcome of the various cases, I urge all parties involved to accept the decision of our courts and join hands to build a better Nigeria. Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I congratulate you on the realization of your dream, which was propelled by a burning passion to put Nigeria among the leading nations of the world. You have indeed worked for this day, and God has crowned your efforts. I have no doubt that your passion for excellence, reliance on competence, fairness in relationships, commitment to equity, loyalty to the country, and desire for Nigeria to be globally relevant would come through for you under God's guidance as you lead our country to levels higher than I am leading. You are the best candidate among all the contestants, and Nigerians have chosen well. In the course of revamping the economy, we made some difficult choices, most of which yielded the desired results. Some of the measures led to temporary pain and suffering, for which I sincerely apologize to my fellow countrymen. But the measures were taken for the overall good of the country.
Welcome back. It's still Channels Television special coverage dedicated to the memory of the life and times of a great general, late former military head of state and former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, who passed on Sunday at about 4:30 p.m. We'll continue to keep our eyes on the process. Of course, we told you earlier on that the aircraft bearing the remains of the late leader is already airborne by now, and in a few hours it will touch down on Katsina, Daura to be precise, the home country of the late general, where he will be interred. Of course, members of the current government are already there, and his political associates are there as well. And we'll continue with this broadcast dedicated to reflecting on the life and times of late Muhammadu Buhari. And joining us now on this particular one is the former special advisor on media and publicity to late former President Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. Femi Adesina, who joins us virtually on this particular one. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Adesina.
Thank you. Good morning.
And our condolences to you and to, of course, the other associates and family members of the late former president. This is familiar terrain for you. You spent years, defending late former President Muhammadu Buhari, his policies, his person. So this is very familiar for you. So we've been talking a lot about his leadership, his politics, about every aspect of him, that we can glean and learn something from. Let's start with his person. You work close range with him, and for a lot of people, there are different sides to Muhammadu Buhari. Talk to us about Muhammadu Buhari, the boss.
Thank you. I'll say Muhammadu Buhari, the boss, and my friend. Because in all of 8 years that I served him, I didn't see him as a boss. Neither did he see me as a subordinate. We were friends, and we worked together pleasurably. Very pleasant man, very decent man, and most importantly, a straightforward man. Ramrod straight. A man that was as clean as whistle. Muhammadu Buhari was a unique person, quite unique. In the north, the ordinary people used to call him Megaskia, which meant the honest man. They just knew him as a honest man. He was military head of state 20 months. Before then, he had been oil minister for 3.5 years. And later, he headed the Petroleum Trust Fund, also for a number of years. But see where he retired to in Daura, a modest bungalow. When you get there, you will be looking around for the house. Yet the house stood before you, a modest bungalow. It showed you the kind of man he was. There was this story about the carpet in that bungalow. That carpet had been there in his living room for 20 years. And then one of his aides took it upon himself to change the carpet, feeling it was too old. When President Buhari got there, he was in office then. The first thing he asked is, what happened to my carpet? What happened to my carpet? Carpet that should not be seen in his house in the first place. He was just a simple person. Very, very simple. Straight, honest, accountable, disciplined. Disciplined. I've never seen a man more disciplined than President Muhammadu Buhari. And these were the things that attracted me to him.
Well, Mr. Additional, and this has come through a lot from people who are close to him, his simplicity, how he wasn't about material things. But then for some people, they may see this as contradictory, and I'd like you to speak to it, maybe put it to rest once and for all, because they see he has an apartment in London. Perhaps that's not true. You can let us know. Getting medical care as well, which we know is not cheap. So when people hear that he's not after material things, they expect that, okay, maybe he has just one house in Nigeria. But then they hear about him staying in London, getting medical treatment as well. Is that contradictory for you? Or is there an explainer to that to perhaps put this to rest, if we can?
Well, no contradiction. I know the places where he stayed in London. There was a time he was in the High Commission for many months when he went on that 8 months medical vacation. Do you know that for about 3/4 or more of that period, he was in the High Commission, the apartment where the High Commissioner would stay. The High Commissioner moved to a smaller place, and the President was in the apartment of the High Commissioner for about 8 months. I also know other places where he used to stay in London, rented. That he had an apartment which was his own, I am not aware of. Because if he had that, he would have been there a couple of times and I would have been there. But I don't know a permanent place of residence to him in London. What was the second part of the question?
So also getting medical care, which we know is not cheap.
Getting medical care. Before he became president, he had always done his medicals in London, the same set of doctors. That was why he had to continue with them. Those who know his medical history, instead of going to people who have to start with him afresh. So he had always done his medicals in London, and he stayed with them all through his life. Was he the one paying? I doubt. President Buhari just needs to call anybody, the Dangotes, the Abdusalam, Bua, and all those, and they will oblige. This last trip he went, I know the jet of the person he went in. That's him. His children's school fees abroad. There was a time that there was plenty furore over the schools the children were attending, that they were highbrow and they were expensive. When I went to meet him, I said, there's this noise online about the schools your children attend. What is the truth? How much do they pay? And all that. The president said, I do not know. It's my friends that pay it. He said, go and see Modi. Modi is the wise brother. He said, go and see Modi. Modi will give you the details of the schools and those who pay. He was a man of goodwill. And anything, almost anything he wanted, his friends would supply.
Mr. Additional, today is a day to honor him, but in pointing out some of the things you mentioned, it's almost also, will indictment be used with the right words to use, or a vote of no confidence on our health system? Because we've seen our president, as former leader, he said he was taking his medicals abroad. He took his medicals abroad while he was president, current president as well, I suppose as well. But what does this say to the managers of our resources, using him as the man you clearly pointed out, as a man who loves Nigeria, who is a man of integrity, and building a system that they are confident in to take medical services here?
Like I said, he always had his medicals in London, even when he was not in office. So it was not about the time he was president alone. He had always had it in London. And then you have to be alive first to get certain things changed or corrected in your country. If he had said, I'll do my medicals in Nigeria just as a show-off or something, he could have long been dead, because there may not be the expertise needed in the country. But he needed to be alive to be able to lead the country to a point where we will have that expertise. So those who glibly talk of going abroad, they don't know that a man needs to be alive first before he can effect a change.
Interesting perspective there, although debatable, Mr. Additional. But we'll leave that. We'll leave that and talk to something that I'd like you to speak something that is within our own purview as pressmen. And there was, of course, in fact, a huge question mark on the disposition of late former President Muhammadu Buhari towards dissent, and of course journalism that borne negatively on the outlook of the administration. We recall how a reporter of one of the mainstream platforms was expelled from the villa, and from then on, the acronym General was ascribed to the late former president henceforth in their reportage. How does this for you come through, bearing in mind that it contrasts with the outlook of Mr. President, late Muhammadu Buhari, as a man, of integrity, a man, that you even, in fact, talk about as being a friend, even beyond being a boss?
Yes, you need to know the antecedents of President Buhari and the media. There was a 2.8 billion naira scandal, supposedly, when he was oil minister in the 70s. Without hearing from him, without seeking the truth, the media went to town and carried that 2.8 billion was missing under his watch. For a man who valued integrity, for a man who valued accountability, it hurt most deeply, most deeply. Later, he told me, under his administration as a civilian president, that he parted ways with the media from that time. And that was why most times you didn't see him engaging with the media. He preferred to do his own thing and left us who managed his public image and his media to deal with the media. Talking of a reporter being expelled from the villa, you will recall that immediately that the villa, for instance, is a high security place. is a high security place. I used to tell the journalists covering the media that know where you are covering. Principally, this is a security place. So be careful. But there was that particular reporter who kept fishing out negatives from the villa, from a high security place. The president was indisposed there. The security people expelled that reporter. But then immediately I heard that, I countered it. I said it was not due to the security people to just expel a journalist when there was somebody who headed the media and you didn't consult. Immediately, I did a tweet and I said it was not proper to have expelled him without consulting the media department. Later, that expulsion was rescinded, but the reporter feared for his life and refused to show up again. Also recall that when we got into government in 2015, a reporter had been expelled by the Jonathan administration, Ubale of Deutsche Welle. What was the first thing we did when we got to the villa? We recalled him because President Buhari was not ready to be at loggerheads with the media. He was recalled. So that showed you already that even though he was not paddy-paddy or chummy-chummy with the media, he was not also ready to be at war with them. The day he reported at the State House, you know, when he resumed office, he used to use Defense House because the villa was being renovated. The very day he resumed at the villa, I went to meet him, come and greet the media in the place they use. He followed me, he came. And for about 1 hour, he engaged with the media, got them to introduce themselves one after the other, made comments. I remember when the reporter of The Sun introduced himself, he said, "What your cartoonist? What your cartoonist? The way he draws my chin is not as long as that." So he just had a very good time with the media that day. He had his reservations about the media. He kept away from them as much as possible, but he was not antagonistic towards them.
It's a lot. I remember being summoned as well, even under that government with my colleagues. So for journalists, we have a lot to tell about the experience, but it's interesting to hear your perspective on that one. You were a friend to him, as you say. And again, that's different from how a lot of people will see him or imagine he is from outside. They see that general, no-nonsense person. You don't come 10 meters within, you know, my radius. But for you, it's quite different. I don't know if you remember your last encounter with him. And perhaps did he have regrets that he shared with you about Nigeria, maybe personal life and all?
No. My last encounter with him, in February, he moved to Kaduna. He had always lived in Kaduna. Daura in Katsina State was his traditional homestead, but he had always lived in Kaduna. By the time he left government in May 2023, the house in Kaduna was disused because nobody had used it for 8 years. So the house was put up for renovation. And then he went to stay in Daura for more than a year. In February this year, the house was ready. And then he moved from Daura to Kaduna. So in March, I decided to visit him in Kaduna for the first time. I had always visited him in Daura. I made sure once in a quarter, as difficult as it was to access Daura, every quarter I visited him. So I then went to visit him in Kaduna to say, welcome to Kaduna. I met him reading newspapers. In fact, almost all the newspapers in the country were spread on the table before him. He was reading one. And when I came in, You know, the president had this winsome smile. When you are his friend and he smiles at you, he's so winsome. So he had that winsome smile and he rose up to greet me. When we said that, I said, Mr. President, how are you? He said, very well. I'm very well. I've left the troubles of Nigeria, so I'm okay. And we laughed. We then talked about other things. We talked about insecurity. He asked about my family. We discussed generally, and I stayed with him that day and the next day. The following week, or a week and a half, he then traveled for routine medical attention. He walked on his feet into the plane. I saw the footage of it when he was traveling. And then somewhere along the line, some things showed up in his medicals, which he never recovered from. He had been in ICU about 3-4 weeks ago. That was when there was trepidation. We had fears there. But later, he was discharged from ICU to the regular ward, and we felt relieved. But finally, he didn't make it.
And may his soul rest in peace. And of course, you know that late Mr. President's health had also been a subject of public discourse even during his administration. But it appears now that the ship has sailed on this one, but certainly not on his contributions to service to Nigeria. And for that, we remember him and we thank him for his service. And we thank you, for coming through on this conversation to honor late Muhammadu Buhari. We've been talking with the former special advisor on media and publicity to former President late Muhammadu Buhari, Mr. Femi Adesina. Thank you so much for your time on this one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, we'll remain with all of the issues and of course return to Daura as soon as they beckon on us to do that. All of the members of the Federal Executive Council, political associates, and of course appointed officials are in Daura now, waiting to participate in the lineup of activities for the burial of late former president. The aircraft is airborne, as we told you earlier on. We'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll show you something else that one of his aides at that time recorded, the last moment of Muhammadu Buhari as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria when he exited the villa for the last time. We'll bring that to you after this time out. Stay with us.
With deep sorrow and on behalf of the Progressive Governors Forum, I, Senator Hope Uzodimma CON, Governor of Imo State, extend our heartfelt condolences to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the family of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR, and the entire Nigerian people on the passing of our revered former president. President Muhammadu Buhari was without doubt a symbol of integrity, patriotism, and selfless service, a man who answered the call to serve his country, both in uniform and in civilian leadership, with unwavering commitment. His resolute stance against corruption and discipline and his enduring love for Nigeria carved a legacy that will continue to inspire generations of leaders across the nation and beyond. The Progressive Governors Forum collectively mourn this great icon of democracy and prays for the peaceful repose of his soul. May the soul of President Muhammadu Buhari rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Mom, there's another power outage. Daddy, let me do it.
The National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria mourns the passing of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, former President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who died 13th July 2025 in London, United Kingdom. In honor of his legacy and service to the nation, I am directed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives to inform members of the National Assembly and the general public that all legislative activities are suspended immediately until Tuesday, 22nd July 2025. All members of the National Assembly are urged to reschedule their engagements to enable full participation in the burial activities of the late President. On behalf of the members and staff of the National Assembly, the leadership of both chambers extend heartfelt condolences to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government and people of Katsina State, his wife, children, and entire Buhari family. President Muhammadu Buhari will be remembered for his commitment to Nigeria's unity and his integrity. May Almighty Allah grant his soul eternal rest. Signed, Kamoru Ogunlana, Esquire, Clerk to the National Assembly.
Can be quite subjective depending on who you're asking, but there are areas that can be objective, particularly if you're speaking to data. And this morning we'll be doing just that with Mr. Bismarck Rawani, who's Managing Director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, joins us on the program this morning. Mr. Rawani, good morning and welcome to our dedicated coverage of the burial of former President Muhammadu Buhari.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. This is one government that you've tracked so well. Time and again, we've had conversations. There were two economic recessions under late President Muhammadu Buhari. Well, one when he was head of state, almost like he and recessions were destined together. But can you maybe break down the driving forces behind these downturns? Is it oil volatility, policy missteps, or was it just the global stars aligning not in his favor this time?
No, I think what happened was that basically a country's, when you're evaluating the performance of an economy, you've got to look at both exogenous, which is external factors, and domestic factors. And the reality is that if you carry out policies and you have institutional reform to have the institutions that are strong enough to withstand shocks, then the impact of external forces on your domestic economy is reduced. So basically, I think by the time the general got into power, the economy was already suffering from some overheating and a high level of corruption in the economy. But then, everybody saw, it took him 6 months to appoint a cabinet. He was very scared of reform. He had a phobia for reform based on his antecedents when he was in the military. So he was very, very cautious, and many times too cautious. Therefore, what had happened was that eventually, by the time he set up his cabinet, the external economy had become so volatile. The price of oil had dropped. It was about 110 in the previous administration. It dropped all the way to 40. So the circumstances were out of his control, or out of Nigeria's control. So, but we were not prepared, we were not mobilized, and therefore, we're slow to respond, right, to the crisis. So the crisis hit us very badly. And if you look at the factors and the variables at that time, the nominal GDP when he came in, the 5-year average was about $437 billion. By the time he left, it had dropped to $364 billion. Inflation average was about 21.89. By the time he was leaving, it had almost 25%. The income per head of every Nigerian, as you can see there, income per capita was $2,728. By the time he was leaving, it was 1,597. The exchange rate, when he came in, parallel exchange rate was 660. And by the time he was leaving, it was already about 644. In fact, it was about level. The exchange rate misalignment, the difference between the parallel and the official market, was 309 originally, and then it expanded at the same time. Now, if you go further, the most important thing here is that the external debt, total external debt of Nigeria, when it took over, was about $10.7 billion. By the time he was leaving, it had risen to $42 billion. In other words, it had increased 300%. And this did not include the ways and means, which, what happened was that as the economy started facing problems, then we had a central bank policy of just aligning the ways and means. And so the ways and means grew all the way to about almost 30 trillion naira. And that was a major source of overheating of the economy and destabilizing economic variables. The gross external reserves, which was about $37 billion, dropped to about $33 billion. And total investment, gross capital formation, was about $132 billion when it came in, 5-year average. And it dropped to $128 billion. So the reality is that the economy suffered under his watch, and I was part of the economic management team. There were meetings and recommendations were made, and in some cases, the recommendations were accepted. In some cases, it was further discussed because the economic management team would report to the president. The president would take whatever recommendations through his policy coordination committee to the cabinet, and it went all the way further. But one thing that I noticed was initially when I was approached by then Senator Udoma, who was a minister, to come and consider being the chairman of the minimum wage committee. I had that conversation with Senator Udoma, and I said, look, all minimum wage reviews in this country has always led to economic instability and dodgy wage and all the other ones. The results were always negative. So why should I accept that? So he said he will go back and tell his principal. So he went back and told the principal, and I said, he came back to me and said, look, please, we'd like you to do it. And I said, okay, I want to know who are the other members of the team. And he told me Professor Akpan, Suleiman Barao, Enakabweze was the secretary, and a few others. So I was quite satisfied with the team, and I eventually accepted to be chairman of the minimum wage review committee. So I think we met with the president, and the president said, okay, I want the minimum wage to be reviewed in line with what we can afford. I don't know what inflation. I do not want any agitation. I do not want distortion to economic variables. And I said, then you said what you want. You have not told me. You have told me what you do not want, but you have not told me how we are going to resource it. He said, well, that's why we called upon you. So I reluctantly accepted, and this was in 2019, January. I accepted the assignment as a national assignment, and we went to work. And it was just before the elections, and we went to work. And quite frankly, we did all the calculations and everything. And to be honest with you, there was no intervention or interference, either politically or otherwise. We made our recommendations and we worked, and he accepted all except for the fact that he wouldn't allow for the sale of the refineries, because we wanted the refineries sold, and so that the money be used for more meaningful purposes like healthcare, education, and agriculture. But he rejected that. He had a sentiment towards the refineries. I would say, there was no reason for the sentiment. The refineries were a drain on national resources. But now with hindsight, you can see that the Dangote refinery has come in and altered the picture, and that maybe we should have sold those refineries well before now. So that was the way I saw it. And we were able to achieve the minimum wage without any rancor. we went from 18,000 to 30,000, and we also were able to neutralize, because inflation there was no major bout of inflation, because we increased the VAT at that time from 5 to 7.5%. So that neutralized the negative effect of that policy. But it was, what I could say was, there was no interference. The man had a phobia for, he was very worried and afraid of reforms, that the impact of reforms will affect the ordinary man on the street. And basically, it was difficult to explain the macroeconomic big picture for him to understand. But we had an opportunity to explain that. And when it was explained and he understood, that which he will accept, he will accept. That which he will not accept, he will argue. Times with different perspectives, but generally speaking, one could not doubt his patriotic feelings, and it wasn't difficult explaining to him. The only difficulty was that he had very rigid views of the past, and he wouldn't let go that easily. When he let go, he allowed the experts to do what they had to do.
All right, Mr. Arwani, staying on the issue of the economy, apparently from the data available and which FDC has put out, that you've listed out, clearly his exit numbers in terms of the macroeconomic dashboard were not quite good, which
no, they were not.
Which informed the drastic action the current administration had to take in terms of taking out some of those wage bills and the difficult decisions. And in fact, I'm looking at the numbers that you listed. Inflation, which is like the blood pressure that has to be brought down by tapering from the monetary authority, increased twice. And so my question will be, if you look at the nexus between the fiscal authority and the monetary authority under his dispensation in that sense, what were the mislink in their intersections such that we're not able to manage inflation positive to a large extent that pushed us where we were?
Well, I think first and foremost, there were what I call periods when there were no fiscal actors. There was a point when there was no cabinet. There was another point when he was re-elected, when there was no cabinet, and everything fell on the hands, squarely on the shoulders of the Central Bank of Nigeria at that time. So the Central Bank, most of the Central Bank in that period was just ways and means advances, which technically was printing money. And when you print money, the inflation increases dramatically. And when inflation increases dramatically, it undermines the exchange rate, and that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, but again, this is what we call hindsight is 20/20 vision. The reality is that he kicked the can down the road, and after the economic team would have met, they would also have a security meeting with his people who would tell him that the possibility that this could create crisis. And he was one that felt very strongly about the ordinary man on the street. And when it's explained to him that this could affect the ordinary man on the street and he couldn't do something about it, he just delayed. And so doing the right thing at the wrong time and doing the wrong thing at the right time comes to the same outcome, gives you the same outcome at the end of the day. So there was procrastination, there was a lack of understanding, and there was phobia. All of this put together gave you a reason for having this difficulty. But when you look at it, some of the indicators moved, some of them, very few of them moved positively, but most of them moved negatively because of the fact that the economy was in what we can call, it was in disequilibrium, partial disequilibrium, right? So you had excess liquidity in the domestic markets. You had falling oil prices on the international market. We had insecurity along the pipelines and all of that, which eventually was solved. So there was theft of oil. There was underinvestment in the oil industry until the PIA was passed much later in the day. But don't forget there are two things. One, there was the global recession, and then also there was COVID. So in an 8-year period, at least four or five of these years were dominated by exceptionally negative external conditions, and some of them globally. But that's not an excuse. If the economy was well managed before then, and during that period, the impact on Nigeria would have not been as severe as it was. So there's no point trying to make excuses for what was not excusable. The reality was that we had exogenous shocks, we had domestic vulnerability, and also we had a lot of what you can call misalignment domestically, and at times what you can call a spade a spade. There was also, we heard, or people said there was massive corruption within the system. So those are the things that undermined the good intentions, right, of the administration. But like they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So there were some difficulties. The leader was fully committed to improving the welfare of the people, but did not have the wherewithal in terms of the resources. There were a number of people who had a lot of influence and were able to change the professional advice that was given by the economists.
I noted earlier that you talked about how the late former president, stuck to old beliefs. But you were a member of his economic advisory team,
Yes.
Alongside with other key professionals as far as the economy is concerned. In fact, I'm also reading here that former CBN governor and current governor of Anambra State was also a member of that economic advisory team. With the benefit of hindsight now, when you recall those critical meetings, the council put together on directions for the way forward as far as the economy is concerned, what things do you think could have been done differently by the economic advisory team, despite the disposition of the late former president?
No, I think the economic team was solid, purely economic. Well, it wasn't a business council, so you couldn't see people who were coming there as opportunists to take advantage of government. The point is that the time between what we call the lag between when you notice a problem and when you respond to it, and the time when you respond to it and when you feel the impact, and when you feel first of all, identifying the problem, reacting. If the reaction time is long and late, then you would have suboptimal outcomes. Then the outcomes themselves, the time between the outcomes and the impact on the people, and the fact that some of these things were undermined. So there was a lot of photo ops and all of that, but the truth is that the economic team was very well focused, and the records are there to show that recommendations were made. But the time between the recommendations and when they were implemented, there were lags. And by the time the implementation was done, the problem that was 10, if you use it, was 10 points, had actually expanded to 20 or 30 points. So you were behind the curve in terms of the type of the therapy, right? The dose, and then the outcome. So that is what happened. It's not, the economic team could not have envisaged that the global price of oil would drop from 100 to 40, and they reacted to that by trying to cut back and asked the government to do certain things, right? They also, the COVID came in, and in fact, everybody was meeting virtually at a point. And then we had all those reactions. But the exogenous shocks were so severe that the domestic buffers that the country had were not strong enough to withstand it. And also, because of the slow response time, right? You'll find that the economy itself suffered severely, right? And then there was in between there was an election in 2019, and then came COVID, and then by the time COVID was off, they were already ready for another election. So there were what I call economic distractions, which were compounded by phobia for reform and change based on the antecedents of the leadership, the overhang of military beliefs that a command economy worked. And every time you try to have a command economy, ended up with negative outcomes or unintended consequences. So the reality is that the scorecard does not show any excellent performance, or they're all more or less negative. The scorecard between then and now also shows that the lags are still, the Nigerian economy is still suffering from those lags. But slowly but surely, we believe that sooner or later, as things may begin to get better.
Right. And
we are cautiously optimistic that things we know that inflation will moderate. We know that the exchange rate has been stable all this time. We know that the ways and means advances have stopped.
Right.
It will appear that the monetary policy is very well focused at this time to maintaining stability of the exchange rate and creating an open and transparent market. We've seen that the Dangote refinery has been able to intervene, and we are beginning to see price of petrol come down. But compared to where we were in 2015, the picture is still very, very bad and is bizarre.
The way you chronicled that journey, particularly also because you were in that advisory team, and it's interesting to hear some of the things that went down. But we have to thank you so much, Mr. Bismarck Rwani, who's Managing Director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited. Thank you so much for your time on this, our special coverage.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we're still staying with the objective part of the late President Muhammadu Buhari's legacy, the economy. Speaking to data, I've just been joined by Dr. Muda Yusuf, who's Managing Director and CEO of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, CPP. He's live with us in our Lagos studio. Good morning, Dr. Yusuf.
Good morning, Kayode.
So this is looking at the part of the legacy that you can really speak to. The data doesn't lie, they say, well, at least most of the time, right? The politics bit of it, there's a lot of controversy around it, but the economic angle is really clear. And you would even hear this government time to time saying, we inherited a terrible economy, we're trying to raise the economy. So it's like everybody sort of agrees as to what the economic outcome of the Buhari administration, two administrations, was. But again, it's a contradiction, because the people close to him will say this was a disciplined man, this was a man of integrity, and you'd expect that that will flow into every part or every part of our life as a nation. So what was maybe the missing link for you, having studied the man, the way he makes his appointments, decisions? What was the missing link for you?
Well, just as you said, he had a reputation of being a man of integrity. And that is what endeared him to many people, even during the electoral process. But we have since realized that integrity is not enough. When you are talking about it, integrity is important, character is important. But we need much more than that to fix even to fix any system. Even in a corporate organization, the fact that you're a man of integrity does not guarantee that you can manage a system well. Of course, he had a good economic team. He just spoke with Bismarck. There was Professor doing Salami, But what was clear at that time was that there was a major ideological difference in terms of, economic philosophy. The Buhari administration, both Buhari himself and the CBN governor in particular, because the CBN governor at that time loomed very large. In fact, he was like the coordinating minister of the economy, because he was everywhere. And he also had the funds, So there was that conflict. So he believed a lot more in a state-led economy. He wasn't somebody that believed in a market economy. So all this issue of deregulation, floating of the currency, withdrawal of subsidy, and all of that, didn't resonate well with him. And again, you can understand because he has a welfareist disposition. He worries about the common man, about the talakawas and so on. And he believed that if he allowed all these neoliberal policies to go on, that the ordinary people will suffer. That was his own thinking. Of course, there are arguments on both sides, because it was like kicking the can down the road. So all those fundamental decisions that needed to be taken, particularly from an economic reform point of view, didn't happen.
So, Prof,
we had some, also those things affected the economic fundamentals, but the consequences didn't immediately manifest because a lot of things were going wrong. But on the face of it, things were looking good. So that is the way I will look at it,
I like the way you put it, Doctor. And I'm just thinking now, because we're looking at the life of the man,
yes,
Muhammadu Buhari,
yeah,
both as a person and as a president.
Yes.
And this time, and this segment, we're looking at him as a president,
yes,
given his disposition, as you stated. Now, Mr. Rwani has said that he was also quite afraid to take certain decisions. He wasn't comfortable, like you stated. So, having seen his disposition, was it a failure on those advising him to walk around his disposition and not show him something that he would never agree to? Because on one hand, welfarism is not bad in its entirety. It's whether or not you can fund it. So what kind of picture do you think they did not paint to him to be able to walk within his own ideology that led us where we are?
The position a leader will take will depend on the kind of people around him or her. Those who had his ears at that time didn't believe in the orthodox approach to economic management. The economic team he formed, which had some very sound, technocrats, didn't have much influence in terms of getting his attention, as against somebody like the then CBN governor, for instance. So that was the problem. Because if there is no consensus about how the economy should go, and because of the welfareist poor, disposition, you have this other set telling you that these orthodox economic policies will hurt the common people. So he was more disposed towards those who believe in unorthodox monetary policy. And you can see that during that regime, the monetary policy loomed very large. The CBN governor was practically managing both the fiscal and the monetary side of the economy.
Program.
Yes. So we had the Anchors-Bura program, you have the intervention fund on manufacturing, on SMEs, on aviation, on healthcare, all sorts of intervention funds. But nobody, at least those who believed in that ideology of unorthodox policy, were not looking at the sustainability of it.
Yeah.
So there was a short-term...
Pardon me, Jeffrey's question is important,
yes,
and I'm going to follow up on it, but we must take a moment now to touch base with our correspondent Sadiq Ilyasu in Katsina, where we hear that dignitaries have begun arriving and lining up to receive, the arrival, the aircraft that will be bearing the remains of late former President Muhammadu Buhari. But Sadiq Ilyasu has the specific updates for us. Hello, Sadiq. We're trying to hear you, but we see that, there are activities gradually building up where you are. We can see security operatives on standby. We see quite a number of vehicles. But perhaps you would want to unmute so that we can hear you. Tell us exactly what's happening where you are and what you're hearing about the arrival of the aircraft.
Yeah. As I can tell you now that we are still waiting for the arrival of the aircraft. Important dignitaries like the governor of Katsina State, his deputy governor, including his commissioners, are all here already. Other politicians are also coming from different parts of the country down here, while some are moving directly straight to Daura. So here we are waiting for the arrival of the body of the late president, and we are expecting him to arrive around 12 a.m. And as I can tell you, a lot of people have come to Katsina, and the security is seriously beefed up. In fact, one can say the number of the security personnel deployed is almost equivalent to the number of people that are coming to the state for this burial ceremony that's going to happen. And also there are military personnel preparing for a ceremony, since he was a military personnel, so this is also expected. So we are here and we'll keep you posted as events unfold. Back to you.
Yes, Sadiq, I believe you're at the VIP lounge of the airport in Katsina, but please establish exactly where you are. And when the aircraft eventually arrives, give us an understanding of the procession, where the procession will be headed to from there. Where exactly in Daura? Would it be the former president's country home, family house exactly? Just help us understand what to expect from this point.
Yeah, we are here at Muhammadu Musa Air Abdullah International Airport. They are limiting the access of people, so only a few people can gain access to where the aircraft is going to land. Fortunately, we have somebody down there. So from here, if the body arrives, they are moving straight to Daura, his hometown, where he's going to be buried there. Yeah, actually, the prayer is going to take place at the helipad, whereas his body is going to be buried within his residence. Back to you.
All right. Our correspondent there, Sadiq Ilyasu, reporting from the Musa Yaradua Airport in Katsina, and he's brought us up to speed with what to expect from that point. Of course, we know that the aircraft bearing the remains of the late former president will arrive from about 1:42 p.m. From what Sadiq has said. Sadiq will touch base with you yet again as soon as you have updates for us. There you have it. There's more updates coming through. Dignitaries are arriving. Katsina. Yeah. We see some members of the presidential committee set up, to oversee activities lined up for the burial. We just saw Minister of Information, Mr. Mohammed Idris, arriving alongside other officials. So from here, it appears that it will get busier from this point. Of course, Channels Television is live for you in Katsina and in Daura, the country home of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Yes, more dignitaries are arriving.
So you can see a lot of the dignitaries. There was a presidential committee set up just about 48 hours ago or 24 hours ago to ensure the smooth activities as far as this is concerned. It's a state burial, so it's not just confined to the Buhari family. So this is going to be a committee from the federal government, because he was a president and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR. So he will bury it as a statesman in conjunction with the Katsina state government as well as the Buhari family. Together, this team is put together to make sure that is given this last and well respect that it deserves at this very last moment of ease. We showed you a moment ago the aircraft, which is now airborne, heading to Nigeria from London. We expect the funeral to take place, according to Islamic rites, by 2 p.m. or thereabout. So this was the moment when the aircraft was taxiing at the London airport. The presidential aircraft taxiing at the London airport, heading to the runway to take off to Nigeria. But as we speak, it's already airborne. So we're giving you minute-by-minute reportage as to what is happening from London to the aircraft down to what's going on in Katsina, as well as what's happening in Daura. At some point, we'll touch base with Daura to tell you exactly what is happening in the hometown of the president, where lots of dignitaries are already present By the way, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Tinubu, will be the one to receive the body of the former President Muhammadu Buhari, who will be led by the Vice President who had been there from the very moment where the nation learned of his death. The President had asked the Vice President and his Chief of Staff to head straight to London, who have been able to put all of the arrangements together to ensure that Muhammadu Buhari is given the last respect.
Yes, indeed. And don't forget that this is supposed to have all of the elements of a state funeral. And so we've seen right there where Sadiq reported from men of the armed forces in a sort of match past preparing for the funeral. So we expect to see something beyond the ordinary to honor the memory of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari. Members of the Federal Executive Council are already on ground, some of whom form the committee set up by the federal government to oversee the activities that have been lined up for this funeral. And so we'll return to Katsina moments from now to get more updates. We understand also that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is also on ground. As a matter of fact, he is the one that will receive the aircraft upon arrival. The videos from just moments ago there of members of the Federal Executive Council touching down on Katsina.
So let's walk you through the committee. Of course, it's chaired by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. You have other members, Minister of Finance, Minister of Budget, even the FCT Minister, and the rest. So 25 members of the Federal Executive Council have been directed to also proceed to Katsina. So you see them landing in Katsina for, of course, the burial rites. As has been said, President Bola Tinubu will be receiving the remains of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari. Will thereafter proceed to Dora, where the Janeza, that's a funeral prayer, will take place, followed by interment at the late President's residence. So all eyes on the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina as the nation awaits the arrival of the aircraft bearing the remains of former President Muhammadu Buhari.
All right, so back to the studio now. We still have with us Dr. Muda Yusuf, and some very important things were coming through from your explanation to Jeffrey's question earlier about the former president's disposition towards the economy, his preference for welfarist policies. But we've seen that in other countries, welfarist policies have been successful in Scandinavian countries. The fact that there's also a divide between the understanding or the approach towards managing the economy in different administrations of the same political party is another kettle of fish entirely. But from that particular aspect of the management of the economy under the former president's regime, what do you understand to be, what's your assessment of the former president's understanding of the economy, and what does that say about the credentials of the man who should occupy the top job of president of a country as huge as Nigeria?
The economy ultimately is about people. It's about the welfare of the people. So whatever policies we adopt must have that as the end game or the main objective. That for me was where he was coming from. But the process of delivering that outcome is what, in my view, was not very appropriate. I said that because you started the example of countries where this welfarist approach, where we have a state-led economy. I mean, China, for instance, there's a whole lot of influence of the state, in such economies. But in our own environment, because you also need to look at the peculiarities of your own environment. For you to be able to go that route and set aside perhaps or sidestep the market system, if you want the state to lead, you must have strong state institutions. Because if you don't have strong state institutions, and you saddle the state with so much responsibilities, you are not likely to get the right outcomes, which is what we had. Now, we had institutions of state, for instance, practically allocating foreign exchange, because at that time, this market approach was not applicable. And because we adopted a fixed exchange rate, which the supply of forex or our capacity to fund the market could not support, then you have to resort to rationing. And we saw what happened under that system. We saw how the institutions were heavily compromised. And that led to almost a practical collapse of the external sector. So much so that at a point, our letters of credit were not being honored by correspondent banks abroad. So we were getting to a point where the international trade process was almost collapsing. You know? So even though for those who have the connection to get the forex, I mean, they had a field day. Some of them were not really critically in any business. Some of them, a lot of arbitrage, round tripping became the order of the day. So if you want to adopt that kind of economic management philosophy, you must have very strong state institutions. But unfortunately, we don't have that.
Would it have made any difference if the late former president had some competence or academic qualifications in the area of the economy?
Of course, it could have made a lot of difference, because you'll be able to communicate better with the economic team. Because, you know, when you are in that position, people will come with different ideas. Some of the ideas will look populist, and it will appeal to you as somebody who has a welfareist disposition. That, no, I don't want to hurt the poor. If this is what it is, let the exchange rate remain at this level. Let the fuel price remain at this level. You know? So that was it. But, so it's a short-term perspective. It's a populist perspective. No, but if you have that much knowledge, you don't have to be an economist. But if you really understand the issues, the communication between the economic team or the technical team and the president will be much easier. And he'll be able to appreciate the quality of those advice. I think that was the missing link. I mean, look at how long we left the NNPC to continue to import fuel for almost 8 years. The refineries were not working. We were throwing money at it. We were turning around maintenance, and at the same time, we were importing fuel heavily and subsidizing it.
We're still importing,
No, the importation has gone down significantly now. You know, at least we are seeing a major shift in the importation regime. You know, so these are some of the challenges that you have. Even at that time, with all those problems, we are still able to keep the fuel price low. And of course, in fairness, the citizens were happy. At least to be buying fuel at 165, 200. It was good.
There were some difficulties and complaints at the time as well.
Yes, occasionally, you know, when things strip in terms of supply chain and all of that, there'll be queues and all of that. But by the time some ships land again, the fuel will begin to flow.
Was there also
but the issue was how sustainable was that?
As we went to wind, was there also a problem with his team? Was it a question of him not, or him being afraid to take difficult decision, or inability to be able to grasp the entirety of the consequence of some of the things he was holding on to, or insufficient quality advice? I'm not talking about the Salam of this world that came to advise from the outside. I mean within his economy. I mean Minister of Finance and all of those people directly who speak to him every day.
You see, there's a psychology most times among those in government. Once you see the body language of the president, that this is what the president wants,
you align.
Everybody just aligns. Not many people have the courage to say, Mr. President, this is not the way to go. So we have that problem in governance. And because people saw his body language, nobody wanted to talk anything about reforming anything. This is what the president wants. Please, let's just flow along with it. I think that is what happened.
You know, some will say it's a political thing. Some others will say maybe it's also a cultural thing. Once, you know, the head says something, nobody would want to say, well, I think you're wrong, sir. It's almost like a taboo to try to challenge the head. Even if the head is wrong, let's just go into the sea together. But lots of lessons to learn, clearly, and it's great the way you chronicle it. I want to ask about the private sector, if we still have some time. How the private sector fared under late President Muhammadu Buhari. Is there a way you can caption it in a few sentences in terms of ease of business in that sense? In fact, there was a whole talk about ease of doing business and all of that. But the reality of it, how was it for the private sector?
Well, it was mixed. I would say that. It was mixed because if you look at the credit environment, even though it was seen as a bit unorthodox, but all those intervention funds to manufacturers, to, I won't talk about the Anchor Borrowers program because that was a lot of scandal around that, to the aviation sector, to the health sector, even this our national theater that has come alive. All of those things were outcomes of those unorthodox, you know, approach to credit. Because I know of manufacturers who actually confessed to me that if not for those intervention funds, his company will have, you know, had a lot of challenges.
So he was kind to the private sector?
Not entirely. That's why I say it was mixed. Right. When you look at issue of Forex, for instance, Forex was key for the private sector. It was a major challenge. Indeed. If you don't have the connection, you don't have that, you need people, all sorts of intermediaries. We're having a field day, all sorts of brokers, middlemen. That was not good for the private sector. Right. You know, so that was a major issue.
Dr. Yusuf, still a lot to say, but I'm glad we're able to speak to the areas that are objective. Yeah. The data speaks to it, and we have to thank you so much for speaking on this very important occasion. We'll be speaking with Dr. Muhammadu Yusuf, Managing Director and CEO of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, which is why I asked about the private enterprise. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll take a moment now, but just to remind you that activities are picking up at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina as the governor, the federal government delegation is live there, and even the military for the procession, they're live there, awaiting the arrival of the aircraft bearing the remains of former President Muhammadu Buhari. When we return, we'll talk more about his life and time. Stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, I'm Larry Saunilu, the Director General of the National Orientation Agency. A relatively short history since independence, remarkable achievements have unfolded. However, we can only acknowledge these successes if we choose to focus on the positive. Remember, you cannot see the light if you keep your eyes closed. Great things are happening to many Nigerians. Our country is a land of opportunities for those who are positive. At the National Orientation Agency, we are committed to highlighting the many uplifting stories under the Renewed Hope agenda. We invite you to listen to the testimonies of fellow Nigerians who are experiencing the positive impact of government initiatives and Nigerian environment. Nigeria is thriving for millions in extraordinary ways, but it requires a mindset of optimism and a heartfelt love for our country to truly appreciate this progress. Join us on this journey of growth. Our cup is half full, not half empty. Embrace positivity and be a proud Nigerian. I am a proud Nigerian.
I am Hawa Kariya Gambo. I'm the CEO of Godia and Lemiri Enterprises. We sell everything bridal, and I'm doing catering. As you see, we have a lot of things here for the catering. We do sales and we do event services. had a training with Smeden here in Damaturu. They tried for us, and we really appreciate what they did for us because they impacted us. As you know that knowledge is more than money. The training that they have done for us here in Damaturu, I know it will cost a lot of millions, but what they did to us, what we learned is more than that million. It's more than what somebody will give you money. We learn a lot in this Nigeria as I'm an entrepreneur. What Smeden did to us now, we really learn a lot. What they inflicted to our lives is more than a million, to say the facts. We can manage our resources now. We can record our profit and loss accounts, a lot of things. They inflicted a lot of things to our life and in our business. And we are really enjoying it. Who are saying that Nigeria do this to them, Nigeria do this to them, really Nigeria is good. Nigeria is good because knowledge is something. We acquire knowledge through this Smeden. Smeden and alive. Smeden, they do elsewhere. What we learn or what we acquire from Smeden is more than a grant that somebody can give to me. Because now I'm on my own. I can go to the market and they train us on how to manage our resources. I really thank for Nigeria. I appreciate Nigeria, and through Smeden, we learn a lot, and we are proud of Smeden. Wherever we go, Smeden. They even gave us our certificates. With that certificate, we can present it to many places, and we are proud of Smeden. We are proud of Nigeria. We are proud of our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Agency.
Welcome back to our continued coverage of the life and times of Muhammadu Buhari, former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who will be laid to rest today. His body is airborne, coming to Katsina State, or heading to Nigeria, where he will be interred later today. The president, Bola Tinubu, will be receiving him in Katsina State before they head to Daura. And so we're having a look at his life and time right here on the program. Channels Television is in Katsina, is in Daura, and across every part where this conversation is important as we mourn the death of former President Muhammadu Buhari. But we're being joined in the program by the chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, a BOT member, life member, as well as a man who has also served in the military, in the Navy, as a military man and also a military administrator, Chief Bode George. Chief, thank you so much for coming on the program, and thank you, sir, for your patience.
It's always my pleasure.
Chief, I know that you have two sides of understanding of the person of Muhammadu Buhari. For every guest we've had a conversation with, we always like to allow them give us an overview of their perception of him. You were in the military, he was in the military, so you have an understanding and a perspective of him. He served for 8 years, although you were not politically aligned. You also have a perception of him. So let's just give you a few time to look at the person of Muhammadu Buhari as a person and as a president.
Thank you very much for having me this morning. By my training, you know, I've listened to a lot of discussions about some of the analysis of his policies when he was president and when he wasn't president. The way I was brought up on the day for his interment, the way I was trained, I wouldn't talk so much about his policies because the time would be too short. All we need to do is to pray to the Almighty God to give him eternal rest in his kingdom, and that the angels of heaven to sing him to his final grave. I want to talk generally about life and whatever lessons. Details will come in the classrooms of political science students and also students of history. So for me, I want to look at life generally, and then you can make your conclusions, whatever it is. Because as a Christian, and the Muslims burial is very fundamental, it's very interesting. Because my older sister was a Muslim. When she was buried, that was the closest I went to a Muslim burial. If we could learn a lot of lessons from that, we look at life, what is it? What are we all hustling for? When you are appointed to serve your people, you do the best you can to impact positively on their lives. Because what is democracy? Democracy is all about the management of the resources of the land for the benefit of the people. I appreciate that there is no battle-free phase of life. The higher you go, the more the demonic bullets fired at you. That we should put at the back of our mind. And I also would like to remind our people what Gandhi said. He said, freedom is not worth having if it does not include freedom to make mistakes. So as human beings, mistakes will be made, and this is part of your freedom. But when I go into the analysis, they say, oh, you belong to the other political side of life. There are one or two areas that I would like to mention about my experiences with General Buhari. When Jonathan was president, we had this issue of skill acquisition program for these young people, even for graduates. It was running, you go for training to learn carpentry, masonry, nursing, and even those who are making confectionaries and hairdressers and all sorts of things. And at the end of the day, the government said about 20 billion in the central bank. They will buy you, when you graduate, buy you the required machine that you will use. That was ongoing. We trained a lot of people because teach me how to fish rather than start giving me fish. But when they came in, I angled for the continuation of that program because it helped a lot of Nigerians all over this country. I said they should do it, but they then came up with a policy of personally distributing physical money to people in the market. It was like we were back in the Stone Age, or we were in another planet. One was led by Oshibajo in Lagos, and I think that was the first and last time because he created so much mayhem. Then I think when President Buhari came back, he decided to create a Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. And there was a lady who was the minister collecting humongous amount of money, physical cash, and distributing. Where is our data? Who knows who are those people collecting this? It was a complete mess, and I don't know whether it continued for some, because the argument, in fact, she didn't come to the South, the woman who was distributing this money. These are not, ways by which we can move people from abject poverty, which is ravaging this nation right now. There is so much hunger in the land and so much anger in the land.
All right, Chief, if you can hear me. Yeah, my apologies, okay. Chief. Yes, my apologies. We're coming back to you in just a moment, but we want to touch base with Dora. Our correspondent is already standing by. As you know, Chief, we're expecting the body of the former president. So just give us a moment, Chief. We'll be back to you to continue your line of thought. Correspondent Larry Lassisi is standing by in Daura, the home country of former President Muhammadu Buhari, to bring us up to speed as to the mood of the town. I'm sure somber as it is, given what has happened to the leader of the nation, former leader of the nation, and a significant figure in Daura. Larry, good morning.
Sorry.
Larry, can you hear me? Good morning. All right. As soon as we reestablish connection, we will get back to him just a moment. But we're beginning to see some visuals as well from Daura to the mood, the somber mood that the town relays, given the sad development. So that's those are pictures you just saw just flash through. We'll bring you all of that. But Chief, let's come back to you to land on your thoughts so we can string in a few more questions.
Well, you see, like I was saying, he wanted to continue that skill acquisition program, but the way they now set up their own was not right. He was, as Oga was noted for being strict and being straightforward, he was absolutely shambolic. That bit of it, I will state. The second beautiful thing that he did was the fact that he established, he bought a modern equipment for our electoral process. That no matter how you write the history of this country, his name will remain golden in that line. But what did we do with it again? We messed it up. On the D-Day, the H hour, he had a glitch. I never had any system that must be robust. I'm a computer engineer. When work on board the ship, it's like you are at war on board a ship, and the missile is fired at your ship, and your early warning radar picks it up in microseconds. The computer would have computed the time of flight. It will reach you, and all calculations will be ready in microseconds, only for the captain to decide what he wants to do by pressing the button, fire. Otherwise, you are dead meat. And if you now say, oh, at that particular time, your computer had a glitch, that you are dead. So how can it be on the D-Day, the H hour? And the thing that we got out of it was the fact that the company that sold it, Amazon, said that there was no glitch. We were watching you online. You switched off the system. So Nigerians, where are we going? What are we doing to ourselves? Why can't we just remain straight? And in memory of Oga, he must have thought, look, that would have helped the electoral process and removed the shenanigan that we've been going through for years. That we will not forget. And in the good memory of what he did, the whole bunch of those people in the INEC and the sitting government must make sure that the elections that will come from now, Ghanaians use the same system seamlessly. The results were announced, no fighting, nothing, no manipulation, no glitches, nothing. Why can't we do things right, for God's sake?
Chief, very important point you're making. Pardon me, sir. But you're making a very valid and important point. It touches on a foundation of democracy. But we have to reconnect with our correspondent in Daura just for a moment to represent the mood and what exactly is going on. State House correspondent Larry Lassisi is live in Daura at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. It's a buzz now. Lots of government dignitaries, the governor, federal government representatives, the military, they're there now. Well, Larry, speak to us about the activities there, what is expected I understand you are in Dora now. Pardon me, Sadiq is at the airport. But speak to us about the mood in Dora. We've seen images of mourning, weeping, even from close family members of the late former president. Larry.
Thank you, Kayode. Yes, we're in Dora. We're actually at GRA by the residence of the former president. And speaking about the mood, driving in, it's just a low, very sober mood. And getting to the access road to his residence, outside the security personnel that are there trying to make sure people are kept in order and trying to monitor to ensure people come in and trying to understand that this place doesn't turn into a very crowded point. Because I think one thing a lot of people may have forgotten, and I can tell you for free, I've covered a lot of his campaigns. When you say he has a cult following, you have to be at any arena or any place where he's scheduled to appear. So I'm sure the security people have their work cut out here to ensure the place is orderly and all. You can see from the road coming down the street, we already have people gathered. Some people are already coming in, trying to understand where they will stay, how they will participate in the ceremony. And that is the driveway. That area where you see the mass of people is the driveway into the residence. But I would like to give you a breakdown of what is expected here. As I'm sure you understand, the first port of call is the airport. Now, from the airport, there will be a convoy moving down, and it will drive straight to this point. Now, at this point, it will not move. The convoy will not go directly into the compound at first. It's going to make a drive down this road on my left to a place that has been set out for prayers. I'm told that is where people can gather, and there will be prayers offered for the late president before the movement down and back to his residence where the burial will take place. It's a short walk, and right now a lot of we understand, and we've been told that cars will not even be allowed to drive down the road to come to this point or to lead down to that point. So what's going to happen is dignitaries will park outside, walk in, and then walk to where the prayers will be offered, walk back to where the burial will take place. Now, my understanding is that the compound will not take a lot of people, so it's going to be a select few that will be allowed in for the burial. But we're here, we're waiting, we're monitoring, and we'll be here till they arrive.
Thank you very much, Larry, for walking us through. It's important to help people visualize just what is ahead in the coming hours. It definitely would be some sort of nightmare for security to control the crowd, because for a lot of these people, they want to pay their last respects to this man whom they've followed for decades now. But Larry, thank you for the update. Just by the house of late former President Muhammadu Buhari. We'll be touching base with you from time to time, and we're sure that you give us more as soon as they come in. But we have more visuals, more videos from Dora, particularly the compound inside the house, family members who are mourning the death of former President Muhammadu Buhari. But Chief George, I think it's just a moment of reawakening, just at the point where people realize that, oh, everybody will get to this point at the end of the day. So I wonder for you what emotions you're feeling or you're going through right now? Just walking through that, seeing that this man who once towered above all in that sense is no more. What emotions are you having to deal with right now, Chief Judge, and perhaps also land on the point you were making earlier on?
Yeah, let me be very frank. His death and any death is a lesson that there is only one being who was, who is, and forever will be. No matter what, any human being, you have a terminal date. So what you need to do is to ensure that there are certain dictates of life you must follow. Because whether you are president or you are a laborer, someday you will go. And it is what you leave behind that people will remember you for. How have you been able to impact the people positively, putting smiles on their faces? In a class which I attended before, one professor said to me, he said, "Buddy, the world is divided into 3 camps." I said, 3 camps? Those who make things happen, those who watch what is happening, and those who have no idea what is happening. So which one do you want to belong to? To be the president through electoral process, a proper electoral process, you must be in the first group. In other words, those who make things happen. People forget that someday you'll be out. And once you are out, the only thing people will remember are the good things you have done that will positively impact on them. And my own personal philosophy of life is simple, and I want to share that with you and our listeners. In everything you do, it is God number 1. God is first. The second important person is your neighbor. It doesn't matter whether it's Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Chinese, or English. That's number 2. And the third person in that category is yourself. So do unto others what you want them to do for you. These are lessons, especially when you come into public life. The guy is gone now, but those who are hustling, running to take over power, someday, if you are genuine in your seeking for the control of the nation, be prepared to work hard and make people happy. And so I had looked at it conceptually, and I have come to a conclusion that what is it? Now, he died in London, he's being brought back, and the Muslim burial is very, very impactful. He will be wrapped up and be dumped in the hole there. No fancies, nothing to take away. And that reminded me of what happened to Alexander the Great. He was a young man at 32 who conquered the then whole world. On his way home, he fell sick. He asked his doctors, "What do you want? You can't save me." They said, "Sir, it's a pity. There's nothing they can do." He said, "You mean I'm going to die?" With all the loot he has decided, start dishing out all this acquired wealth. And he said, "In case I die before I get to my village, put my hands out of the coffin so that the whole world will see that I'm going with nothing in my hand." And so this brings me to this song. When streams like a river attended my soul, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. That's it. That is it. And so for now, we must remember Oga for what he did. How did he impact the people of this great nation. The others who are coming behind, what are they going to do? What have they been doing in the last 2 years? Is there anything positive, acceptable to the people? Are we still going to have this manipulated electoral process? For how long? I'm on the 8th floor of life. What else can you do but to talk? My great-granduncle was the first Nigerian politician in 1922. He was in the struggle of trying to build a nation that he died in 1946. That was Papa Herbert Macaulay. So what do you want to be remembered for? What do you want to do to make sure you remove these abject poverty lines from the people of this country? We walk the streets of Nigeria. There is hunger in the land, and there is therefore anger in the land. And you are saying people are moving there, you're coercing them, they are running to my party, they are running to my... What do you do with the party? Let's positively think about the people. That's where the power comes from. This is the constitution we're running is also absolute rubbish. It centers only on one man in Abuja. What has it got to do with my local government here? Look at Lagos. Lagos State is the largest electoral state, is the largest populated state. How do you do it? Revisit the constitution? Oga said they should pack that report of confab in the archives.
Chief George.
So what are we going to do now? So these are things that the oncoming people will think about. He has run his time. He has finished his time. And I pray that the Almighty God will accept him in Al-Jannah, and that the angels of heaven will sing him to his final resting place. I want to express my condolences to the immediate members of his family, to the good people of Katsina, to the good people of northern Nigeria, to the good people of the whole of Nigeria. We will miss him.
Yeah.
He always calls me a rascal, but we will miss him. We were not in the same party. And let me leave you with this prayer for Nigeria, because this is a time to reflect soberness.
Before you begin the prayer, sir, you may have captured the solemnity of the mood already in your earlier commentary. But we have time just to explore and expand the lessons that we can draw from the life of the late former president. You were in the military, and in fact, governor at a point in time. The late former president was also a former governor, although both of you served at different times in different states.
Right.
But talk to us about the transition of Muhammadu Buhari from a leader in the military to him becoming a Democrat. What are the transitions that you see in both leadership styles?
There's a whole load of difference. As a military governor, you don't have the legislative arm. And to govern effectively, you must have the three independent arms of government: the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative arm. With the military government, you have only two arms. How can a two-legged body be compared to a three-legged body? It is not possible. And, the military, we have our tradition. Whoever is next to you in your trench is your comrade and your brother. Tribalism has no qualms, nothing there. But when you come into the civil world, the civilian administration, you see the good, the bad, and the ugly. And you have to adjust yourself. You have to completely subject yourself to be more quiet, to listen more, to learn more, because human behavior ranges from 0 to infinity. But in the military, when I see you wear a uniform and I see your rank, I know the minimum standard of behavior I expect from you. And if you don't meet up to that, it's instant punishment. But you can't do that in the civil war. You know, so it's a very, very serious, demanding transition. And so that's why I said no status of life is trouble-free.
All right, Chief.
The higher you go, the more the bullets, the demonic bullets, they'll be fired at you. But in the military, if somebody does that to you, you grab him, you would teach him a lesson of his life. But in the civil life, it is not like that. You see the good, the bad, and the ugly. And you have to manage everybody. So it's God's blessing on you, always. So this is why I said I need to say these prayers to Nigerians. Should I go ahead?
Just in 10 seconds, sir. We're totally out of time. 10 seconds.
Many of us have leadership responsibilities. As a small group leader, a parent, a manager, or a politician, do you see your leadership as a status symbol or a boost to your ego? Do you use people for your own convenience? Sometimes our motives are mixed, and the influence that comes with our role corrupts our hearts. Today, take a spiritual health check. Ask God to point out areas of sinful self-interest, circumstances where you are not trusting God, or times you have failed to represent God well to his people. Avoid God's judgment. Repent and return to God, the chief shepherd. I pray that the Almighty God will continue to guide our leaders, protect our people, and show us empathy towards those who have very little. All this I ask in the name of the Almighty God that created us.
Chief Body Judge, thank you so much for the prayers and your thoughts. Thank you so much, Chief Body Judge. Chief Body Judge is a life member of the PDP Board of Trustees, a former military administrator in Ondo State. Thank you, sir, for coming on the program.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we'll take just a quick break. When we come back, we have a few more guests before we cross over to our colleagues who are already waiting in Abuja. Join us again.
Breakfast right, then you need all the nutrients that will hold you tight. Then stay in power, you find it all in peak. Then every move you make beats got you all the way. And the beat goes on.
Power on every morning with a Peak breakfast to make the most of every day. Peak, reach for your peak.
At a time when payments were a puzzle, there arose a need for a game changer, one that could pioneer e-payment solutions, enabling transactions between buyers and sellers, like making payments online or with just phone number. So, if you're still wondering how it all started, look no further.
Unified Payments, unifying businesses for people.
tuned, and if just joined us, you may have missed quite a lot. It's still the continuing coverage dedicated to the activities marking the funeral, the passage of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died on Sunday at about 4:30 p.m. We've had conversations with the former president's associates and colleagues from his time in the military, and there's more to come on the program. This time around, we'll be talking with Professor Anthony Killer. He's a Commonwealth Institute Director, Jean Monnet, Professor of Strategy and Development. He also joins us virtually on this very special program. Professor Killer, thank you so much for your time, for coming through on this one.
To be here.
It's been a very somber mood for the past 3 hours or so. So let's start with your reflections, particularly, what your emotions are saying as you, watch activities marking the funeral of a late president, and some of the reflections, of course, that you have heard from his associates so far.
Well, I think, overall, there are three broad areas to look at when we think of the passing away of President Muhammadu Buhari. There is a personal side, there is an institutional side, and there is a political side. The political side is to consider that this is a man. Think of a boy who grew up to be a soldier, a general, a head of state. To that extent, is a personal inspiration to a lot of people. Is the kind of person you can use as an example that this is how well you can grow, this is how much you can do. If you join as a soldier, if you join as a politician, this is how much you can do in life. On an institutional level, as you can see as head of state, is this death is a state affair. There is a whole 7 days to recognize his death. I am in Abuja today to start the National Constitutional Summit, and we've had to postpone it. It was due to start from yesterday. It has been postponed to start to tomorrow, in honor and respect of the passing away head of state. And I think it must be said at this point that the current president, Bola Tinubu, has gone out of his way to make this a state affair. I think he has done more than he needed to do anyway. So that says something about him. I don't want to sound bad about anybody, but I doubt Buhari will do much if the situation were reversed. It's good to say this thing. The family and friends of Buhari have lost a father, a friend, and, somebody dear to them. But the nation, millions of people, those who supported him and those who were shouting, "Say Baba," when he was campaigning, I do not think they'll miss him so much, because the man that they imagined as this leader was going to be a symbol that would fight corruption, insecurity, and, bring good governance to them and improve their life. I think Buhari is a promise that was not kept in terms of politics. And to that extent, is a mixture of a great personal life, but not a very great public life. A promise not kept, as I say. And this is a lesson for present and future leaders, to be very careful of how we lead our lives. I think the partisan politics took away a lot from the magic of the persona called Buhari.
Again, there are some other things he's done right, which is seen to have been done right, which I also want you to comment on, which every other person can build on. He's been credited with the issue around the passage of the PIA bill, and today we have the Dangote refinery and the rest of them, although our own public refinery may be sold according to the CEO of the NNPCL. The issue about electoral reform as well, although he denied assent for about 3 to 4 or 5 times, he eventually assented to the Electoral Act. So those are some positive, don't you think, that we can look at as well for the man who has shaping up perhaps our electoral jurisprudence?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is more than what you've listed. There is also a lot of things, even without getting to power. It is not easy for one person to be seen as Mr. Anti-Corruption and Mr. No-Nonsense. I mean, those are very valuable intangibles. So, you know, the lists are longer than you make it. It's just that when you do a summary, you want to look at what is good, bad, and ugly. You know, I think his personal life is a very great life because he has achieved everything he could achieve. I mean, he was also a charismatic leader. I do not think that in terms of politics, he can be a model. Let's put it that way. You know, he can be a best practice. I think partisan politics took a lot away from him. But, you know, you're right. There are things he's done. It's not very easy. Let's put it this way. It is not very easy to be in government for 8 years and not do anything at all. No matter how you load any Nigerian in office, it is difficult to find somebody who's been head of state Nigeria and not find out some good things they've done. I think Buhari did a lot of things. I think Buhari tried his best. I just believe that while it is good to respect the dead, it is even more dutiful to be truthful and say his best was not good enough. And I say this not to attack the dead, but to inspire the living, so that people can know that when they are dead or whenever they do, the truth will be said about them. And when you are given an opportunity to serve Nigeria, you need to do your absolute best. I think that that's an important thing that we must say to ourselves, because otherwise we risk just singing praises and losing the true focus.
All right. We must thank you very much, Professor Killer. There's so much to talk about as far as the late former president is concerned. We could also reflect on his achievements in the area of, infrastructure development in the country. But we must anchor at this point, and thank you so much for coming through on this particular one. And we thank you also for your patience. We've been talking with Professor Anthony Killer, Professor of Strategy and Development, and also Commonwealth Institute Director, and Jean Monnet Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Killer, for your time.
Thank you for having me.
It's been quite a journey through this, but we must also take another conversation coming from someone who is also a close associate of the late former president. I'm talking about retired Major General Paul Tarfa, who is a personal friend of late former President Muhammadu Buhari. Major Tarfa, thank you so much for your patience and for coming through on this one.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Bukola. I'm speaking from London this morning.
Major Tarfa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me too?
So I'm going to just go ahead right into it. I'd like you to summarize for us what you believe to be the most profound aspects of late Muhammadu Buhari's legacies that we should remember him by.
Well, thank you very much indeed for inviting me to say one or two things. First of all, let me offer my condolence to Mr. President, his family, and to Nigeria in general. Let me say here that I am one of those that know Buhari very well. We've been together in life for the last 62 years. We met on the 16th of April, 1962, as cadets in Kaduna. And ever since, I had known him to be a fine gentleman, quiet, and he wasn't taken much to talk him. A very devout worker and a good cadet. And from there, being an officer in the Nigerian Army, he kept on to that principle. A man so resolute and very committed to his principles. Buhari was a devout Muslim, was a very serious person who chose carefully his words. You may say he was an introvert in the sense that he didn't talk so much, and everything he said, as far as I knew, he meant it. Now, my relationship with him since 1962 was such that if I recall far back in 1975, I invited him with General Musa Yar'Adua when we were lieutenant colonels to my village in Garkida for Christmas. 1975, we went to Garkida and had a jolly good time during Christmas. Can you imagine, he was then a governor in Borno State. And Buhari, also a very good friend of mine, both Muslims. I'm a Christian, but I invited them to Garkida for Christmas, and they honored it. That shows you the type of people we were in those days. Now, he never minced words as far as I knew. Very honest person and a man who kept his principles. Now, I remember that when he was also chairman of what was PTF, because of his belief in me and me in him, he said, Paul, if I have my way, I will hand over this PTF thing to you because I know you are so principled and you will not condone indiscipline. I say, thank you very much. And that was what he repeated in just 2 years ago when I was with him, shortly before he resigned as presidency. He said, Paul, we have everything to thank God for. I said, yes, sir. He said, today we are 62 years together as friends and colleagues in the military. We never quarreled. But look at it. We were 36 in course 5. And today, we are less than 7 altogether. Don't we have a lot to thank God for? And I said, absolutely, sir. Not knowing, unfortunately, that in a very short time, I will mourn him. Now, Buhari, to everybody, is a man that did not mince his words. A man that what he said, he believed in it. He, like a few that I know in this country, did not amass wealth like, should I say, most people. Should I exempt myself, if you don't mind? But he lived a very happy life, a very successful life, very happy life indeed. So Nigeria will mourn him, and I wish that we have people like him, and like I said, to people like him who were there before him, like General Gawan, a principled man who led this country. Let us hope that our future leaders will emulate his character. Well, so much to say about him indeed. But if you'd like to ask 1 or 2 questions again, I'm here for you, Bukola.
Pardon me, sir, there will be no time for more questions, but your recollection tells us that indeed your friendship with the late former president is a gift that you would treasure for many years to come. And we thank you so much for coming through on this particular one. We've been talking with Major General Paul Tarfa, a friend, a personal friend of the late Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you very much for your time on this one, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Wow, what a journey it's been, guys.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Well, we have to shift gears now, and this is a full coverage. We're ensuring that you do not miss any bit of it. And I just want to tell you that we'll be heading over to our Abuja studio from here in Lagos, where there are two people who've had personal encounters with him, had an exclusive interview with late former President Muhammadu Buhari, Maokwe Ogun Yusuf, and Sheon Okimbaloye. They're live in our Abuja studio to take it up from here. Maokwe and Sheon, what a day. And for people who've sat down with him, you've had conversations with him, you've read his body language, his famous body language, I know that we're leaving Nigerians in the world in good hands.
Absolutely, Maokwe. What a day it's been, isn't it?
Well, thank you very much, Kayode. Indeed, Shewa and I had the, privilege to have spoken with the late president. And indeed, he was not one for many words. He was one who said it as he felt it. And did not know how to sugarcoat anything that he had to say. His interviews were few. Shewa, you certainly had more than I did. You encountered candidate Buhari before he became president.
In 2014.
Indeed, and then we saw him as president together. So quite a remarkable legacy he's left. I'm sure that, all of the viewpoints that our anchors, and resource persons have been expressing, have been capturing the many parts. It's almost like an elephant, when a man lives or rules or leads a country for 10 years of his life, there's certainly many parts of him to explain.
It's a towering figure politically, and on Sunday, I remember trying to capture it as a soldier, a symbol, and someone who it's going to take a long time for you to have a replacement for such a person. Like him, hate him. Buhari is Buhari.
Indeed.
Good morning and welcome to this side of our coverage on Channels Television's continued special coverage of a deeply solemn moment in Nigeria's history, the passing of former President Muhammadu Buhari and his burial today in Daura, Katsina State. I am Sheon Okimbaloye.
And I'm Maokwe Ogun Yusuf. This morning, we bring you the latest on the passing of General Muhammadu Buhari, Nigeria's longest-serving leader in modern times, who died in London on July 13, 2025, at the age of 82. A retired military ruler turned democratic president, Buhari notably made history in 2015 by unseating an incumbent at the polls, then securing a second term in 2019. We begin with a look at plans to bring his body from London to Nigeria and lay him to rest in his hometown of Daura in Katsina State.
Official statements have confirmed to us that his remains will touch down in Katsina by about 12 p.m. today, where President Bola Tinubu will personally receive him before final funeral rites in Daura at about 3 p.m. Hopefully, according to the plans, all this timing goes well, and the burial is going to be according to Islamic rites. This morning, we explore the coordination between the federal government, state authorities, and the Buhari family in planning a burial that reflects both Nigeria's grief and respect for his service.
Across the nation, tributes have poured in from President Bola Tinubu, from former leaders here in Nigeria, and also global leaders, including India's Prime Minister Indira Modi, lauding his integrity, humility, and role in strengthening diplomatic ties. Yet, his legacy remains complex. His anti-corruption crusade and democratic breakthrough shine brightly, while economic setbacks, security challenges, and frequent medical absence drew criticism. Over the next few hours, we'll speak with key figures, analyze his enduring impact, and explore what this moment means for Nigeria's unity and journey forward.
In this moment, let's begin the conversation from this side as we give you some updates on what we know so far. Today, we do know that the body of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari has left the United Kingdom at about 8 a.m. local time. And the body is expected to travel for about 6 hours or more and to land at the Katsina airport before the body will then be taken to Daura, where his final resting place will be situated. The traditional rulers there, the state governors, family members will be on hand, and the chief host, or the person who will be heading the receiving of the body will be the president himself, Bola Tinubu. These are some of the pictures that we do have as of now of the aircraft conveying the body.
Yes, indeed. Sean, this was earlier this morning. It's about 8 a.m. when that aircraft carrying the body was taxiing to the runway. We got these visuals about that time. And for those who have been with us, we've been showing you these visuals. We've also, linked up with our correspondents, whom we'll be linking up with much later to get some updates to show you what the mood has been in Katsina, where this aircraft to be expected to land, to be received by the president. We understand that the governor of the state, Diko Rada, is already on the ground there alongside his own cabinet members. Some high-profile government officials have also arrived. The president did constitute a committee to make sure that the burial rites are properly coordinated, and some members of that committee have already landed in Katsina as well.
Yeah, indeed, we've seen pictures earlier as we're reporting to you on Channels Television of the arrival of the special committee put together by President Bola Tinubu at the airport. Of course, we do know that the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris Malagi, is one of such. The Minister of Budget and National Planning is one of them. And the Minister of Defense also is one of those whom the president said should coordinate with the state authorities, traditional rulers, Buhari family, in giving a befitting burial to the man who actually, if you look at history, former President Obasanjo, he's the longest serving leader.
He is indeed, yeah.
It's because Muhammadu Buhari spent about 20 months as a military leader and 8 years as democratically elected president. So he's one of the longest serving leaders, one would say, in Nigeria.
The second longest
serving leader in Nigeria. So those are some of the pictures of the president special committee for this burial of the late Muhammadu Buhari.
Well, Sean, you can also see there members of the Guards Brigade already getting ready to also receive the president's body. I mean, you mustn't forget that not only was he head of state, but he was also president. So certainly the military will be very involved in this, because he was also commander-in-chief of the armed forces.
GCFR.
But we are not doing this alone, are we? We have right here in our studios this morning Mr. Laolu Akonde, who served as a special advisor to media in that particular government in the second coming of President Muhammadu Buhari, when he reigned as a president for this, for 8 years. Mr. Laolu Akonde, it's good to see you in our studios this morning. This must be quite a time for you as one who also worked somewhat closely with him. We know you served more with the vice president, but here we are talking about the president, whom the vice president served very closely, as his deputy.
Yeah.
So what has your, looking at the passage, the tributes that have poured in, and also the reaction of, let's say, a broad spectrum of Nigerians, what are some of your thoughts? What thoughts come to you at this time?
Right. Good morning, and thank you. I think for me, the most compelling thing about former President Muhammadu Buhari is the fact that he was the arrowhead of the clamor for change in this country in 2015. And if you recollect very well, that was a movement that had a very strong national fervor, so much so that for the first time in our history, you had an opposition presidential candidate defeating an incumbent. President Muhammadu Buhari was the one that made that happen. It was his image, it was his reputation that facilitated that favor. That is what I remember him most for, because that was a major moment in Nigeria's history, and clearly, both unprecedented, and then created a promise that a lot of Nigerians were endeared by. This is what that's how I like to remember him, and that was the peak of his personal achievement on the national scene. Me.
Maybe you left out the man who defeated, the first to have defeated an incumbent in the Fourth Republic. It was always almost a style that if a party in power run for an election, especially when a president is running again, he wins. He will also be remembered for that. Yeah. And Goodluck Jonathan will also be remembered as the man who conceded defeat. Yes, so it was a give and take. Buhari defeated and led the clamor for change, like you rightly said. But also the man who had always had in the bag about 12 million votes. He had that in 2007. He had it in 2011. He had 15,500,000 votes in 2015, and that vote reduced in 2019 when he had 15,300,000 plus vote. Okay. But in those moments, especially when you worked closely with Professor Yemi Osinbajo, right, your close relationship, because as a candidate, Yemi Osinbajo and candidate Muhammadu Buhari, a lot of the times you were in the room with them. Right. What kind of personality, take away politics, take away being a soldier, what kind of person did you see on the close range that Muhammadu Buhari was? Well, I mean, in my view, he was a real human being. You know, I have a way of categorizing people. When people do stuff, I say this is a fake human being, you know, because of the deceit and the kind of stuff. But Muhammadu Buhari was a real human being. You could feel his empathy. You could feel his simplicity. I remember the story. You know, we weren't close enough to hear him, but I mean, the vice president was sitting with him in the bus, in the campaign bus, the both of them, you know, somewhere in the north. And, you know, of course, the mammoth crowd that was attending all of the appearances, especially in the north, was quite huge. And some of them were pressing against the you know, the window of the bus, and he turned to President Buhari turned to Yemi Osinbajo, Prof, and said that these people, you know, the way they are so enthusiastic, they expect us to change Nigeria day one when we get there. So he understood the favor, the expectation that Nigerians had, and he knew that there was so much expectations and confidence that was reposed in his person. And when I look at it, you know, from the benefit of hindsight, some of the things that he refused to do, such as the removal of the subsidy, I get a sense that, you know, it must be that kind of experience that he had that actually prevented him from going all the way to say that, look, we just got to stop this thing. You know, there are quite a number of examples where you see that Buhari will stick with the expectations of the people rather than do what even experts say, look, we've got to do this and take the fall now. That's the kind of person that was. He was real. He was a real human being. You could count that if he said something, you know, he actually meant it.
Well, I do know that quite a number of tributes have poured in. And when you look at almost all of the tributes that have come in, one word, you know, seems to be common to all of them, and that word is patriot. Yeah. Looking at the tribute of Vice President Osinbajo, he says, Nigeria has lost a true patriot, a man whose life was marked by unyielding devotion to the nation he loved. President Tinubu, too, also makes reference to him being a patriot. He says President Buhari was to the very core a patriot, a soldier, a statesman. His legacy of service and sacrifice endures. You also see that of IBB, who interestingly overthrew him in 1985, also calls him, you know, a patriot. He says he knew him as, that this is it. He says our path crossed in 1962 when we both joined the Nigerian Military Training College in Kaduna. He says from those early days, Muhammadu stood out, quiet yet resolute, principled yet humble, deeply patriotic, and fiercely loyal to Nigeria. Yeah. Would you say that for the majority of Nigerians, for Nigeria's teeming 200 million plus population, that patriotism, which all of these leaders have testified to, would you say it shines through?
Without a doubt, you couldn't take away that patriotism from Muhammadu Buhari, you know, starting from when he was a soldier all the way to when he became the head of state. And of course, when he started to run, you could tell that he had an unrelenting, an abiding faith in the idea of Nigeria, and he considered himself to be more on the side of the people. One thing that most people don't understand is that, don't realize, you know, factor in about his politics is that he is not your typical political elite, you know, who wants to, who emphasizes more of the personal aggrandizement. No. I mean, Muhammadu Buhari knew that his purpose in politics was because of the connection that he had and carried with the people. And it showed in many of the things that he tried to do. I mean, the fact that it was under his presidency that Nigeria had, for the first time in our history, a substantial social safety net program, which between 2015 and 2019 was considered to be the largest social safety net in sub-Saharan Africa. He spoke to his dedication, his abiding dedication that the people is the reason why he's in government. You know, so I mean, by and large, you can't take away his patriotism, his love of the country, and his passion for people.
Let's quickly, because more tributes have been pouring in. And yesterday, our correspondent, Juliana Olayinka, who's based in London, was able to also catch up with General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who oversaw the transition of Nigeria's military rule to a democratic governance. Well, he was also receiving treatment in London. He says, thankfully, he's been discharged. So our correspondent caught up with him, and this is what he had to say about President Muhammadu Buhari.
Unfortunately, we were in the same hospital together, but I have been discharged. So when I heard the news of his passing away, I quickly went there to condole with the family and see what can be done in order to get him ready, to get the corpse ready to be taken home. Well, my relationship with General Buhari went back to as far back as 1962. We joined the military. He was my senior. And during the unfortunate civil war, we were fighting in the same sector with him. General Buhari is a gentleman who is very quiet, but exceptionally honest. You can trust Buhari with anything on this earth, and he will not betray you.
All right, Aruna. Lecture issue in 2007, that was when the
All right, then. That's the former military leader, Abdulsalami Abubakar, there. He said they were in the same hospital.
Indeed, they were.
And he thought that. Interestingly, last Friday, I had Garba Shehu on the program who said he was getting better. And yet he was very sick, but he was getting better. And one moment that I will also remember was the day I was welcoming him in 2014. That's before as a candidate Buhari. In fact, it wasn't the candidate yet. He was preparing for the primaries. He was an aspirant. Himself, Atiku Abubakar, Rocha Sokorocha, Inda Isaiah were all jostling for the ticket of the APC. The party has just a few months back been formed. And I can count how many things he said to me before we got into the studio. I was worried maybe he was not happy or something was wrong, because from welcoming him downstairs, from when the vehicle dropped him off until we got into the waiting room, he rarely said anything to me. The only thing he said to me was, oh, I hope you don't terrorize me today. and you know, and a few moments later, and you will recollect in our interview with him, he's a man of few words, but he's also very jovial. Whatever perspective anybody has about Muhammadu Buhari, is definitely looking like a family man that a lot of his family love. Look at the pictures from the London clinic. And in fact, the visitation, we saw the Mama Daura receiving the vice president, Kashim Shettima. You could see the family. He's lived a very good age of 82. That for any person, any family person, no, this is a well-lived life. For two-time leader of this country, and the family will probably still miss him so much. That is the kind of person that you will see that Muhammadu Buhari is.
Well, indeed, Shehu, I mean, for the next couple of hours, certainly that talking about who he was, the kind of legacy he left as a leader. There are those who worked very closely with him. I mean, I know that subsequently we will be able to play the videos because there's so many. You know, Laulu was recounting some of the jokes. It would seem that, well, maybe it's not jokes, some of them jokes, but some of them, you know, moments that Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, you know, shared with Nigerians at different forums about his relationship with President Muhammadu Buhari. And yes, it was someone who had a very interesting sense of humor. Some would say it's a wry sense of humor, but he always found, even though he spoke very little, he found very interesting opportunities to share some of, you know, some of the humor that he had with him. And I'm sure his family members certainly will always miss him. There are those who worked very closely with him, also members of his cabinet. Some of them have also sent in their tributes as well. We have that of Babatunde Raji Fashola, who also sent in his tribute. Very, excuse me, very interesting insights he also provides into the perspective, into the work ethic of President Muhammadu Buhari. He says, I feel privileged to have served in his cabinet, first in the Consolidated Ministry of Power, Works and Housing, and later in the restructured Ministry of Works and Housing. He said President Buhari was not a man to micromanage. Instead, he gave you the space and trust to deliver. With that trust, however, came the highest expectations of discipline, results, and honesty. He said he had quiet strength, yet within and outside the cabinet, he witnessed his compassion, his deep concern for the poor, the pensioner, the soldier in the trenches, the Almajiri child, and the underserved in every part of the country. He had a deep yearning for society governed by rules, not impulse. This found early expression in his war against indiscipline, a campaign all misread as rigid, but rooted in a desire to rebuild a citizenry of order, courtesy, and civic responsibility.
That's Babatunde Fashola.
Yes.
He served under him for the 2 terms.
For the 2 terms.
And he was said to be a special minister.
Yeah,
because he was giving 3 ministers, super minister,
yeah,
given 2 terms. Whereas another person who served under the Buhari administration, and this time around, he oversaw the Ministry of Communications. It's Mr. Issa Pantami. Take a listen to his own views of the late President Muhammadu Buhari.
People with him for 25 years, and Almighty God is my witness. I have never doubted that integrity through my interaction with him, and this is indeed very important. And part of his legacy that I always remember is patriotism. He is indeed a Nigerian that is proud of Nigeria, and he treated Nigerians equally. And number 3, discipline. And we interacted with him for several years, and you will clearly see discipline throughout his life. And this is indeed very encouraging. Number 4, respect for elders and parents, to me, is one of his major legacies. Number 5 is critical thinking. And usually we used to complain sometimes that, Baba, you are a bit too slow. But if he looked into issue critically and he finally took a decision, you can hardly fault his decision because he doesn't rush. He used to take things gently, review critically, and take his final decision. And mostly, even if we doubt his decision, at the end he will be vindicated. And there is no doubt about this. These are some of his major legacies when it comes to his personalities. And it is a huge vacuum in Nigeria, in Africa, and particularly in northern Nigeria, for us to lose someone of that caliber.
All right, that Mr. Issa Pantami. Of course, one of those who were being on the ground as soon as we heard about the death of the former president is the governor of Borno State.
Indeed.
Professor Babangana Zulum. He said to Nigerians that he had some very fond moments with the late president. I'd like to remind you of the things that he said about him. This was in London.
The contributions of President Muhammadu Buhari
to the growth and development of Borno State need not to be overemphasized, because we have started witnessing gradual return of peace when he took over as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 2015. Borno State was largely controlled by Boko Haram before 2015, but immediately as he took over the mantle of leadership of the country, he decided to transfer the military headquarters to Borno State, thereby bringing lasting peace and stability to the state.
Professor Babagana Zulum, one of those, the four scholars officially to commiserate with the family as soon as the death of the former president was announced.
Indeed. Well, we're still counting down, waiting for that airplane to land in Katsina. As soon as it lands, we certainly will be bringing you pictures from Katsina, for that funeral. You see the pictures we had from earlier on. Our correspondents are on the ground to also bring us up to speed with the funeral rites. I show quite a number of leaders we've also lost in Nigeria, and it's not all the time that you get to witness a state funeral, but the one that happened in recent memory, I think, is President Erdogan. That's the one I can easily recollect. And
that
I remember that
too. So as a journalist, I mean, at least if we don't remember, I know we've lost some leaders, the likes of Ramat Murtala Muhammadu, former military head of state, who also died in office, similar to what we saw with Yaradua. And Yaradua, as a journalist, who was also a shocking one, the nation was, there are a lot of dynamics that played out in the death of the late President Yaradua. Don't forget, both of them are from Katsina State. And in this sense, you will see the attention that the nation gives in paying tribute and honor people who have passed on. And take anything away from this country and its people, but don't take away the empathy, the love. No matter what happens, Nigerians show love whenever this kind of, even in happy times and in moments of sobriety like this. This is indeed a moment the Nigerian people are coming together to honor not a man who has served once, not twice, or 3 times.
Let me ask you, Mr. Akonde, I just wanted to, give us a sense, because these are pictures we're seeing from Katsina now. We're seeing the military going to be very heavily involved in this funeral. We've said that this is a state funeral. I know that anyone who has ever served Nigeria, especially in that capacity, is state property. Yeah. But tell us, where does the state start and where does the state withdraw in ceremonies like this?
What is the definition of state funeral?
Indeed.
Well, I mean, so in this particular instance, you could see some of the things that the president has done, which is quite, I dare say, very rare. In any case, we don't have a lot of situations where the president is, former president dies and none of that. But the president has sent the biggest of the presidential fleet, which was what the vice president took to London. Now, the vice president normally doesn't use the biggest fleet. That fleet is reserved.
001.
Yeah, 001 is reserved for the president, and it has to be on standby 24/7. But in this case, the president asked that should be the jet that we go, that the VP took to London to go and fetch the former president. That is quite a very significant thing. And then he has also insisted that he will personally be in Katsina, and I'm sure he's already there now, to receive, so the state can come in those areas just to show a bit of honor and respect. The fact that the president himself is going to be there, it doesn't get bigger than that, but in terms of the officiating, where he's going to be buried, I think the family is the one that is determining that. So in terms of the state involvement, it's quite huge because you have the president, and of course the Katsina state government is also taking care of some of the local dynamics. And I don't think we've had anything like this in Nigeria's history. When Abacha died, it was a much
swift burial. You know, they took the thing out of the Aso Villa in the morning. By afternoon, the man was already buried in Kano. So this is a very a unique opportunity, and I think, you know, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is showing some kind of class, some kind of leadership, some kind of dignity that a former president deserves. You know, I mean, look at what is going on at the airport. You have, you know, all the parades. You know, so I think it is. I don't think we've had anything like this in our history.
I'm very sure that there's going to be a roll call in heaven of those who have led Nigeria. Quite of them, a number of them actually, who have since passed on, from Satafawa Balewa to Aguiyi Nrosi, to Ramat Murtala Muhammad, to Sani Abacha, to late President Yar'Adua, and Nnamdi Azikiwe is also one of them. Shehu Shagari is one of them. And Shonekan, who governed this country for a few months, is one of them. And the latest, the youngest of of them all now.
Youngest by latest, you
by,
mean?
By the arrival, in terms of arrival, the latest have arrived. Because in terms of the time they've spent in heaven...
Will there be a reordering of the ages when they get there?
So, you know, Muhammadu Buhari now is joining them. What a history is being written in Nigeria.
You know, Shehu, why this is significant is because, you know, here on earth, the hierarchy is actually very important, even amongst past presidents. I remember once at an event, I was corrected by President Goodluck Jonathan. Here I was trying to arrange it by, you know, leaders who had been, who were military leaders and, you know, civilian leaders. I believe that civilian leaders should be recognized first because we're in a democratic dispensation. But President Goodluck Jonathan was very kind enough to correct me and say, look, in the list of things, I'm actually the youngest here. And he says, oh, he cannot, I think there's a joke amongst them how he can't wait to see President Tinubu and say, yeah, I'm before you in the scheme of things here. So, yes, I mean, there is that joke and humor, but I don't think that will transcend to the other side.
Absolutely. I mean, you never can tell. You have a parent in heaven, too. I have one. So, interestingly, we need to find out how this thing plays out. On earth here, we know the protocols. But there in heaven, I don't know how it plays out. But I do know now we have on the ground our eyes there, our correspondent, Sadiq Ilyasu, who is covering for us. Sadiq, thank you so much for your coverage. What do we know now?
Well, actually, we are still at the airport where we are expecting the body of the late president to land at Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. And since the time we arrived, more people have been arriving, more security personnel have been coming, military generals, politicians, and a lot of statements have been arriving here at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. The latest people that have arrived included the Deputy Senate of the President, and also the Presidential Committee on the Funeral have also arrived, and some ministers too, together with some ministers. And besides me, there are a lot of military vehicles, and more people are expected to keep on coming. And it's a few minutes to 12 now, and that's the expected time that we are expecting the plane carrying the body of the late president to arrive here at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport. Back to you, Shehu.
Well, Sadiq, you've told us about the people that have arrived. Can you explain to us, I don't know if you've been let into the room where they're waiting, what exactly is the mood like there?
Well, the mood, we can say it's a very dull mood because a lot of people are not smiling since, you know, people are going to miss the president. And we've been talking to some of them, and they have been telling us how important President Buhari has been in their lives. We were able to speak with the Deputy Senate of the President, who described him as somebody who is disciplined and has a very good character and so on. So the mood here is a bit dull. People are just coming, and unlike other gatherings where you see people smiling, shaking with other people, talking and what have you, the place is very different today.
What time are we expecting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Because we understand he is going to be officially receiving the body of President Muhammadu Buhari?
Well, we are expecting him to come any moment from now because body is expected to arrive around 12 p.m. But, you know, anything can happen. The timing might change. So we are expecting him any moment from now, and we'll let you know the moment they arrive.
Sadiq, one thing that I know that will be very important right now is also there are some unexpected events that will happen between now and then. Have there been any unusual activities that you've seen? Of course, we do know that a lot of unusual things will be happening at the airport. Katsina Airport will probably be seeing the most of activities that it's seeing in years. What are some of the unusual things that you've noticed on the ground since you've been covering for us from the airport?
Well, the unusual things that happen will not be more than the number of security personnel that has been deployed. I have never in my life seen a security deployment like this in Katsina State. So I can say the security situation is, has been picked up seriously like never before. And the places everywhere, most of the hotels in Katsina State are fully booked because of the people coming from outside the state to stay for this funeral. So I can say, and you know, the state government has declared public holiday, so there is no much activities. Children did not go to school, and offices are all locked. And in fact, some shops as well were locked because some people, since it is just an hour drive from here to Daura, some people decided to just move down to Daura. So that's the situation here in Katsina State.
So, have the authorities tell you anything in respect of how the body is going to be taken from the Katsina Airport to Daura? Because I know it's about an hour, 10 minutes or thereabout from the airport. And is it going to be airlifted to Daura? I do know that the president has, the former president has a helipad or something around Daura when it was a sitting president. Do you have any information as to that? Because I do know also that there is a possibility that the vice president, the president, and a few people might be traveling by air from Katsina Airport to Daura. Any more information as to do all of those logistics, because it will impact on the timing between when the body arrives in Katsina and when the president receives it and the final committing the body into Mother Earth?
Well, actually, there is less talking from the officials until now. But we observe that there are a lot of helicopters that have arrived here at the international airport here, Umaru Musa International Airport. And the funeral prayer is going to take place at a helipad in Daura, so close to the residence of the former president. So they might decide to carry the body and along with some important personalities down to Daura using the helicopter. But we are not sure of that now for now. But there are available helicopters that can carry the important personalities here.
All right, thank you so much.
Nevertheless, some people definitely must have to use the road to get there.
Thank you so much. Our correspondent, Sadiq Hilia, so on the ground at the Katsina Airport, reporting to us. Thank you so much. I'm very sure that we'll see more of you in the coming hours, so stand by for us as soon as we call. So that's the situation there at the airport. Of course, we do know that a lot of people are calling at mourners, writhing family members, well-wishers at the home of the late president in Daura. Daura is on the global map because there is a man who has emerged from that home, that town, to becoming the leader, and we've been seeing a few of them in the past few days.
Indeed, 10 years is no mean feat, a decade, well, even though it was 8 at one time and then 2 before then, 10 years certainly is no mean feat in the nation's history, and that was the time that President Muhammadu Buhari had the privilege to rule this country as leader. So certainly Daura will be, you know, of a significant place on the map. But, you know, you're talking about the burial rites of President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, who, interestingly, that airport where the body of President Muhammadu Buhari is named for, and who also is from Katsina State. And one of the things I remember about that funeral was that a lot of the supporters, a lot of people who loved him, wanted to be able to touch that body when it was going to be laid to rest. So I'm wondering if in the middle of all of this, there will be room for the lovers, for the Talakawas, whom President Muhammadu Buhari was really passionate about, to be a part of all of this, you know, this moment, especially, I mean, I know that he was just talking about doing a funeral at a helipad, and I wonder how many people the prayers, you know, that will be able to take, how many people. How significant, Mr. Laulu, how significant do you think it will be for the people, especially the loyal following that he had while he was alive? People talk about it, and that came to light recently. Former SGF boss Mustafa talking about 12 million votes. That core following he brought along with him from the CPC. How significant would you say it is for them to be a part, to be able to express their last respects to their leader?
They call them Buharists.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the limitation that you have to deal with because of the way the Islamic rites is conducted. You know, you don't have lying in states and stuff.
The luxury of time.
Yeah, they don't have luxury of time to do that. So it's just going to have to be, you know, probably watching on TV, staying on the road. I imagine that there's going to be quite a bit of excitement once the body arrives in Katsina. The motorcade from Katsina to Daura, which is about 45 minutes, I'm told. You know, I expect that we're going to see a lot of people, you know, trying to come out, you know, to show their excitement. You know, normally you will have the opportunity of a lying in states, you know, but I don't think the Islamic rights allow for such luxuries.
Well, doing a countdown now, it's about 15 minutes to when we're hoping, because we're hoping that the body should land at about 12 noon, thereabout. And we also understand that, yes, we're also expecting that President Tinubu should be on the ground to receive him. I also know that there is also a race for time because Islamic rights, you have to do it before sundown. So do you think that there will be room? Because the talks of, maybe the body might be flown by helicopter from Katsina to Daura, or do you think that there might be a procession of some sort with the body from Katsina to Daura?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be, it's likely going to be a motorcade, you know, because I'm not sure that we have configured our choppers, you know, to be able to take, you know, but hey, I don't know what yeah, you know, so I will imagine that it's going to be a motorcade, which is where people are going to get the opportunity of waving and all of that, you know, so I mean, we're going to see a lot of people pour out, especially in at the airport right there, I can imagine, in Katsina, and then eventually when we get to Daura, we're going to see quite a bit of turning out of the crowds. I will certainly expect that we have quite a large outpouring of people in Daura.
I want to also imagine that the security men have been, you know, are going to be letting people be a part of that, because, you know, sometimes when it comes to maintaining order and also ensuring security and safety, it's usually a very tricky situation. How do you think? Do you think there should be special notice to say, okay, this is where security people should, you know, let the people express their love for this leader?
Yeah, well, of course, they have to do some cordoning, you know, of the space. Otherwise, you can easily have chaos. So I'm sure that the security people will have laid out the places where people will be able to have access to. Already from previous reporting, we've been told that there are places, even in the airport, where people can come to. So I imagine that all of those restraints will be done. And it's important to do it because out of excitement, people can, I mean, law and order can break down very easily.
And we've seen it before.
Yeah, because what happens in this kind of, one of the reasons why it's a state barrier is because the state will take control.
Indeed.
There are moments where the priests and the sheikhs and the ulamas will take charge when it comes to the religious moment. But there are moments, of course, they will be the one to take the forefront when the final rites are being done, the prayers and all whatnot, and where the traditional rulers, because I'm understanding, politically speaking, on the ground, we're understanding that the traditional ruler of Daura is asking the body to be brought to around the Emir's palace in Daura. We understand. So a lot of, because Buhari had a lot of parts and there are a lot of people in this final moment who will want to have a bit of the moment.
Yeah.
But one thing that could be significant is the kind of people that will be seen here today.
Right.
For a state burial like this, do you think that we might be seeing some notable faces that will be turning up, or we'll see them elsewhere?
Oh, yes.
When some other part of the burial will be done later.
Oh, well, you know, there's a lot of people already in Daura as we speak, you know, members of the current cabinet, members of his own cabinet, you know, a lot of them have traveled from different parts of the country. You know, by now they will be either in Castina or in Daura, you know, and to the point that you made about the emir of Daura, they were very close, extremely very close. Now, one of the things about Buhari is that Buhari is not your typical Nigerian politician who moves with a political elite. He doesn't really, it's not so much like a dandy guy with them, you know, and so you see that he is not really somebody that is influenced, somebody that they think is part of them. But, you know, he has a very unique relationship with the emir of Daura, you know, which is why I understand what you said, Sheon, that, you know, they probably want to bring the body there, you know, before. It just tells you how close, you know, and it's not very close to many of the traditional rulers, by the way, you know, because it's just who he is, you know, Spartan.
Sadly, one of the traditional rulers that he's close to is the Awujale.
Yeah, who also died.
Who died on the same day. Interesting. I mean, there are a lot of things General Muhammadu Buhari, President Muhammadu Buhari, will be remembered for. Some of the things that he has said, when you remember the word, the other room. So a lot of people will make reference. But also if you remember, on the 29th of May 2015, one of the notable things that he said about being for nobody and being for everyone. Just a few quotes that a lot of people will want to remember Muhammadu Buhari for. He said, there is one institution that I wouldn't dare interfere with. That is the judiciary. He's been quoted and remembered for that. He also is one quoted to have said, democracy is the most accepted and best form of governance. We must all rise to protect it, nourish it, and ensure it grows to maturity. He also says, I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody. Well, one of those who were very close with him in the CPC days is the president worldwide of the UNILAG Alumni Association. He was one of the members of the board of trustees from the CPC from the Southwest. Mr. Ife Oyedele is live for us in our Lagos studio. It's good to see you today, Mr. Oyedele. And I know that as we're talking about the late former president, a lot of memories will be coming to mind. What would you say is perhaps your fondest memory of the late former president?
Thank you very much, Seun. I think one of the fondest memories of President Muhammadu Buhari was his extreme humility. It's very uncommon. He was uncommonly very, 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 very humble. And I can say that with all sense of, humility. I remember that President Buhari will never, never sit down to greet somebody as unimportant as me. Anytime I met with him, whether in his house or in the hotel or even in his official capacity, when I stretch my hand to him to greet him, he will get up to greet me. And that's very notable. Many, many lesser men will sit down and just stretch out their hands to you. Another aspect of him is his frankness and his sense of humor. He was extremely very humorous. And I just heard you talk about this comment he made when he said about the other room, you know. And I know that what he was trying to say in his usual humorous self was to say, look, my wife doesn't have anything to do with the administration of the country. Unfortunately, a lot of people didn't understand what he was trying to say. And that was also, you know, many a times his strength was also his weakness.
Indeed. Well, I do not know what it was like, as you were in the CPC with him. I do not know, you know, how the merger to the APC affected your relationship with him, if it had any effect whatsoever. But how did you view his time in office and some of the comments the Nigerians have had so far since his passing?
You know, Maukwe, the truth of the matter is that in everything in Nigeria, every Nigerian is an expert on everything. And you have had various comments about President Muhammadu Buhari. I listened to your program this morning, talking about Bismarck, and I had Bismarck Rewani talking about the person of President Muhammadu Buhari. And what came across to me that this was a man who was passionate about ensuring that the poor people in this country do not suffer. The merger of CPC with APC, with other political parties to form APC, didn't have any effect on our relationship. Remember that I was a member of the APC merger committee, where I had the opportunity to design the logo of the APC. I remember also that initially President Muhammadu Buhari wanted me to be the Director General of the campaign organization, but he asked me to go and be the coordinator, the state coordinator of the APC in Ondo State, where I come from. And so there was no gap between him as president and myself. And I think, as everybody has been saying, he tried his best, you know, to ensure that the country moved on from where he met it. Incidentally, one of the things that was very germane to him was to shed the toga of a military dictator and become a true democrat. And that was also his albatross, because many times when we expected him to take certain stands, you know, he preferred to follow the rule of law. And many times, you know, look, if I were the president at the time, I would have removed the then governor of the CBN without any doubt, you know, without blinking an eye. But President Muhammadu Buhari would have preferred, and he did prefer, to follow the Constitution to ensure that the man served out his term.
Well, it's interesting you talk about that transition from the military dictator to a democratic president, which was viewed with mixed feelings, especially while he was president. I still remember that tiff that happened between, let's say, the president's spokespeople and Punch newspapers, more specifically, which had written a scathing editorial at the time about his transition and why they will continue to refer to him as General Muhammadu Buhari instead of President Muhammadu Buhari, as his media team had desired. There were also complaints about shrinking civic spaces. So on that front, it would seem that much as he tried, he didn't quite seem to be so, let's say, the jury is still out as to how far he was able to really shed that. Would you say that that was as a result of, will I say, how people interpreted what he was trying to achieve, or it was, you know, his own failing as to not being so assertive in saying what he really wanted?
No, I honestly think that that nomenclature of general is a title that he earned. And you remember in the United States of America, there was General Eisenhower. And for me, it is an honor to reach the peak of your professional career. You know, so there was really, I mean, we fondly called him General. I think it was one of those retired army officers that people call him fondly General. But his communication crew had a duty to also try and put into the air the kind of image they want to project about their president, you know, their principal. And I'm sure that they would have communicated this to the media at the time, you know. And I think it was, I mean, the attempt by some people to continue to call him General Buhari was an attempt to make people think that he still was a dictator. And of course, that brought a clash. That hasn't got anything to do with the president. I mean, the president will not sit down to call the chief press secretary or his media people to say, oh, why are people still calling me general? He didn't mind to be called general at all. It was a title that he earned. He worked for it. He fought in the Civil War, and you have heard about from all of his colleagues, even the man who replaced him as head of state. You have heard how he described about General Muhammadu Buhari, President Muhammadu Buhari, his integrity, his dedication to honesty, to working very hard, the way he took on his assignments. And I have not heard anybody talk about his failure as a military officer. All right. So I think that was the issue. I'm not sure it was because he interfered with the press at all.
All right. Give me a moment. Let's get another person who worked closely with him. This time around, served as the Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Suleiman Adamu is live for us virtually. Thanks so much, Mr. Adamu. It's good to see you again. How did the death and the news of the death of the former president come to you?
Well, it was quite status as it would be for anybody that has been associated with him for ages, you know. But you know, as Muslims, we take solace in that it's just a matter of time. But the loss of such a colossus is certainly quite devastating, I must say. Very, very painful.
You are on the ground there in Daura, as I can see. Give us an understanding. Correct. I know that you would be one of the inner caucus of this arrangement as a former member of his cabinet, someone who also enjoyed the privilege of serving the nation by the rare opportunity of being appointed as a minister. What do we know? What are the arrangements? What can you tell us from what some of you and your friends are putting together to bury this elder statesman?
Well, the burial is going to be quite simple. We hope once the body arrives in Katsina, it will be escorted to Daura, where the funeral prayers will take place. I want to believe that washed and shrouded. So when it comes, it's just
Oh dear. Certainly, Engineer Adamu is one of those who had the privilege of serving. And one of the things that you can give to the Buhari government or his leadership is that you can go to sleep, really, if you're being appointed, that your job is safe. He's not the one that is quick
he didn't fire people.
He didn't fire. He's not the man who uses the power of firing. He does more of the hiring. And when the firing came, a little bit of that we saw in the 8 years of...
And it would seem that it was to great criticism and sometimes frustration, you know, on the part. How did the administration handle that? Because I know that at some point, even people within the administration might have been a bit uncomfortable with his, well, I say his unwillingness to fire people whom people thought were underperforming or who they just thought had served out their time. It was time for them to go. Give, for instance, the military chiefs who the president kept for, you know, way longer than was the custom, even within military circles.
In the face of agitation about non-performance. But sorry, Laulu, just before you come in, I know that Mr. Adamu is back with us. If you can hear me, you were telling us and giving us more details on the burial arrangements and some of the logistics that could be a nightmare on a day as this. So please continue.
Yeah, sorry, the network here in Daura is a bit erratic, but like I said, there will be a traditional military ceremony as part of the interment process. And then once he's interred, we'll all go back to the residence for prayers and then to be receiving condolences for the next couple of days. It's a very simple matter, but because of the stature of President Muhammadu.
Oh dear. Yeah. Mr. Adamu, it's unfortunate about the erratic nature of the network there. But I'm curious, though, to want to know where the burial ground will be. Do you have an idea, Mr. Adamu, where it will be finally laid to rest? I know it's in Daura, but is it going to be in his home or where exactly in Daura? Do we know the location specifically?
It's going to be in his home, which is his residence.
I know I have a bit of an idea of the president's home in Daura. The point being cited, is it going to be towards the out front or towards the way back where that leads towards the farm area, or where exactly? Can you give us an idea?
No, I don't know exactly myself, but I'm sure it's going to be a very private corner of the residence. That's where he will be buried. I'm sure it's not going to be in the front of the house, certainly, maybe at the back of the residence.
But give us an idea of what this is, a second loss for the people of Katsina, their own sons who have governed this country as president, losing them. I don't know, this is not death in office, but, well, these are dear sons of Katsina. How are the Katsina people, the Daura people, how are they receiving the news of their own son, Muhammadu Buhari?
With a lot of pain and anguish. You know, President Buhari, even before he became president, he was very well admired and respected by the people of not only Daura, but Katsina State as a whole. He was for a long time, chairman of Katsina State Foundation, where they did a lot of work for, you know, development work for the people, providing water, healthcare, and things like that. It was a non-governmental effort. So he's a household name. He has been a household name in Katsina State, and very well respected. And I'm sure everybody feels a sense of loss. For the past 2 days, we'll be receiving calls and chats and text messages from people all over. And a lot of people are outside at the gates trying to come in to pay their respects. Really is a huge loss for Katsina State, I can tell you. Lots of illustrious sons from Katsina have passed away, and this is just another day of pain and anguish for them.
Indeed, and we can see, you know, well, some of the pictures that have come through earlier, you know, of that downcast nature of people who have been visiting the compound. We understand also that a delegation from Niger is currently visiting as well, and we know just how close Daura is to Niger. As a matter of fact, they were saying the president also came under some flack when it did appear that the train which he was planning was going to end in Maradi, people were saying, oh, how can that be? But what was I don't know if you had a sense of speaking with the president after his time in office, and what, did he express any regrets? Did he express any things that he wishes he could have done differently? Or are there surprises that he expresses as to how some things are being interpreted contrary to perhaps the intentions that he had for them?
Well, you know, President Buhari has always been a victim of misinterpretation. He has always been a misunderstood person. But the difference is that everybody that came to work with him was a different person, an entirely different person, a perfect gentleman, if I must say. So those things never bothered him. You would not believe it. Of all the things that was in the media and so on, Buhari would always read all the major newspapers every day. He would listen to the news channels at 10 o'clock was a must for him, after the 9 o'clock news on NTA. So President Buhari will tell you, look, I've done my best. I've done what I can possibly do, and I leave the rest to Allah. And if somebody doesn't think it was good enough for him, fine. And the president would always say, you remember, judge me on the basis of what we came and met when I became president. You know, he came and met a terrible situation. I remember the first 2 weeks after he was sworn in, I went to see him when he came to Kaduna to tidy up. And he was telling me, he said, look, the kind of things I saw since I took over the handing over notes, it made me feel that I wish if I had known this was how bad Nigeria was, I probably wouldn't have sought for this office. And they say he was really, really scared at how bad the situation has been. But he said, we'll muddle through, I'll do our best. And he always would say, I work according to my conscience, I'll do the best I can, I'll leave the rest to God. So I don't think President Buhari had any regrets about the way he ruled. He presided over the affairs of this country. He knows he was handicapped in a lot of times, but he always believed that he would do what he could. And if that was all that he was able to do, that's it. So I don't think he had regrets. Of course, if he made mistakes, President Buhari will always admit it. I know a lot of time we had conversations privately, say, well, we made a mistake, but let's learn from it and move on. That's that. He was always positive-minded, always, you know, he was always optimistic. He was a very, 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 very strong optimist, I must tell you. And he believed in Nigeria and was really, especially the ordinary people, Buhari was always thinking about them much more than him. Of course, he knew most of the elites didn't like him, but that didn't bother him. As far as he was concerned, he was thinking of the majority of the people of the country. And that was why, that was what he was made of.
Well, we still have pictures of the delegation from Niger showing there to our viewers, and I think more people are also arriving from different parts of the country. We understand that the governor of Lagos State is also on his way to, or has arrived Katsina as we speak. So also the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest man in Nigeria, the wealthiest Africa. We know Aliko Dangote is also on the ground in Katsina State to express their condolences and be a part of the funeral rites.
Indeed, this is just the beginning of what we'll be seeing today. Katsina, more than ever before, will be receiving personalities in the coming days, those who have served in this government, those who are eminent Nigerians, leaders across the globe will be visiting Nigeria to mourn with the nation and to commiserate with the family and, of course, the leaders and authorities in Katsina. One thing that perhaps we want to ask Mr. Adamu is the man Buhari. Is that something that you know that you think a lot of people are not aware of? We heard about his integrity. We've heard about his timing as a person. I mean, that no one will be able to debate, because as a soldier, part of your training is this discipline to timing. But is there something that we do not know, that you know about him that a lot of Nigerians are not aware of? I do know, of course, that he was very sick. There are a lot of people who feared that he was going to, in fact, live up to now, because he himself came out to say he was very, very sick. Give us an insight on your personal relationship. What is it that you think a lot of Nigerians are not aware of about the man Buhari?
First and foremost is that his fear of God. Buhari had a strong faith, very, very strong faith in the Almighty. He was always on one conversation I remember, and I was really touched, and that also was a lesson for me. He said, "You know, I took the Quran and swore that I will defend the Constitution of this country. So I cannot violate my oath of office." And he didn't say this once; he said this at least twice to me. So his faith, I think that is number one. Then Buhari had the capacity for patience. He was a very, very patient person. He was a very calm and calculating person. He was never ruffled by anything. We have had opportunity. We traveled on the plane. Amid turbulence, we'll all be scared and praying. Buhari, if he was reading a newspaper, you see him calm. He had no issues. Because I think being a soldier and has seen death in his face so many times, he was never afraid of death. He was a very calm and very courageous person. And then, of course, you know, I'm sure a lot of people would have told you about his humor, how humorous he is, very witty. He has a very good sense of humor. And Buhari did not want to hurt people unless there was a reason to. If you came and complained about certain people or the people who were doing this, the first thing he would ask you is, please get me an evidence. If you bring the evidence, if evidence is brought before him, he would act. If you don't, he would take it as like any other gossip. Because he's also been a victim of so many false stories and false claims and false accusations, especially in the media over the time of his life. So Buhari was not carried away by, you know, if I may say, official gossip or things like that. He would always check and cross-check. I remember the time where during the EndSARS crisis, the day there was this purported shooting in at the toll gate, which was not true. I went to him, I commiserated with him and asked him, sir, maybe you need to talk to the country. And he said, look, I will talk to the country when I have listened to all my security people. They're giving me all the information that I need. But presently, I don't think it's time for me to do that. So this is a man that knew state craftsmanship. He knew how to, he knew how to govern. He has been in so many aspects of governance in his life. And he was not somebody that could easily be stampeded or to do something that because it's the popular will, or that's for him, it was not about popularity. It's about doing the right thing.
All right.
Even if it was not popular with people.
Yeah. Engineer Suleiman Adamu, a former Minister of Water Resources, thank you so much indeed for sharing your views with us. We're keeping our eyes on the Umaru Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina. Of course, earlier we told you about the arrival of a delegation from Niger Republic who have arrived to commiserate and mourn with Nigeria and the loss of the former Nigerian leader, Muhammadu Buhari. Moments ago, we saw the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, alongside Nigerian industrialists and the wealthiest man in Africa, Aliko Dangote. And on that, and around about the same moment, a former Minister of Information, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who defended the government under Muhammadu Buhari, also arriving. But let's talk to another person who served under the leadership of General Buhari. He's the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, who is live for us virtually. Thank you so much, General, for joining us.
Thank you, Sean.
By far your senior in the military. He was your commander-in-chief. He gave you command to go to the forefront to fight the war against insurgents. But now this man had given up in fighting the war of life. He's now departed the scene. General Muhammadu Buhari. What would you say is your biggest and unforgettable moment with the former commander-in-chief who is now going to take on yet another battle in the life beyond?
Thank you, Sean. I will say, Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un. From God we came, and to him we should all return. He served this country diligently. He served with all his commitment to the unity, security, and of course, the development of our country. And I will say that I'm glad that I took part in the period he served as President, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, as his Chief of Army Staff. When he was the military governor of the Northeast, I think I was in school. I was still in school. And I had real privilege, to have even come across him, when he was the governor. But informally, I'm from far. But I think that when he appointed me as the Chief of Army Staff, he had a mission, and he gave his own directive. And if you remember, even during his campaign tours, he promised the restoration of peace and security across the country, especially in the Northeast. And he waited no time. The very day he was sworn in, he directed the return or the relocation of the Command and Control Center to the Northeast. And that was a major strategic move that he made, being a military general. And he knows the importance of locating the Command and Control Center, where you have a bird's eye view of the whole operation. And I took that as a very serious directive, and I did not waste time. The very day I took over as Chief of Army Staff, I moved, and of course, moved my tactical headquarters, the Army headquarters, tactical headquarters to Maiduguri, and I remained there. And as Providence will have it, the last day I served as Chief of Army Staff, the announcement, I spoke with him while I was in the Northeast, coordinating and directing the operation there, when he asked me to come back and then hand over to my successor. So it's a person, or he was a person who had that real love for Nigeria, and he believed that once you are given task, you are supposed to take it, go ahead, and plan and execute it according to his directive, and that was what I did. He is the person that has that command philosophy of giving you freedom of action. And I am glad that we achieved results at the time I was Chief of Army Staff. You can see from 17 local governments across the Northeast that were under the Boko Haram, were under Boko Haram control, were recovered, and we degraded, as he promised, the Boko Haram terrorists challenge across the Northeast. And of course, these challenges continue to evolve. And as we continue to see the challenges, we also address them as they can. So by and large...
Indeed, Chief. General, indeed, the challenges continued to evolve. And as a result of that, I dare say that the president, your commander-in-chief, took bullets for you because it would seem that at some point people started to get agitated as to, yes, they have achieved results in the south, in the northeast of the country, but then, the security situation began to rear its head in the northwest of the country, which was baffling for a lot of people. And they thought that, perhaps there needs to be a rejig in the leadership. And the president, it would seem, was adamant. He said he didn't quite see what it was that new people were coming to do. As a chief who served under him, who served under his command, so to speak, how did that feel for you?
Well, first of all, let me correct this impression. He wasn't adamant. He was never adamant in terms of, getting the service chiefs replaced. And he had his own strategic, position. And of course, the issue was more or less political, rather than military strategic reasons for the service chief to be replaced. And if you see the progress he made as the president from the time you know, before he came and after his election and being inaugurated, you know what is happening. Just review back or look back, 2013 or even 2009, maybe up to 2013, 2014, and early 2015. What was the political situation? What was the security situation in the country? You know, as close as Abuja, where you are, probably, yeah. You know, bombings everywhere, roadblocks closed all over. You know, and then you so-called, what do you call it, Jos, Kaduna, Kano, Bauchi, Potoskum, and so on. The whole of the Northeast was virtually under Boko Haram. Maiduguri, you can't move out of Maiduguri up to 5 kilometers radius without a heavy security or without being attacked by the Boko Haram terrorists. But at the time we left our service chiefs, these things were not there. We have completely degraded the Boko Haram terrorists. So whatever that came after for the clamor or the call for replacement of the service chiefs, well, to me, was more political and probably even personal. That's how I see it.
General,
so, but be rest assured, he was not adamant. He has his strategic focus, and he said, you know, the work that we have done, you know, he is satisfied with it, and he trusted us, you know, with what he gave us as his task. So by and large, I think we did our best, and at the end, he further saw us that we shouldn't go far away from him, and he appointed us as ambassadors. That we surrounded the Nigerian, you know, neighbors around our neighbors. That's Niger, Cameroon, Chad, Benin, and of course Ghana. So we are very close with him. Even when we left our service chiefs, he appointed us as ambassadors. That means he was very much satisfied, and he trusted us, and we delivered.
Well, Chief, I mean, I think that the jury will still be out as to, you know, just how you fared. But when I was making reference to, you know, military traditions, recently I had the privilege to be able to look at the average that military chiefs, especially chiefs of army staff, spend in office. Usually it's between 2 to 3 years. And you were one of the longest serving almost up to 6 years in office from 2015 to 2021. And so some people will say that that even distorted, well, I say, leadership within military ranks. I mean, you can always comment on that as a former military lead, you know, former chief, and all of that. But in terms of security, you must also acknowledge that whilst the Northeast fared well, and a lot of Nigerians acknowledge that, not least those who lived within the Northeast itself, you know, saying that they did feel safer and things normalized. However, a new threat, which it would seem, you know, we missed completely or we underestimated, so to speak, came up in the northwest of the country, almost derailing the progress that had been recorded in the Northeast. And you mentioned how Abuja, you know, became safer, etc. Then we now recorded something where terrorists attacked a prison in Abuja, in Kuje, as a matter of fact, a few meters. A lot of people were counting how many kilometers it was to Aso Rock, etc. These were some of the challenges that came back, and people were wondering, what exactly is going on? So there were these agitations, so to speak. Do you think that if he had a strategy, was he able to communicate clearly what that strategy was to at least calm people down, people who were agitated about the fact that he wasn't changing chiefs, you know, to let them know that he really was on top of it?
Well, first of all, the comment on the tenure of the service chiefs, I think, you see, the Armed Forces Act is very clear. You know, while it prescribed 2-year term, but it can also be extended, you know, at the will, you know, of the commander-in-chief. So it's open, you know. So as far as that, you know, is concerned, it is still within the Armed Forces Act, and which is an act of the National Assembly and Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So there is nothing wrong about that, you know. Career progression if you look at it, how many officers will become service chiefs within a service? So, yeah, just one or two probably will be from the Chief of Defense Staff from a particular service, But that is just by the way. And I believe every officer aspires to be chief of his service. And it is at the prerogative of the commander-in-chief to appoint whoever he wishes at any time, with the guidance of the Armed Forces Act. Well, you see, I believe you remember the activities that we continued during President Buhari's period from day one. There was no period that, no quarter of the year that passes, for the length of period I served, we've never had a lull period where we don't have one exercise or operations or the other. So, strategy demands constant, activity, constant reevaluation, and constant action, so that you'll be able to contain and nip any of those security challenges, in the bud. So, from Crocodile Smile, from Harbin Kunama, from Ayam Apatuma, and then to Python Dance, that is Python Dance, and so on. We have conducted every quarter one exercise. So you see, we maintain high level of security across the country. And we have received several threats on this, jailbreak, as well as attacks on several other installations, strategic national installations. But we had always been proactive and to make sure that we contain, such situations. And, that particular jailbreak, before we left, we had that threat, but they couldn't achieve it because we were able to maintain it. I'm not saying, blaming any other, set of service chiefs, but the point is, there is need for constant, evaluation of intelligence and constant check, and you must have constant activities continuously in order to stem the challenges. And it is not just mere the service chiefs. It is comprehensive. Apart from the intelligence agencies, the police, and even the local community and the leaders, they have very important role to contain the insecurity we have in this country. So you can't blame the service chief at any time, because it's a collective effort. And by the time you put the blame on the service chief, it's a complete interpretation of something else that probably that is a system failure if care is not taken. So the military, is just one arm of
but General,
the totality of strategic efforts for a national security and defense to be achieved.
General,
yeah.
You've been holding the guns and commanding the artilleries over the years. So you perhaps not being on the street as much as a lot of us. The expectation when the Buhari government came into office is the insecurity was at an all-time high in the country. And perhaps a question my colleague Mark was trying to drive home is how far the security was fought. And put it in context, right, is the fact that Nigerians were expecting that all their insecurity problems were going to be solved by this man, who is not going to take any nonsense. And he now topped it up with the fact that he's going to be on the ground and he's going to take the command and control center right in the middle of the war. So a lot of Nigerians had high expectations. But when the government, after 8 years, was getting out of power, the insecurity was still with us. Does it look like a kind of disappointment? Maybe what Buhari wanted to do, it could not achieve as far as security is concerned?
Well, Buhari has achieved that objective. And it's unfortunate that we had, very high expectation, I'm happy I listened to Suleiman Adamu, the former minister, who spoke on the fact that he gives a tax and he expects you to do it. I also repeated it earlier, in my remarks. So you see, the high expectation of Mr. President, by the generality of Nigerians, was as a result of the fact of the terrible situation that we are in. Complete breakdown of security. Abuja was threatened. If your federal capital is threatened, then it means it's a serious issue. But as at the time he left, Abuja was no longer threatened. After the first 2 years, Abuja was no longer threatened. It's a major achievement. And we should know that fundamentally. It's very important, And we push the challenge back to the fringes of Borno and then Niger Republic and Chad Republic fringes. That was what happened. And you can see how serious it was. But all of us must appreciate what President Buhari left for us. He pushed them from our capital, our federal capital, now back to the wilderness. So it's a big achievement. There was high expectation, But the issue of the Northwest, there was intelligence report, and he was aware that when the Northeast, was degraded, the next area will be to the Northwest. He had that intelligence, and he never sat back. We push and also make sure that we contend the challenges in the Northwest. But the point is, as I said, it's a combination of every element of the national security, aspect that must play, including the resources, including the state administrations, as well as all other security agencies must work together to ensure that these challenges are contained. The Northwest is something that can be addressed, quickly, and so far so good. I have been following what is happening in the Northwest. The military and the other security agencies are progressing. Challenges of such magnitude must be taken, continuously without break. And I'm happy the service chiefs presently are pushing for that, and they're doing it in collaboration with other security agencies. Remember, if you look at example of other countries, I've been to Colombia, I've been to Bangladesh. Colombia is over 50 years of insurgency that they suffered, but it took time. We're happy we are not yet up to that number of years. But I believe Nigeria is up to the task, the military is up to the task, the government of the day, I believe, also is up to the task. They are not leaving any stone unturned to ensure that the security is maintained across our country. So what is needed is for consistency. There shouldn't be any break in terms of intelligence gathering, in terms of execution based on plan, intelligence analysis, or what you call the intelligence assessment, and then you intelligence estimate, then you move in and deal with that challenge immediately.
General,
so
let me jump in quickly.
To have, achieve the results.
Let me jump in quickly. When the president took ill, there were a lot of stories as to what caused it. I'm talking about the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. And I'm wondering whether there will be a closure in terms of the information the Nigerian people are privy to. And maybe tonight, or this morning, you might be able to give us an insight. As the Chief of Army Staff, it will look as though there is a mutiny because there are talks about how some attack came through his office into the vent, which led to the sickness and all that. As a chief of the army staff, what came to your mind at first? What information do you have? Is late now, but what information, what can you tell us? What really caused it? What happened?
Well, this is a national, security issue and intelligence as well. I have spoken on this in the past. Health issues, as we saw it, is more or less a family issue, it's a personal issue, it's a confidential matter. And I believe the appropriate agencies, had addressed it the way they deem fit. And I believe whatever happened, we're glad at the end he recovered from whatever sickness he was afflicted with. And he came and completed his 8 years as President, Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. So by and large, I believe that it is a national, complex national security issue, which the appropriate intelligence agency, had handled it.
But General, are you worried about the breach?
Whether it is, sorry,
are you worried about the breach at the time? What efforts were made to?
You see, we have different roles. Okay, if there is breach of security, we have our different roles. I have told you the appropriate intelligence agency had handled it as at that time, and they were able to recover and do, evacuate Mr. President, and we thank Almighty God. He has recovered, and this is his time, and we pray Almighty Allah will repose his soul and grant him eternal rest.
Before I allow you go, General, this man that you served under, your commander, and there are a lot of people who were following you, who were your mentees on the ground, who you were commanding across the different battalions. What would you say is the legacy? On one hand, for the military, because you were the man who oversaw the military, the army, on behalf of the president, the GCFR, and on one hand, as the leader of the nation, to keep Nigerian people safe. What legacy would you say Muhammadu Buhari left, military-wise, in the army, and in terms of security?
Well, thank you very much. Great legacies. First of all, in the army, reprofessionalization of Nigerian army capacity building, where we have formidable, strong officers that have been left behind, and we have seen their capacity. And I'm glad almost all the service chiefs, especially in the army, I've worked very closely with them. I have tasked them in different capacities, and I saw their results, and they have done very well, and they are still doing very well. I'm proud of them. All the service chiefs, the CDS, Chief of Army Staff, and of course the Navy, Chief of Naval Staff, and Chief of Air Staff. Specifically for the Army, you can see the modernization of the Nigerian Army. I think we've never had it so good, in terms of modernization. Today we are far ahead of other armies in Africa and other parts of the world in terms of cyber warfare. We have also established that Land Forces Simulation Center. And we have improved and increased the strength of the Army and more formations. And we have the Special Forces Command, which are quite formidable. And I believe also in terms of training, kitting, these are legacies that we have left, and it has continued. I don't want to reflect back on some of those things that we are not in a line, but I believe in terms of uniformity in our training, in our kitting, we have achieved that. Is that legacy that Buhari has left that is still being practiced? Right. I'm happy it has continued. In terms of national security, you can see that the focus and what has been left, in terms of even coordination with our neighboring countries, with the multinational joint task force, the need for synergy with our neighboring countries is something that is quite fundamental. Our borders have remained porous, and we need really to coordinate and cooperate and operate together with our neighboring countries. Recently, not long ago, General Sidi Musa, the Chief of Defense Staff, was in the Niger Republic to sign an agreement in order to continue the collaboration. The MNJTF will still maintain the Nigerian military, officer is still the commander there. And I believe we have set a legacy in terms of institutions. The war colleges of the Army, Navy, and Air Force are there. And I'm glad also the Nigerian Army University is a masterpiece that requires, the support of everybody to ensure that the Nigerian Army University, strives. And it's a major breakthrough, so that the military capacity building will continue in that regard.
General, thank you so much for your time. A real loss to the nation and to the Nigerian Army. A soldier who has now bowed out and paid his final salute to the nation and to this life. In person of Muhammadu Buhari. Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, a former Chief of Army Staff. Thanks so much indeed for your time on our special coverage of the passing and the burial rites for former President Muhammadu Buhari. Thanks so much indeed. But let's also tell you that a lot of people have been calling and arriving at the Yar'Adua International Airport in Katsina, hoping that the body of the president, the late president, will arrive. And at the moment, of course, earlier, we saw the arrival of a delegation from the Niger Republic.
Indeed.
And we saw the governors of Ogun State
and Lagos
State and the industrialist Aliko Dangote, who arrived also in Katsina. We are keeping track, and at the moment when the body arrives at the international airport in Katsina, talking about the body of the late former president Muhammadu Buhari, we will put you in the loop. But there are more memories, of course, and one of such is the one we had with the exclusive interview we had with the former president and the now late president Muhammadu Buhari. Let's relive those moments. There's a few minutes of that conversation. The man you may not be able to hear live speak again. I understand that the last time that the sitting president Bola Tinubu and himself saw and spoke was at the book launch of Femi Adesina sometime in April or so.
Oh dear.
Until he now got sick, traveled to the UK for treatment at the London clinic, and until his passing on Sunday. But let's now remind you of some of the thoughts of the late president when he was sitting president, and this interview exclusive to China's television.
I think you can recall that when I was campaigning, right, 2015, there were three fundamental issues: security, economy, and fighting corruption. And for Nigerians to be fair to this administration is to try and find out, from the time we won the election in 2015 to now, in the three promises we made: improving security, improving the economy, and trying to fight corruption. Well, securing the country in the northeast, if you ask anybody from Borno State, from Yobe State, from Adamawa State, there were a number of local governments, about 18, that were in the hands of Boko Haram. None of any local government now is strictly in the hands of Boko Haram or ISWAP. So, in that respect, we have done something. The economy, don't forget, and I challenge so many people to go and check with the central bank or NNPC, the production from 1999 to 2014 was 2.1 million barrels a day, average production, at the average cost of $100 American per barrel. When we came, somehow the militants were unleashed in the south. Production went down to 500,000 barrels a day. And I think by some fabulous coincidence, the price again collapsed to about $37 per barrel. But look at what we did. Within the time frame and the resources available to us relative to the government we inherited.
Well, the economy and security are two very pressing areas, Mr. President, and I'm sure that over and over again we'll keep going there. You talked about how the militants were unleashed. Some people will say that President Erdogan also faced that crisis when he ascended, when he became president, and that was one of the reasons why he had to, come up with the amnesty program. But I'll take you back again to security. You've spoken about the progress we've made in the Northeast, and that is true. The camps are being emptied. The Northwest continues to be of concern, where we see bandits, unleashed in many parts of the Northwest, sometimes getting to the North Central of the country. Would you say that we understand fully the problems we're currently facing in terms of security in the Northwest?
In the Northwest, the same people, the same culture, stealing each other's animals, killing each other, burning villages. So I think the only language they understand, we discuss it thoroughly with the law enforcement agencies, the service chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, is to go after, the terrorists. We label them terrorists, and we are going to deal with them with such. And I believe if you go to those constituencies in the Northwest and North Central, within the last 4 weeks, there are improvements in the security. There is improvement in the security.
It is true. I mean, because the farmers' herd was one that was a big challenge a few years back, and maybe a few months back as well. It's come down somewhat, but some people are attributing it to the seasons. They think it's about the weather. And that now that we're entering the peak of the dry season, perhaps we could see a resurgence again. Would you say that we have dealt with that problem once and for all, or do you fear that it could rear its head again?
We can't do much about the weather, but about the security, we have taken steps, and we are seeing the results, and we thank God for that. For the weather, we can only pray and hope that the weather they are mentioning, the climate change and so on. Nigeria, we are very susceptible to such issues because of our population and the size of the country. Population is the size of the country.
All right, then, there you have it. Some of the moments, the conversation with the late president exclusive to China's television. There were a lot of revelations. It was that same interview that he had to tell us that, look, I will not tell you who my candidate is, because if I told you, they will kill him. And at the moment also, he argued that he debated
until today, I think that remains a mystery, as to who precisely President Buhari's choice was.
Was it Oshibajo?
Was it Rotimi Amici?
Who exactly?
No one knows.
Yeah.
No one knows. But
maybe he kept that secret to his grave.
It's possible. Or maybe Mr. Laulu Akonde can tell us.
Do you know, Laulu, who that...
who was the president's candidate?
Well,
was that revealed?
I guess
who had a mark on his back?
I guess we're going to find out in eternity.
Because clearly the president didn't reveal that. But one of the areas, where the president really struggled was this issue of the farmer herders crisis, which is still with us today. Only recently President Tinubu had cause to visit Yelwata, and in the wake of the killing of close to 200 people in Yelwata in Benue State, there have been real crisis in on the plateau. And we've also seen, and this is aside the other issues of kidnapping, etc. But talking about this farmer herders conflict, what has been dubbed the farmer herders conflict. Because some people say this is just a way to just categorize it. It's not like that is what is happening. The president took a lot of flack for his handling of this particular security threat. It's interesting. I was just finished speaking with the
General
Buratai, who tried to defend, and I think it is also a moment for accountability for those who worked with him. They're also seizing this moment to defend what it was that they were able to do whilst he was in office. But how would you say?
We need to go on a break.
Yes, we do. We do.
Let's go on a break. We'll allow Laolu to respond to some of these. And of course, we know that the Emir of Gwandu is with us. And don't forget the live pictures that we are getting for you on the ground. Our eyes are there at the international airport, the Yerodua International Airport. Our eyes are on the ground there also in Daura, the final resting home of the late President Muhammadu Buhari. It's a continued coverage of the final moment in the death and burial of late President Muhammadu Buhari. We'll be right back, everyone.
Unmatched security, timeless elegance, looking for doors that offer ultimate protection without compromising on style? Susre Doors presents Pivot Doors, crafted for luxury and designed for durability. Our exclusive heavy-duty security doors are built to withstand the toughest threats, giving you total peace of mind. Strength, style, and security all in one. Upgrade your home today. Call us now or visit our showroom. Susre Doors, securing your world.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Unmatched security, timeless elegance, looking for doors that offer ultimate protection without compromising on style? Susre Doors presents Pivot Doors, crafted for luxury and designed for durability. Our exclusive heavy-duty security doors are built to withstand the toughest threats, giving you total peace of mind. Strength, style, and security all in one. Upgrade your home today. Call us now or visit our showroom. Susre Doors, securing your world.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the funeral, the burial of President Muhammadu Buhari, who passed away in London. This is our continuing coverage of his funeral rites. We know for now that a plane conveying his body is on its way back from London and should be landing at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport anytime from now. We also know that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will also be on ground to receive that body, and from there they're going to be going to Daura for prayers, for the Muslim prayers, and also the interment. This is our own continuing coverage of the process right here on Channels Television, and we have been reflecting on the life and times of President Muhammadu Buhari, speaking to those who knew him closely, those who observed him from afar. But right now we're being joined by His Royal Majesty Muhammadu Ilyasu, who is the Emir of Gwandu, and he's joined us all the way from Kebbi State virtually. It's good to see you, Your Royal Majesty. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We know that you served as the ADC to President Muhammadu Buhari when he was a military head of state. How did you receive the news of his passing?
Thank you very much for calling us back. Those old mates of later President Muhammadu Buhari. During the army, assembly together with General Buhari, and they have been for a then, and we have been meeting several times to discuss issues and the matters that affect the ministry and they indeed the nation. So I feel greatly saddened when I heard the death of late President Muhammadu Buhari when he was in London receiving treatment. We talk occasionally to find out how he is feeling and those sort of things going about. Suddenly, after talking to the chief of protocol office, when I heard he was sick, he told me that he was going to join me to the general to speak. And I realized he was sick. I said, come to call again, you'll understand how I feel. So as a matter of fact, when we joined the army, the same day in Nigerian Military Defense Academy. Then the Nigerian Military School was based in Ghana. When we got our independence, the Nigerian Military School established in Kaduna. And that is where we met as cadets. And when I finished, when I was sent to Pakistan, and General Buhari was sent to UK. Its course was a short one. Mine was 3 years. So when we come back, we find Nigeria then were facing Nigerianization. And so there was need to take over from those who are foreigners. And so many of us who are in secondary schools were recruited into the army to serve our own nation. That is how we come together and we remain as friends. Anytime we get a feast, we get holidays, General Buhari and myself, we go together to Zenda in the Niger Republic and spend a week or two. Then we come back to Nigeria. He used to be the driver of the car. And then we go there, sometimes spend 1 week, sometimes 2 weeks, and then we come back to Nigeria. So it has been a friendly way of taking off as officers in the army. We were then General Buhari, General Edward, Ali Bissau, myself, in the service. And we continue to be friends, not only in the service, but even outside. Our family become one family. General children don't ever, they come to me as I was their father. When General Buhari given notice for marriage, I was called to be the one who would hand it over to the group. So that strategy should continue day and night. I recall when myself was sick, I was asked to go to Abuja. I was in the clinic waiting for the doctor to come and see me. General Buhari came to that hospital 10:30 in the night. And all he found, I was there sitting on the small shelf myself alone. Then when I realized he don't come, I said, who said to come here? He said, he answered,
Your Royal Highness, yeah. Your Royal Highness, I know that there are a lot to talk about the man that was your classmate and you know very well. But before we just take away the trouble away from you, because I know that is also a sober moment for everyone, give us an understanding of what kind of legacy you think the man is leaving behind.
Buhari abstained as a legacy which you can remember it. When he joined politics, he came here in Bandu, and I told him that you are now a civilian. I wish I'm not the emir, then I will join you to go and fight this cause of keeping our Nigeria together. So he left. And later on, I asked him to come and see my family. He came. And after that, he went for his campaign, and we continued together. So if you ask me a new question, I'm ready to answer, but the thing is long. And now I am an old man. You can hear my voice. It's becoming very difficult to talk. And talking about a man who live together all your life, himself, his family. So maybe there are some few questions which you want to ask. Then I'm ready to give an answer. But talking long stories is difficult for an old man. There is no more, in this situation, feeling very bad. But I know it's the wish of God, and nobody can prevent it.
All right, Your Royal Highness, I must sincerely thank you. I know this must be a very tough period for you too because of your relationship, classmates to the late President Muhammadu Buhari. Your Royal Highness, the Emir of Gwandu, thank you so much indeed. Muhammadu Ilyasu Bashir, Emir of Gwandu, thank you so much indeed for your time on the program.
Thank you very much.
Indeed.
I'm very grateful.
Thank you. We're also grateful for creating time for us. Of course, we know that the last time that we publicly saw President Bola Tinubu and the late President Muhammadu Buhari was at Femi Adesina's book launch here in Abuja. You could see the camaraderie between both leaders. In fact, it was the late president that saw off the president to his vehicle. And that indeed was one statement that a lot of people would say is very loud.
It was a very humorous moment as well. Yeah. One of the things I remember about that event was Vice President Yemi Osinbajo on the podium sharing his moments with President Muhammadu Buhari. And I recall very clearly President Bola Tinubu laughing very excitedly and looking at President Buhari and wondering, like, really, did you really say things like that? Yeah. He talked about how Nigerians, President of VP Osinbajo was concerned about the news that was being shared about him and wanted to respond to some of those people. And he said that President Buhari told him that you are concerned about Nigerians sharing things about you. Do you know that he actually printed an invitation letter and said I was getting married again? And do you know that there were people actually at the mosque, waiting to come and see me get married again? It was quite a very humorous event.
Part of part of our history now is the fact that the man that is being able, as a deputy, they call it the spare tire role, the deputy governor, vice president. But it is under this the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, that Osinbajo acted for the longest time as an acting president. And you will see a lot of things played out. After the Yaradua era, we had to think about our laws and ensure that the vacuum about what happens when there's in the moment of indisposition of a leader, that vacuum is not created. A lot of things, and I hope that the producers will bring some of the quotes that you can now, because you will not hear Buhari speak again because he's gone, but what you will remember, what you will be able to know are the references to what he has said, the policies, the legacies that he's made as a leader.
You know, one of them which stands out for me, and which we also heard the Minister of Water Resources refer to, was how the president wished he was younger when he had taken office. He wished that he had become, you know, head of state, or he just had a few years. He says, now I'm 72 and there's a limit to what I can do. So even he understood his limitations. I think for a number of Nigerians, that I'm not very sure whether I remember if it was in his first tenure or his second tenure, because some people would have said if it was in his first tenure, that certainly would have counted against him. Because it certainly would have played that over and over again as to, why do you want to elect somebody again when he's already said that there is a limit to what he can do? But that was one time when he truly showed faith in the Nigerian constitution and empowered his vice president to be acting president. One of the very few times that we've seen any leader do that, because we remember the constitutional conundrum it put Nigeria in when President Muhammadu Musa didn't transmit power to his, even though now we, you know, there are stories here and there as to whether or not he did, and there's some people saying, oh, it was he did.
Some people said there was actually a letter. There was a letter that were never allowed to. There are a lot of
so many things coming out. I wonder what will come out now that President Muhammadu Buhari has passed on. Do you think that there are things that we might hear about him which people were not brave enough to say when he was alive?
Well, certainly not from me. Well, I mean, of course, the nature of Nigeria is that, you know, people are going to get bolder, you know, when, you know, people are no longer alive. We see what happened about June 12. You know, the family of Abacha said, oh, why didn't Babangida say these things while the guy was alive? You know, it's good for our national consciousness that, okay, somebody is now coming up with the story. But yes, it means that the guy can't defend himself anymore. So I wouldn't be surprised if we find revelations.
Let me drag you a bit out here. And I'll let our viewers know that the late president is one also who supported a lot of Nigerians to heading global agencies. Amina Mohammed is one of those you would say got support from becoming from a cabinet minister to becoming a global representation in the United Nations. Mr. Additional at Okonjo-Iweala was one. I mean, eminent Nigerians who had gone on to represent Nigerians. But where I wanted to, the humor I wanted to bring out here is that the portrayal of the presidential villa, and you were there for 8 years, the office of the vice president is on the other wing, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And the office of the president is on the other wing.
Yes.
Are there moments where President Muhammadu Buhari had walked over to the vice president office? Did you remember any of such moments?
No.
Because I understand that it was also casual like that. Yeah. He could easily relate with those who work with him. And are there moments like that?
The moments that that I saw him walk around the VP complex were in the evening when he was taking a walk. You know, otherwise it's always the vice president that we go to meet him in his office. But if you stayed long enough in the evenings, you know, around 7 and 8, you know, some of the times he was taking his walk, you know, around the villa, and you will see him walk up to the vice president's wing. Otherwise, you know, you didn't, I mean, you won't have him come over to the vice president's office, except the vice president himself going there, which was quite several times. But him coming, you know, I think it will probably be deemed to be against protocol.
So let's bring into the conversation on this very historical day in the life of our nation, one Nigerian that a lot of people will salute, not only on the national front, but globally. She served as a Minister of Environment in 2015 to 2016. She went on to becoming the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Ms. Amina Mohammed is live for us here on Channels Television. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us on our continuing coverage of the burial rites and the final moment of former President Muhammadu Buhari. You certainly had moments with him. For you, recollecting those moments, what would you say is one of those that stood out significantly?
Thank you. Well, one of those moments was the decision for me to come to the United Nations as the Deputy Secretary General. We were sitting in a meeting in Marrakesh at the climate meeting, and, Ban Ki-moon came over and said, we think that, the new Secretary General is going to ask you to come. And I said, no, it's not possible. I've come home and I'm serving. And then had a discussion with him to say that, I really needed his support. If they came to ask him, he shouldn't say yes. And he said, of course not. We need all our people back here in the team to serve Nigeria, and we need the best. So I felt very confident and left Marrakesh to India, which was my next trip. And in India, I got a call from the current Secretary General to ask if, join him as Deputy Secretary General. So I said with a lot of confidence, I can't leave the service that I have, and I'm committed to President Muhammadu Buhari's term. So he said, will you allow me to speak to him? I said, of course you can speak to him. I have to tell you, I was very confident that my president would say, no. So I left India, I went home, and they said the president was looking for me. And I went and sat in front of him, and he talked to me for a long time about service. And I just thought, my God, I know where he's going. And at the end of it, after explaining why, these things mattered in terms of representing the country, he said, but of course the decision is yours. And in my head, I just thought, my goodness me, of course the decision is not mine. In our culture, when a man of that stature, one that you look to as a father, says things to you, that he wants the best. And so the only thing you can say is, yes, sir. But we often laughed about that, because when things were...
Ma'am, I think we lost your audio there. If you can punch the audio button. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, so Ms. Amina Mohammed there.
Yeah, we certainly hope to reconnect with her, but she was one of the very few women who served.
One of the brightest that we have.
Yes, in his cabinet, and it will be very interesting to get her perspective, on how he viewed women in leadership roles. But clearly, he rooted for her, and that's why he was able to push, for her to go on to the role that she's currently serving in today.
It might be difficult, Mark, when you have some of the best tools in your hands and you let it go.
Indeed.
Because Amina Mohammed certainly was one of the brightest stars of that cabinet.
Indeed.
And she left quite early. She didn't spend up to 2 years, just around a year or so in the cabinet before she left. And a lot of people thought that was going to be a tough decision. And maybe higher, there may not be a higher service than serving your nation, but then it's a service to the world. So a gift to the rest of the globe for Amina Mohammed to go on and do that. But then in this moment, how significant do you think this kind of... You're a woman, you know what it means.
Well, let us pose the question to her. I'm sure it's the one who served with President Muhammadu Buhari. Ma'am, it's really a pleasure to have. Thank you so much for attempting to reconnect. We're hoping that you can hear us clearer, and we hope we don't lose you again. But can you share with us what it was like for you serving with him in that cabinet, and also, listening much later to criticisms that he suffered as a result of not, putting his foot down with the 35% affirmative action, which a lot of women had expected will come under his leadership?
Well, I mean, for me and the many women in his cabinet, I think we were given, as everyone else, the freedom to carry out our mandates. And I think as a woman, when you occupy a position, you open up that position to other women and to other issues. And it was incumbent upon all of us to fight for women's issues, and not just President Muhammadu Buhari. I think he put us in very important roles in the cabinet. I'm one to see a cabinet 50-50. That is my aspiration and ideal. When it doesn't happen, you have to understand that he sits on the seat of leadership. He's elected. He knows the politics he has to play within a country that perhaps is not there yet. Not there yet. But I can tell you that as women in the cabinet, we were always given the freedom to speak and to carry out our mandates, to have access to him when we had challenges. And so I didn't really see a better. And you can ask me, I've served many presidents. And I think that, he did the best he could with what he had. And he did a lot of delegation. I mean, Galadima said, the Minister Suleiman Adamu, that he talked about coming at such a later stage in his life. But what he did was max his team. And I think it was up to us to deliver. He was the leader, but we were the team. And I think that, we have to take collective responsibility for any of the criticisms that come at him. They were ours also. He succeeded, we succeeded. He didn't do as well as people expected. And we are 240 million Nigerians. We have to understand we'll never get it all right. Only God is perfect.
I'm in fact going to imagine that not only, why can a woman be the next Nigerian president? After, I'm just thinking aloud. Not only serving male leaders, but the big question here is the role Muhammadu Buhari played in our nation, and perhaps one of the biggest lessons of leadership. What would you say is one legacy that you think that government bequeathed to the Nigerian people?
Well, I think first and foremost is that this is an officer and a gentleman who went through from military rule to a democracy. He dropped his uniform and he embraced democracy. I don't think he was always comfortable with politics, but what he did was try and try and try again. He believed in the rule of law, and he believed in a system that even if it was imperfect, he would keep trying until he got to where he needed to get to. And it was God's will that he would be the president at the time he was. But I want people to remember that, before he got there, it was not just overnight. It was a struggle. And so therefore, the struggle of Nigeria is what I think he leaves, is that you don't give up on this country. It's the only one you have. And it is not perfect, but it's up to us to do that nation building. And he was, yes, sometimes very excited and looked to see the potentials and pushed us. But he was also at times disappointed in our responses in terms of, what were we going to do? Were we ready to go that last mile? And I think that that's what we have to think about, is that he gave it his all. Whenever he was asked to serve, he served. And we have to think about that. To serve is not an easy thing to do. It is a sacrifice, enormous sacrifice to his wife, to his children, to his family, and to his lifestyle. Because remember, he was also not a person who was always out there. He was very much one that kept his own counsel and a very small, gathering of trusted friends and family. So many sacrifices. It is a long haul, believing in the rule of law. And last but not least, he stood for the courage of his conviction. I didn't see him ever waver in the time that I had the honor of knowing him and serving him and serving the country. He really stuck to the courage of his convictions. And that is exactly that, courage and conviction.
Please stay with us for a moment. We'll take a quick break, and hopefully we'll be able to adjust the setting and the orientation of your screen, because we do have so much more to get out of you on this day. We'll be right back in our continued coverage of the burial and the final moment in Daura, when the late former President Muhammadu Buhari, his body will be committed to Mother Earth. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us in this continuing coverage of the final moment of the burial of the late former president, Muhammadu Buhari. I would let you know that we have our eyes at the airport. The former president's body is due to arrive at the Yaradua International Airport in Katsina in the last hour. By give and take, this should not take another further minute when we get the news that his body has arrived, and we have our eyes live in Daura, where the final rites will be done. The President, Bola Tinubu, is expected to officially receive the body from the airport and onward movement to Daura, where the final burial rites will be conducted. We've been showing you pictures, live pictures from there. But let's quickly get a final thought with the 5th Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations and former Nigerian Minister of Environment, who served under the Buhari administration, got the push and the support of the late former president to serve in that capacity. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. In all of this, right, our nation is in transition to good governance, transition to development, transition to meeting the aspirations of the Nigerian people. If you look at it on the global stage, the world is seeing a lot of troubles, wars here and there, and you are right in the middle of it. And we are thinking of how to navigate. What would you say that the Buhari administration has laid as a legacy to help Nigeria navigate this process, and perhaps what the Nigerian people need to put their minds to and work on?
Well, I think you're right. The global tensions that we see today are affecting everyone. But I think that what we did in Buhari's time was to set an agenda that really did Nigeria first a long time ago. And to be very clear about our vision, to be clear that this is about building our nations and the interests of our people, but acknowledging that this is in a global context. And I think what you will see is a coming together today of Nigerians for Nigeria, whether they're in the country or they're outside of the country. And kudos to the many colleagues that I have outside in the diaspora who are doing incredibly well, whether in the UN, you mentioned earlier our former Minister of Finance, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, as the WTO head, but there are many more in businesses. There are many more in diaspora. There are incredible Nigerians young Nigerians who have come into the tech space. And so I think what we have shown is that we have the ability to bring everyone home and to do this better. And those foundations really have been laid over time. But in Buhari's time, I think, you really did see everyone rolling up their sleeves and trying to do something in an incredibly difficult context. You remember when we first came in, the security situation in the country was quite incredible. We had parts of our country taken over, as did Mali a few months ago, and reclaimed that. Yes, we have not resolved the problem of security yet, but the efforts that continue to be made don't slide. So on very many different levels, the connection with the global, with the regional as well, the African Union. Of course, we've had our challenges with ECOWAS, but I think it's a sign of the times. And if I was to say anything, we are losing leaders who have convictions, who have a set of values that they hold on to very tightly. And we need them, because when we see the situation in Gaza, when we see the situation in Sudan, when we see the situation in Ukraine, where agreements to hold together the world with a set of values and principles are being eroded, I think that we should remember in late President Muhammadu Buhari when he stood for that, and we continue to support.
Right. My colleague Mark would like to ask you the last question, but pardon me, I'm not wanting to put you on the spot, but I do know that when you had a sit down with the late former President Muhammadu Buhari about your assignment at the United Nations, it's something perhaps that you didn't see coming. You were not expecting it as much. Maybe someday, maybe in the nearest moment, do you think you might want to take up the task of coming home and playing maybe a bigger role, like becoming Nigeria's president? Has this come to your mind?
No, it hasn't. I'm always about service, but I will tell you that we used to laugh about this when I asked a number of our former leaders, that question is often put to me. Look, I believe that I am a candidate that is appointable and not electable at this stage in my life.
Don't think so. Don't be quick to judgment. Don't be quick to judgment.
I tell you what I believe. What God has in store for me is different. But what I believe is that I have an enormous amount of experience, exposure, and the honor of serving in different capacities that I can bring back. And I'd like to think that what I'm doing is investing that in the young people of our country. They have great expectations. They deserve for us to get behind them with their energy, their vision. Let's use our experience and our wisdom to push them forward. So I'm an intergenerational person right now, and I would be a great campaign manager for another woman president in Nigeria.
Martha has the placard on behalf of the women.
Yes, I have. My placard is for you, Sheung. But right. Never mind. I'm not going to present it now. Ma'am, I'm just going to, thank you, because I know that we have taken a little more than you had planned to give us with your time. But, opportunities like this with you are so rare. And thank you so much for indulging us, more or less, on this occasion. I'm just going to ask you very quickly, though, because you've expressed very clearly that you an advocate for 50-50, which we're still very far from. I do not know how you intend to push that in our country where, we're still so far away from what it is that it ought to be when we're talking about women in leadership. We're still very far from even the goals that we have set for ourselves. What would you be saying to them, especially on the occasion of the funeral rites of President Muhammadu Buhari?
Well, this is about our principles, about our values, and the right for women to be side by side with men. There is no bird that flies on one wing, and we have an eagle, and right now it's flying on half a wing. So I would say to the parliament, I would say to our societies, our men, that we're not asking for numbers. We're asking for the capacities and the capabilities of women to help us build our nation. And it's long overdue. It's long overdue. In the United Nations, we came in, half our management are women, and half the people that represent the United Nations in the field are now women. So it is possible to do. Where there's a will, there's a way, but it does need a collective effort. We cannot leave people thinking that women don't deserve to be in a position of nation building. And I think that right has not yet been given to us, and it is one that we will continue to struggle for.
Well, ma'am, we hope to continue to engage with you. We have to thank you so much for sharing your time with us this afternoon. We've been speaking with the Deputy UN Secretary General Amina Mohammed, who also served with President Muhammadu Buhari in his first tenure as President of Nigeria. Thank you so much for speaking with us, ma'am.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we're still keeping our eyes on Daura and also on the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport. As Sheung did say earlier, any moments from now, we should be getting news that the plane which was sent to pick up the body and convey the body to Nigeria should be landing any moment from now, perhaps until...
It's late on schedule.
Yes, will also be...
Based on calculations.
Yes.
And, I mean, like I said earlier, that the give and take, flight schedules, and even the speed of the aircraft, you may not be able to determine weather and all of other contingencies.
Well, some people will say maybe they're trying to be respectful of how they carry the dead. You can't carry the dead in a rush. You have to, be solemn about it, I imagine. And maybe the plane is also doing it very solemnly. But it'll be interesting to get the perspective of... of Muslim clerics as to whether there is a deadpan time that this funeral must be done. But we do know that according to Islamic rites, it has to be done before sundown. So eyes on the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. These pictures we saw from earlier when we saw the, the military brigade now getting set to receive the body. We've been told that President Tinubu will be on the ground to receive the body in Katsina State. And then from there, it will proceed to Daura, also in Katsina, for the final interment and prayers. Shown quite a time, that we've had. One of the areas where President Muhammadu Buhari really did suffer some criticism was the area of women representation. It is remarkable that he supported 2 women to the international scene, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and also Amina Mohammed, whom we just spoke with. Do you think that the criticism of him in that regard was fair?
Well, that he didn't appoint
that we didn't have more women, and then also that comment, even though some people now say, oh, it was taken out of context, what he meant is that they didn't elect his family. That comment about his wife belonging in his living room and the other room, you know.
Well, we must appreciate the fact that, you know, President Muhammadu Buhari is a very traditional African man, you know, so we should consider how we measure him against some of the more modern contemporary views about these things. Look, if you look at the fact that he actually supported Amina Mohammed and supported Okonjo-Iweala, you know, that shows clearly that he is not somebody that has any serious limitations about what a woman can do. And he has quite a number of daughters, you know, himself actually 4 between him and his second wife, Aisha. So I think he did his best, you know, considering his milieu, considering his background, and, you know, yeah, he could have done better, but I think he has done quite well enough based on who he is.
When you say traditional African man, someone who was a Muslim, it's, you know, he kind of stuck with monogamy, which in that sense, some people would say maybe he's not as traditional as we think he is, in the sense that he was also quite forward-looking in that regard.
Because he's democratically, religiously, democratically allowed multiple.
Indeed.
But he was,
and the 4. They say it's not required that you're allowed to have 4.
And we know some men who are Christian and then still have more than one. So
he said that he's a converted Democrat, but in that regard, he refused to use his
card.
the aces that were available to him. So it's contestable also whether or not he fully utilizes Africanness as a man.
Yeah, well, I think if you look at a lot of his contemporaries, I think quite a bit of people who are even Muslims don't exercise that. I mean, for instance, his uncle, Maman Daura, also has one wife. You know, you can quite a few other people, Islamic people that have risen up to high positions. You know, a lot of them limit it to one wife. There are also those who don't. But I think a fair share of highly successful Muslim people stick to one wife.
Maybe, again, this on a lighter note, since Mark brought it up, just to calm the...
Yes, I see what you're doing there.
Talking about the kind of life that the late president had, someone who said he didn't have a house in London, that he also always relied on friends and all that. Apart from his home in Daura and another one in Kaduna, I'm not sure he has a home to himself
in Abuja.
In Abuja.
Yeah.
I mean, as the former president, he should have. And maybe these are some of the conservative nature that the man, because he looks like a conservative, a thorough conservative, because anyone who has served in those capacity, don't forget, he served at the board of the Petroleum Trust Fund, and resources were available to him, at least to be able to earn a good life for himself. But, you know, here, I mean, one wife, 2 or 3 homes, all globally. And
clearly the man was very Spartan, you know, and you have to give him the accolades for that. You know, he was minister for petroleum resources. He was actually the one that built a lot of those refineries. You know, he was chairman of NNPC. He was governor of Northeast State and then Borno, and then president twice. And, you know, we're not talking of him amassing wealth, you know.
That we know.
He stands out. And that's one commendation that you can't take away from.
Well, we did say that we're keeping tabs on Daura and also in Katsina, the capital of Katsina State, one of those states. You have to be careful when you say Katsina. Are you referring to the state or you're referring to the capital? So
there are few states in Nigeria like that. Kebbi, Birnin Kebbi.
Yes.
Katsina.
Kano.
Kaduna. Those states that share same name with the capital.
Yes, so indeed. So, well, in this context, you do know what I'm talking about. So we're keeping eyes on Katsina as a whole because Daura is also in Katsina. But right now we're keeping eyes on the airport, and we're hoping that any moment from now we should be able to give you updates as to, you know, whether at least President Tinubu should be on the ground. If he's going to be receiving that body, we want to imagine that he will be there before the body arrives. That would be the proper thing to happen, right?
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, the president has to be, that's President
Tinubu
ought to be on the ground before, and I think that's the plan. You know, but in terms of the timing, if you did say that the plane departed London
around 7:28.
Oh, okay.
Just about 8 o'clock.
Let's think about 8 o'clock. We have 9, 10, 11, 12. 1. It's still less than 6 hours.
Okay, so 6 hours. We're looking at 6 hours.
So
a little more to land.
So the ETA and
it's probably going to be around 2 o'clock.
Okay, so
it's 8 o'clock.
Quarter to. We're looking at 15 minutes to, perhaps.
Yeah.
Okay, so right now what we're being told is that this is a live feed being brought to you directly from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport, and we see that another aircraft has just landed. Clearly, this is not the president's aircraft, perhaps bearing dignitaries. We have seen earlier that a delegation from the Republic of Niger has arrived in Nigeria for this funeral. We've also been shown pictures of governors from the southwestern part of Nigeria who arrived earlier, the governors of Ogun, and also the governor of Lagos State who arrived in Katsina in preparation for the arrival of that body. That does look like a private aircraft. It's unclear who it is bearing, who's on board. So, but any moment from now, we should be able to tell you more dignitaries that have arrived to receive this body and also on ground for the funeral. It's unclear just how the body will proceed to Daura, even though we've been told it's just an hour away. Will it be flying via helicopter? We've been told that a number of choppers are also on the ground there in the airport and that there is a helipad. But, you know, since it's not so far away, it's unclear whether the body will be going by road. But clearly, more people are arriving in Katsina for this funeral, for this very historic moment in Nigeria's history.
Absolutely. Of course, we'll be hoping to see those who are on board that aircraft. Is indeed just...
it's a large aircraft.
It's a large aircraft.
It's a large aircraft,
more than 100-seater aircraft from what we can see right here. And
we see people already lining that red carpet. So clearly, it's going to be a very important personality. It does appear that they are lining up perhaps to receive the people who are coming aboard that aircraft and also to shake their hands. You know how we see when an important dignitary arrives, somebody runs them through the people that are, you know, lined on the red carpet to greet them. So clearly, it does appear that the dignitaries that have arrived are very important people. And any moment from now, we should be able to tell you clearly the people that have arrived. But clearly, these are live pictures coming to you from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport from Katsina State in the preparation for the final moments of the funeral of President Muhammadu Buhari.
Definitely. This looks like the man in which leaders of countries and leader of Nigeria are often being received. So it suggests that this is not just dignitaries, it's definitely someone of high importance and high up there that has just arrived.
Could it be the president?
It could, well, the president, I imagine, would be arriving on an official aircraft.
But given the fact that, number one, you know, Mr. Laula Conde was telling us earlier about how
that's not
the number one aircraft, 001, has gone to convey the body. Do you think the president might want to come in an unmarked aircraft as a result of that?
That would be curious because, you know, just...
It's almost unlikely.
They have a lot of, although, you know, this of jet is certainly a private jet. You know, he could, you know, because don't forget that he also has his own private jet, by the way.
Yes.
So,
But I mean, what I imagine is that it's almost unlikely for the president to travel. The large aircraft could travel as much without having to refuel about 6-7 hours. The aircraft to which convened the vice president. And in those kind of, and he has more capacity to do quite a lot of things. All right, so this is what is going on right now at the Yaradua International Airport in Katsina. I just allow you to have a feel of what is going on so that for yourself you can feel it, see it, and hear it. Muhammadu Buhari, who died on Sunday at a London clinic, and whose body is being brought to the country for burial. So breaking news right here. President Bola Tinubu, Nigeria's president, has just arrived at the Yaradua International Airport in Katsina for onward procession and further to the funeral and the final rites of passage for the late President Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes, we had speculated earlier, but yes, the president did come into appear in this unmarked private jet landing at the Muhammadu Musa Yar'Adua Airport. I think it explains the number of dignitaries we're seeing lined on that red carpet to welcome him. I would not be surprised, yes, my eyesight did not deceive me earlier, that the NSA was in the president's delegation. Shucks, take it back. I couldn't resist that. But yes, any moment from now, we should see the president highlighting from the aircraft, being welcomed by the dignitaries who had earlier arrived, amongst them the delegation which he had set up. Or he has.
He has.
Okay, he should be coming down anytime soon. I think that is him coming down as we speak. Coming down.
Yeah, and exchanging pleasantries with dignitaries on the ground. Imagine the committee, the special federal committee for this burial, led by ministers and very senior members of the federal cabinet and the governor of Katsina.
Ahmed Tinubu has arrived at Muhammadu Musa Yar'Adua Airport, waiting now for the body of President Muhammadu Buhari to arrive in Katsina any moment now. But yes, as you can see right there, dignitaries on the ground welcoming and receiving President Tinubu, who is on the ground to receive the body of the late president. We certainly will be keeping tabs on that airport.
That is indeed the 001 that we've been talking about.
Indeed.
That's the presidential jet that has just arrived. I can imagine and almost can debate that it's almost difficult for the president to travel because all of the protocols that will around the traveling of the #1 citizen, it's a bit difficult to travel on other unmarked or other kind of arrangements that is not known to security agencies. So this is the scene that you are getting right now from the Yerodua International Airport. The president alighting from the jet 001, the NAF 001, that's what they often call the NAF 001.
It's interesting. That means that we've added a bit of to the fleet.
This is what they call the controversial aircraft. That's the one, the so-called $100 million worth of aircraft, which the president has been flying. Right now, there is the national anthem ongoing now.
We should hear that the jet conveying President Buhari's body will be arriving Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport any moment from now, especially now that President Bola Tinubu, who is set to receive that body, is now on the ground in Katsina.
Indeed, this is part of the highlight as the federal government has announced that President Bola Tinubu himself will be the one to receive the body of the late former leader and the former president Muhammadu Buhari. This signifies the height of the state burial right as being approved and giving an honor of the man who served Nigeria not only once, not twice, but 3 times. He's gotten the opportunity to serve as a military head of state for 20 months. Thereafter, he was years later elected in 2015, and the man who defeated an incumbent, a feat that is very rare in our politics, and thereon went for re-election in 2019, serving Nigeria in those capacities. And now he died in a London clinic on Sunday and is now due for burial And part of the honor due to him is what the federal government has declared a public holiday today, and the receiving of his body by the #1 citizen, the president himself, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And this is a process we're seeing right now. The salute, this is not the death of just a leader, it's the death of a general, the death of the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and a man who led not only the soldiers, led battalions, led Nigeria in times of trouble. The man who says he was going to be on the ground in the war front and relocate the command and control center. The man who said he's going to change the scheme of things in terms of anti-corruption war, insecurity in Nigeria, and also bring glory to our economy. He made those promises in his campaigns. He served Nigeria from 2015 to 2023 as a democratically elected president. He called himself as a converted Democrat. And this is a time the nation is honoring him. And the federal government is leading the charge right now. And we're seeing live pictures right from the Yorodua International Airport in Katsina.
Yeah, we use
I've always been in Abuja. Their change plan. The cops are supposed to arrive this week. They bring the body down. So they will motorcade, they will pass fire cage and join the ambulance. Also, where are these junctions? Where are these junctions?
From the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport in Katsina State, and the pictures you see there are of the Guards Brigade, who had just given a salute. They had sang the national anthem and given a salute to President Bola Tinubu, who has now arrived at the airport in preparation to receive the body of late President Buhari, who passed on in a clinic in London. We understand that he will be on, the body should be arriving any moment now, brought by Vice President Kashim Shettima. We did tell you earlier that delegations are on the ground, international delegations, including that from Niger, neighboring Niger, which arrived earlier. And then also the governors have also arrived alongside all the traditional rulers. Very prominent among those who had arrived is Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, who served as Vice President with President Muhammadu Buhari from 2015 to 2023. Hopefully, any moment now, our cameras will be trained once more on the tarmac where the aircraft should be arriving any moment from now. But the pictures you're seeing are those of the soldiers who had earlier given a salute. We will be bringing you a full and comprehensive coverage. We have been speaking on the life and times of President Muhammadu Buhari, how he was perceived, those who have worked with him, those who knew him personally from his days in the military, those who served with him as a military leader, those who also served with him as a democratically elected leader. It would seem that they had certainly very different experiences of him, and they have been sharing some of them with us. But please do stay tuned here. We'll be bringing you those pictures. Any moment now, we're expecting that aircraft, which will have on board Vice President Kashim Shettima, who was directed. Okay, now we understand that Vice President Kashim Shettima has already arrived. It's a separate aircraft, it would seem.
Well, I imagine so. Because on this particular arrival that we've been watching, is also the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, we also understand, is landed. But, well, the most personality that people will mostly be looking forward to is the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Tinubu, who is going to be giving all the compliment of honor by the military, who are on guard not only to pay their final respect to the former general, to the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, but the president, Bola Tinubu, is here also on behalf of the nation to give the last respect and honor the man who led the country before him, his predecessor in office. And I imagine that they might be at the airport until the body arrives, and the late president body comes, we understand, is arriving at the international airport just about now. And perhaps the breaking news we're bringing to you right now, and you will perhaps be seeing the pictures any moment from now. We do understand now that a body of the late president, former president Muhammadu Buhari, has arrived at the Yerodua International Airport, and on ground is the President Bola Tinubu, alongside his Vice President Kashim Shettima, a former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, and senior members of the cabinet who are on ground to receive. Of course, Governor Diko Rada is on the ground alongside a lot of state officials and authorities who are there to receive him. The body will be moved to Daura for burial after receiving military farewell at the airport. It's a military farewell, and all of the military rites and the rituals that goes on when you lose or pay your last respect to a former general, a former leader in this regard.
Indeed, Sean. Well, that certainly will explain the clustering that we're seeing of people on the tarmac. We had said earlier that we're going to be seeing any moment now the arrival of that plane, but somehow it doesn't appear that we caught that. But we can see clearly that there are more aircrafts on the ground, and we can see a clustering there.
The one we're seeing actually, which just arrived moments earlier, a moment ago, is the body, the aircraft that conveyed the body, which was accompanied by Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima and the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, and some family members of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari. And the story that we can tell you right here is that aircraft landed at the runway of the Yerodua International Airport at about 1:59 p.m. Governor Diko Rada of Katsina State and members of the State Executive Council, including Deputy Senate President Senator Barao Jibri, and other important personalities were on the ground to receive the corpse, escorted by Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima, Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, and some family members of the late former president. The chief mourner today is President Bola Tinubu.
still right there for you at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport, trained on that clustering of people there, which clearly shows that perhaps they're trying to retrieve the body from the aircraft. At any moment now, the military rights, the last military rights will be given to President Muhammadu Buhari. Any moment now, we should see that ceremony underway. But we have now been informed very reliably that the body has arrived at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport. What we should be seeing now is that body being retrieved and the state rights commencing any moment now. Seun, you know, sometimes when you're expecting a thing, you have to be very careful. You know, you're relying on the visuals that you can see from the studio and also the reports of your correspondent on the ground. We had been saying that we're expecting the body to arrive. Clearly, that is the body right there. Would appear from what we can see here on our screen. Relying on the reports of our correspondent, Vice President Kashim Shettima, as directed, has retrieved the body, and he is on the ground alongside the body of President Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes, indeed. On the arrival, the latest arrival of the aircraft on that tarmac is Senator Kashim Shettima, the lead delegate on the order of President Bola Tinubu. As soon as the news of the death of the President Muhammadu Buhari was announced, and is since gone there, and we know that the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, is a former Speaker of the House, and alongside Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, were on the ground in London, and here we've seen the termination of their presidential directive.
Indeed. To
get the body back home, and that has been done and delivered. Now, as that has been done, that happened right on the dot of 1:59 p.m. local time, right there at the Katsina Airport. And as that has been done, on hand is President Bola Tinubu, alongside very eminent Nigerians, including the former Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, top and senior members of the Federal Cabinet, Governor Diko Rada of Katsina State, and members of the State Executive Council in Katsina, including also very senior politicians from Abuja, Deputy Senate President, Senator Barao Jibri, among other important personalities and governors who were on ground to receive the body, which was escorted by the Vice President Kashim Shettima and the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila. And
So
of course, some family members are on the ground too.
Indeed. Well, we could see earlier visuals of a vehicle approaching an aircraft, which is behind this aircraft that was used by President Tinubu. I mean, clearly, cameras will not be allowed to go too close, perhaps for security reasons. And this is President Tinubu's aircraft, who is still a serving president. So clearly, there will be boundaries as to where it is that our cameras can get to. But the pictures that you're seeing shows you a clustering of people.
The sobering fact that no matter how long we stay, we will go as humans. But what you remain, what you leave behind is what will be a testament of your lifetime. Yes. We've been speaking to Dr. Korede, but let me bring in the man who, you know, had his experience as a young man, Dr. Sanusi, you know, with him, and, you know, the legacies of his administration politically.
Harry traveled down to Nigeria. You can see that's the Nigerian Air Force. In the colors of Nigeria, dignitaries waiting on the tarmac, waiting to receive that body and pay their last respects to the late President Yar'Adua, I beg your pardon, late President Muhammadu Buhari. So many presidents to be mentioning at the same time, especially since they're at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport, who was also a former president of Nigeria. But dignitaries right there on the tarmac, on the visuals that you can see. Any moment from now, the ceremonies will commence, and myself and Seun will have to be quiet for a moment to let you take in all that is happening at the airport, because it will happen. A lot of the state activities will be happening right there at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport.
I mean, indeed, a momentous occasion in the life of our nation. The passing of one of Nigeria's longest-serving leader, Muhammadu Buhari, born in his hometown of Daura, Katsina State. And, of course, this man served in the Nigerian military, became a military ruler, and was ousted in a military coup in 1983. 85 rather, yeah. By the then military leader Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, and went on after the return to democracy, tried to becoming president. 3 times he failed, and on the 4th time he won the election after trying 3 times without luck. In 2015, not only that he was lucky, but also that he defeated an incumbent, which is a rare feat in African or Nigerian politics for years. Now, we can see the arrival right there of family members of the Buhari family who arrived alighting from the Nigerian Air Force aircraft. This is the one that was taken to bring the body back home. And of course, lots of people, loads of people right there receiving. Interestingly, this airport is named after another son of Katsina who died in office in 2010. Late Umaru Musa Yaradua, who then was afterwards his vice president Goodluck Jonathan took over and went ahead to win an election in 2011, served, and re-election was when another son of Katsina now defeated him and became president for 8 years. Is the predecessor to the sitting president Bola Tinubu of the same political party, a party that we emerged in 2013 in a merger that culminated into final announcement in 2014, ran for election and won the election in 2015, and the same party has now won election 3 consecutive times.
Well, Sharon, the late president clearly was a picture, a lesson in resilience, never giving up. And the fact that you continue to, highlight that, the fact that he ran 4 times, only clinching office at the 4th attempt, which is many more than a lot of people who would have tried. But clearly, there's any lesson that he's left to us is that he was a real Nigerian in every sense of the word, because if there's anything Nigerians are known for, it is their resilience, isn't it, Mr. Konde?
And their persistence, and clearly it's also a very strong lesson in the power of collaboration, and partnership. The only way it was possible in 2015 was to have that handshake across the Niger between Buhari, who had those captive votes in the north, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whose party was controlling 6 states in the southwest. And eventually, as we remember, some other new PDP parties, governors also joined. So it's the lesson of collaboration. It just shows that whenever we are united in this country, we can get a lot of things done.
Our cameras trained on that Nigerian Air Force jet that has just landed. It landed at 1:59 p.m. local time at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport, bearing the body of late President Muhammadu Buhari. Any moment now, we should be seeing that body being brought out of the aircraft. But what we are seeing, highlighting from the aircraft, people who traveled on the Nigerian delegation to bring home that body, members of the family and other Nigerians, other very important dignitaries who are currently coming down the aircraft. We can see right there amongst them. I'm trying my best to look very clearly so Sheun doesn't accuse me, but if my eyes serve me well, I would say that is Olurembi Tinubu welcoming and comforting the widow of the late president. Aisha Buhari seems to be the one in the middle right there. In mourning, in deep mourning, you can see she's covered, you know, perhaps in respect for her husband, and also in the right. She's flanked also by other family members. But right beside her is Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu. You can also see other mourners right behind them, some of them dabbing at their eyes to tell you the solemnity, the solemn occasion of this particular historic moment we're witnessing. We can see other people climbing up that plane, perhaps to go and retrieve the body. And what we can see are Nigeria's military, members of the Nigerian military service.
The body perhaps will be in
the cargo slot.
In the cargo slot.
Indeed.
We don't know.
In the cargo hold of the plane.
We don't know. We don't know what might be, because it's also a presidential jet. You know, there could have been some arrangement, because don't forget that there's a portion of that jet where it's reserved for the president, the cabin inside the plane. You know, they could put it there, you know, as a mark of honor. But hey, it could also be in the cargo. But I don't also assume that it could be in the cargo.
Yeah, well, we see them going into the jet. If it were in the cargo hold, we should be seeing them at the bottom of the jet, you know, where it is that they would bring out the body
just
from.
Just imagining, logistically speaking, whether or not the body will fit in that posture, and how easy is it to carry such from the passenger
exit. Because apparently seeing all those uniformed people going in there will suggest
that's the task.
Yeah, but certainly there's a space, you know, that the body can fit in the cabin. There's a presidential small suite right there, you know, where it can sit there, you know. But we're going to find out what's happening here.
Yeah. So this is a final presidential flight of President Muhammadu Buhari. Has touched base back home where he started his journey of life.
Yeah, and I don't think we've had anything of this experience, even when President Yar'Adua died. I'm not sure that we had this elaborate, you know, show of. So we don't know what to compare it with, because I don't imagine how they're going to go in there and be able to do the military steps with those stairways. You know, it looks rather tight.
Yeah, it looks difficult. Yeah. And I'm wondering,
but
the
crowd
control, and absolutely. Don't forget this. If you look at almost everyone on that tarmac, they are important dignitaries, eminent Nigerians as much as. And this is, I remember covering the burial rites of the former president who died in office, Muhammadu Yar'Adua, in office. He was a chaotic scene, albeit the kind of mood the nation was in. And I could remember the pictures that came out of the presidential villa that year. And you could see the people, the mourners, those family members who were arriving when the word came out that the president had died in office. So this is a bit different, though, because he didn't die in office, and he's way older. And of course, the only difference that we will see, I mean, or what is similar, is that there are two sons of Katsina, and they're going to be buried in Katsina. But for a moment, the 82-year-old former president Muhammadu Buhari has traveled his last, and his body being conveyed in an aircraft. He traveled for several years and done his last flight and touched down on the tarmac for the very last time, onward journey to his final resting place in Daura, his place of birth. Is indeed very, very instructive. The circle of life, Wole Soyinka has described it. Well, you go back to how you literally come from as a human being. One more time, this respect will be given to him. A place of his origin is going to be his place of final commitment to Mother Earth.
Yeah. I think it's quite a challenge for the uniformed men, because I don't think they've ever had any kind of rehearsal.
It will be a tough one. Lalu, this, like I said, I mean, you have, the president was a 6-footer. So that body and trying to get it out from the passenger exit point is going to be a logistic and technical nightmare for them, I imagine.
And if they got it in, they'll get it out.
They'll get it in, yeah, of course. I imagine so.
If they got it in, they'll get it out. And they'll get it out in as much a dignified way as they possibly can manage.
Yeah, I don't think in London they had all of this focus. You get, you know, I mean, possibly the Nigerian military went in London. I don't imagine they had the kind of personnel here in Abuja as they would do in London. But certainly this is quite unprecedented because, you know, they are trying to give the man the military honors. That's why you see all those naval officers and those uniformed men, you know, try to do their military steps, you know, out of the aircraft with his body. And it's going to be quite a bit of a scene to see.
To imagine that the president, Muhammadu Buhari, has been out of public eyes for since April. Now, I mean, in fact, in Nigeria, we understand that he traveled for the medical attention in April this year, and April, May, June, and now July, they died. And so it's been, you heard what the former military leader said, Abdulsalami Abubakar, who said they were admitted into the same hospital for medical attention, and now he got out, but the former president didn't. Now, what we're saying now is pictures, live pictures, of course, right on the tarmac of the Yorodua International Airport in Katsina.
So you can imagine what is going on inside that aircraft.
I can imagine. I can imagine. And it's going to be who we carry, who is not to touch, who to touch. And it's a battle between who owns this body.
There's no dispute.
No. So
there's no dispute.
So get me right. What I mean is that Buhari is now, for a lot of people, he has so many parts. The military, the Nigerian state, the Katsina authorities, the federal government, the family. So it's going to be a role that a lot of people would like to play. So that's why I say it's a battle, because everyone wants to have their own
taste of the action.
Don't forget, you were the one who reminded us how everyone wants to have a feel of the late Yaradua.
But at this point, we did say that the body is the property of the Nigerian government.
And
at this point, he's coming out now. So here we see live pictures of the body of late President Buhari, Muhammadu Buhari, being conveyed down that Nigerian Air Force aircraft. It wasn't in the cargo hold, it was in the cabin of that Nigerian Air Force aircraft, and is being brought down, draped in the Nigerian flag by officials of the Nigerian military. It's been brought down very solemnly, very respectfully, very dignified, in the most dignified manner, down the stairwell of this aircraft to the waiting reception of dignitaries on the ground. Amongst them is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who arrived moments earlier, just in time to receive the body of the late president. These are live pictures coming to you from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport in Katsina State.
I think it's good to point out at this point that it's a thing of dignity that they put the body inside the cabin, not in the cargo hold. That's
also one of the things that for those who, I remember when the former governor of Ondo State died, and transporting bodies, usually the size of the aircraft will determine. So some aircraft we cannot take bodies within the passenger sitting area.
We can see, who can we see there? Sean, sorry to interrupt you, but I think we can see some dignitaries already leaving leaving the foot of the aircraft, perhaps approaching towards where President...
Imagine that the Governor Diko
Rada would have been at the foot of the aircraft, but clearly they will be approaching or going straight now to meet President...
members of the Presidential Special Committee for the burial of the former president.
And that would mean that the body has been deposited in the car.
In the vehicle.
Yeah.
And they're making their way to where the official ceremonies will take place, because we know that that flag, as the military felt, that would take place for the body, paying their last respect. We know that that flag that was draped over the coffin will have to be folded very carefully and given to the Buhari family as a mark of gratitude for the life of service that President Muhammadu Buhari, give to this country, both as military head of state and also as one of the civilian president elected. You can see the military chiefs are there. You can see Oluyede, who's the chief of army staff. I believe that also the General C.J. Musa will also be the chief of defense staff. But we could see very clearly by his build. I'm trying to make out people by the build. We can see, yes, that the bottom of the aircraft is gently being declustered. People seem to be making their way to where the final rites will be taking place. The military farewell will be given to the military respects being paid to the body of late President Muhammadu Buhari.
Muhammadu Buhari, a soldier, a statesman, a symbol, in every sense, a leader that can never be undermined in our political history. The man who commanded a minimum of 12 million votes in different elections, who went on to increase that margin to 15 million, 15.5 in the first being president, 15.3 in the return. Born 17 December 1942 in his hometown of Dara, Katsina State. He was military head of state in 1983 to 1985 after overthrowing the Shigari's civilian government. He was democratically elected president in 2015 and again got a re-election in 2019. And they said anti-corruption, security, and infrastructure development were going to be his major focus as a president. He died in London clinic on Sunday, and now his body has been brought right back into his hometown, his home state of Katsina. And President Bola Tinubu, who is leading the charge in the final burial rites for him, and the federal government, led by him, has declared a public holiday today, and since declared a 7-day mourning, and Nigerian flags to be flown at half-staff. Through this period of mourning, the state government in Katsina, the traditional rulers, the Buhari family, the Nigerian government of all sat into mourning and to give the last respect to the man who is the second longest serving leader in Nigeria's modern political history.
So we had seen earlier pictures of a cluttering around that Nigerian Air Force aircraft, but it does appear that that crowd is now moving to the foot of the aircraft which brought in President Tinubu earlier. It's unclear how that's going to proceed, but we can see the red carpet laid out.
The body has now been brought for military farewell, taken out of the aircraft. Now, what we're going to be seeing right now is the sort of farewell, the sort of honor a military general gets, a military leader gets, and very unique not only for a military leader, but also for a leader of the nation. Someone who has commanded the Nigerian military, someone who was also the commander on the ground as a soldier. So you see that.
You can see the body. Yeah.
Wrapped in the Nigerian colors.
other side. Here we see where we down here. We don't get one single shot.
After the body of President Muhammadu Buhari was received at that airport by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We also heard the military band playing the songs that they normally would play for ceremonies like this, songs like God Be With You Till We Meet Again. It's quite remarkable, some of these things that happen, that are military tradition, regardless of whether the person was Christian or Muslim. What it is the military will do, they will do, because that is their tradition. And President Muhammadu Buhari, we know, wasn't just a civilian ruler at some point. He was also a general in the Nigerian army. And so a full military honors being given to him as not just a former leader, but also as President, Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces. We see already people dispersing. That body has now been placed in an ambulance, and any moment now it will be on its way to Daura. We see in the visuals choppers on the ground, but clearly that body will not be traveling via one of the choppers. From what we have seen, it is going to be traveling by road from the airport to Daura, which you understand is just about an hour's journey from Katsina State, the capital of Katsina. So quite a number of speculations already being laid to rest. We had wondered if the body was going to be in the cargo hold, but you did tell us, Laulu, that there is a special part in the cabin reserved for presidents, and it would appear that that was where the body of President Muhammadu Buhari was traveling in. Quite a bit of a challenge, bringing down that body, conveying it from the aircraft down to the bottom of the aircraft, but we found that the military found a dignified way to be able to bring that body down, draping it in the flags of the country, and also putting it on a concealment trolley as it traveled down on the tarmac, accompanied by the president. Quite a very solemn ceremony we have now witnessed.
Indeed. Not so long in terms of the timing and the duration, but then you saw that all needed to be done in terms of the military farewell rites is being performed. And you're seeing live pictures live from the Katsina, the international airport, where the body of former President Muhammadu Buhari is now being conveyed to
the ambulance.
The ambulance to his hometown of Daura, which by road takes about an hour 15 minutes. It might not be as fast as the average timing because of the kind of situation it is right now. Mournful and very solemn, sober moments for the nation. And like I said earlier, the chief mourner of the nation today is the President Bola Tinubu, accompanied by his vice, Kashim Shettima. We do know the man who served with the President Muhammadu Buhari. Professor Yemi Oshibajo is also on the ground. Deputy Senate President Barau Jibir is also on the ground. Governor of Katsina State is leading the state delegation, including state council members, traditional rulers, and the Emir of Daura. All of them will be on hand to give the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, a befitting burial. Moments ago, we saw alighting from the aircraft which conveyed the body of the former president, the family members led by the widow, Mrs. Aisha Buhari, and also we saw with her the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, alongside family members who are now en route to Daura, which will take, give and take, 1 hour 15, 1 hour 10 minutes, the average drive from the Katsina airport to Daura. And that's where we're going to be seeing the Islamic rite of passage, which is usually accorded to a Muslim in these kind of circumstances.
Well, Sean, I think we're doing a countdown now to those final moments. The time as we speak is about 2:48 local time in Nigeria. That body arrived just a minute shy of 2 p.m. and in 48 minutes, all of the ceremonies are accorded. Former Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces has been accorded the president at this airport. We still know that that casket has been draped by Nigerian flag, and we know that there will be one more ceremony involving the state because the body will not be buried with the Nigerian flag. That flag will be folded and given in gratitude to the Muhammadu Buhari family. So we certainly will do our best to bring you the pictures. Mr. Laulu was commenting earlier as to, you know, just the difficulty that we could see that journalists were experiencing at the airport trying to bring those visuals. But it's the work we do, isn't it? And we certainly will do our best to capture as best we can for you very important parts of the ceremony, this historic moment, the funeral and farewell to President Muhammadu Buhari, who passed on in London on the 13th of July this year. So live pictures still coming to you from the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport. We had been wondering if the body was going to be flying in any of the choppers to save time, knowing that the Muslim rite will have to be conducted before sundown. But clearly now we know that the body is going to be transported by road. So perhaps a lot of President Muhammadu Buhari, who loved him while he was alive, who knows, perhaps they'll be lining the roads, knowing where he'll pass just to pay their last respects and say farewell. That is, if he'll be going through the cities, because sometimes you know how airports are situated on the outskirts of cities. But we never can tell. It'll be difficult, though, you know, to be able to monitor just what happens along the road. But we'll do our best to bring you as many pictures as we can bring.
Final flights back home of President Muhammadu Buhari and final onward journey home to his hometown, his place of birth in Daura, is also has commenced. And we do know now that he might be buried right in his compound in Daura, in his home in Daura. tried to extract, especially the particular place in the home that I have an understanding of where it could be. Well, I've been told that, look, it's going to be private. It's going to be a private place in his home. And the man was very, he speaks every time about his home. Any little opportunity that he had when he was president,
he was back in Daura.
Daura.
You know, Shenwo, the visuals that we saw earlier, one of the most striking pictures was that of the wife of the president when she was being accompanied upon her landing at the airport by Mrs. Oluremi Tinubu, Nigeria's current First Lady. It was really heartrending to see her. Yeah. You know, you could see that she was still in a very mournful state, in a very mournful mood. And sometimes, you know, whilst when people die, you know, sometimes people are able to mourn their loved ones in private. It usually has to be that when this status of person die, they have their loved ones have to, you know, bear with courage to be able to face the Nigerian people and you know, even bear their grief right in front of them. So it was quite remarkable seeing her being held by Nigeria's First Lady and surrounded by family. And you could see she was all covered from head to toe, wearing black there. But you know, subsequent days we certainly will be seeing that she certainly will be receiving a lot of visitors, because the Nigeria's president will be receiving visitors as well as herself, I imagine.
I think it's important to also point out that you know, this is a route that the president, you know, while he was alive, would normally take, but not by road. You know, normally we go by chopper. You know, I don't imagine when he last traveled that road from maybe from Kano to Daura, because the airport used to be in Kano. I mean, I think this Katsina airport is a new one. You know, so he would normally fly to Kano and then take a chopper, you know, while he was president, then take a chopper from Kano to Daura. But now he's had to do this journey even though he's now dead by road. You know, it's quite you know, significant, interesting.
Final flight home. To Nigeria, and final journey to his place of birth. Sunset at 82, you might call it, for a leader that in every sense of it called the attention of Daura, the attention of Katsina, the attention of the Northwest, the attention of his Buhari's followers. And these are live pictures, of course, for you. The military rights still taking place at the airport, as we see some vehicle and movement out of the airport.
I'm sure this must be a dismissal of the parade, because the body has since been put in a car. And again, this is one of the few occasions where you will see the president and the vice president, you know, in the same in the same place. It's quite rare.
For me, I mean, I'm a failed soldier. I mean, I wanted to be in the military, but the discrimination about my height failed me. This is one of the things, the march past, the drums, the music, one of the things that attracted me when I was
Shenwo, if only
in
you
my
had told me, I would have lent you my heels, but you didn't tell me a good time.
Shooting me in my Achilles.
You fired first, Shenwo.
Oh, my God.
Well, here we are, you know, being, you know, shown these visuals right now. As Laulu did say earlier, the military parade is being dismissed after it had completed the task that has been given to it, which was to welcome and to also give final salute to the body of late President Muhammadu Buhari. These pictures are coming to you from the airport, the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport. Shenwo was highlighted here several times, another of Nigeria's former president, one of the prominent sons of Kenya. So any moment from now, this parade will be dispersing, but certainly all eyes will now be on the road to Daura, where the body of a route which the body of late President Muhammadu Buhari is currently traveling for the final interment into Mother Earth at his hometown, in his home in Daura. We certainly will keep the pictures there for you. for as long as we can. And any moment now, we'll be transiting to Daura to our correspondent, our State House correspondent, Lanre Lasisi, who will be on the ground, who is already on the ground, as a matter of fact, to bring you pictures and also what the mood is like. It's one thing when, you know, people are gathering and there will be chatter, etc., as expectations come. But when the body finally arrives, I know that that sort of changes the mood in any setting that I have ever witnessed the body arrive at. The mood all of a sudden becomes more solemn, and I think people now realize the grievousness. I think at that point too, people now also know that this will be everyone's end someday, because I mean, all man born, all man and woman born must certainly also go through that portal of life.
Indeed, there are lots to learn about the life and the times of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, who I understand that lost his father at the age of 4. The meaning of the word Buhari in Hausa, I understand, means honorable, nobility, integrity. That's what I understand that the word Buhari meant. He was the 23rd child of his parent, Muhammadu, who is a Fula chieftain originally from Domokul in Meradura and Sulahat. It was named after the 9th century Islamic scholar, Muhammad al-Bukhari. Indeed, a lot of things about that man, Buhari, that many Nigerians may not know, but indeed, certainly, he was seen as someone who was dogged, persistent, and also very resilient in every sense, joined in the Nigerian military. And he was also very conversant with the Quranic and the Islamic knowledge. And he's also someone who was highly respected by his peers. And you could see on some pictures when he was president, some of his colleagues, secondary school mates who had come to his home at that time. Very interesting things that you could learn about the man, Buhari.
Well, we understand our guests are still very much live for us in our Lagos studios. We have to thank you so much, Mr. Ifedayo, for staying with us this long. Okay, no, that's another guest that we have on standby there.
Owoko Niron, who is our Pro-Chancellor
of the Federal University of Transportation in Daura. Thank you so much for staying with us this afternoon. You have been viewing live pictures from the airport where at the arrival of the body of the late president. Can you tell us how you're looking at this ceremonies and how this is hitting you as a Nigerian and also someone who has worked in Daura, the president's hometown?
Yes, thank you for having me on this program. And I've been watching the ceremony very closely, and I have to admit that I am kind of touched, and at the same time be very happy with the kind of reception they have given the body. It shows how important the late president was and how well his peers and his colleagues respected him. You know, so far, so good. I think the whole Nigeria will know as from today that we have lost a very, very important son of Nigeria. If we go by what he has been able to accomplish in his lifetime, right from the time he was the military head of state of Nigeria to the point that he became the elected president, civilian elected president of Nigeria. If you look at his accomplishment, you could see that the man has really, really done a lot. He was one of the people that put his life on the line for Nigeria during the Civil War. And up till tomorrow, up to the point of his death, he was still striving very hard to make sure that Nigeria he met is better than what it was yesterday. And it's going to be a big loss to the whole of Nigeria. Certainly a big loss.
Let's tell her, Thank you, Mr. Owoko. Just for a moment, let's let our viewers know that earlier we were seeing pictures from a home of from President Muhammadu Buhari, of family members, some of his children, mourning in a very sober mood. And of course, these are earlier pictures of Aminu Tambuwal, former governor of Sokoto State, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and former governor of Kaduna State, Nasiru El-Rufai, with a lot of people behind them arriving in Katsina State earlier. But let me take you also to pictures from Daura, members of the Buhari family who are definitely in a sober mood. And we've seen pictures, of course, of the arrival of governors like the Lagos governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Ogun State governor, Dapo Abiodun, and Nigerian industrialist Aliko Dangote. So this is the picture of the home, the daughter of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. And this is the home in Daura, in Katsina State. It's interesting to know that Muhammadu Buhari wanted to become a medical doctor. And he wanted to earn a degree in medicine. But at the time, we understand that the only option at the was pharmacology at the Nigerian College of Arts, Science, and Technology in Zaria, which would take him many years. But then, who gave him the advice to join the military? It was Mama Daura, who had asked him at the age of 19 to join the military, and then had a higher education. But let's come back to you.
And who he served, I beg your pardon, who had great influence on him while he was president of Nigeria. Showing, you know, some of the visuals that you showed earlier. You showed Atiku Abubakar, who was his main contender in the 2019 elections. It is remarkable that even though they're no longer in the same party, they were in the same party pre the 2015 elections. And Atiku Abubakar campaigned alongside the president, you know, for the APC in the 2015 elections. But in 2019, Atiku Abubakar became one of the major front-runner against the candidacy of President Muhammadu Buhari when he contested for a second term. But clearly, those lines are blurred now as Atiku Abubakar clearly is on the ground to attend this funeral. This is one of the times that Nigerians come together despite their party differences and show support, you know, knowing that this is we're talking about statesmanship now, and this is not about partisanship, so to speak. So we're seeing right here Atiku Abubakar in the face of a new coalition being built that is being set aside as we speak to honor the passing.
It's a state coalition now. Coalition for every statesman to coming together to honor one person who has laid his life in service for the nation. In several ways that you can look at, from the age of 19, he was one of the 70 boys admitted into the Nigerian Military Technical College to be a soldier. 19 years old, influenced by Maman Daura, someone who has had long years of influence on the late President Muhammadu Buhari, and now who we also understand could have been on the bedside until he had his last breath.
Well, let's go to to our guest, Mr. Owokoniro now, who is now studios in Lagos, even as we track. Keep an eye on the road to Daura, where you're no stranger to, Mr. Owokoniro. I'd like to ask you what you also make of this. I mean, it does come to you as a surprise, the fact that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is also on the ground, regardless of the fact that it would seem that we're inching very closely towards the political season, and this grand coalition is being built against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government.
Well, I am not really surprised. You know, you said it earlier that this is the time to act as a statesman. And the issue of death is not particular to anybody. Anybody could die at any time. And when we have a national tragedy like this, when one of our former president, or a very big personality died, the normal thing is for everybody to come together and pray for the repose of his soul, and see how we can use that death to make the society better. So for him coming together to see the family is a normal thing, but at the same time, as a politician, he might have other political undertones. So he might even be thinking that he might get to see some of the people they have been trying to network with, and they have not been able to see and do some side talk. But that is politics. But we are today trying to bury an illustrious son of Nigeria, illustrious son of Daura. Definitely people in Daura are going to miss him. We from the University of Federal Transportation, University of Daura, we are certainly going to miss him. Because if not for him, we will not be having the university where it is today. And we were counting on him to do a lot of things for that university before he passed on. And I want to even use this opportunity to appeal to the National Assembly and to Mr. President to please help us rename the Federal University of Transportation Daura President Muhammadu Buhari University. Thank you.
That would be interesting. Give us an understanding of how much of a loss politically now for the APC. There will be a test, of course, for the APC family, considering the man that has backed and had with him minimum of 12 million votes in the last 4 or 5 election cycles. How much of a loss politically would this be for the APC family?
There's no doubt it's going to be a big loss. No doubt about that. But one thing I can assure you that the President Bola Tinubu, is a master strategist. Before now, for the past 25, 30 years, he has been building bridges across the country, even before he became the president. Now that he is the sitting president, you can be rest assured that he will have consolidated on all the bridges he has built over the years, and possibly he must have made new friends. As we are going to lose some, I'm sure we are definitely going to gain. We've already gaining some too. Yes, it's a big loss. We are going to lose some, but at the end of the day, it's going to balance out. And I don't see APC losing the coming election. Certainly, we are going to win. I'm 100% sure.
So there are those who will say perhaps President Muhammadu Buhari is one of the biggest northern political influence in that part of the country after the Sultana of Sokoto. The kind of influence that he had, who do you think can get the mantle on in that part of the country? The followership was a very strong one, and he maintained that followership. It was a following that he had in northern Nigeria, and by extension, the coming together of the merger of the APC now gave him a handshake across the Niger. But who do you see in the northern Nigeria today who could maybe get into the shoes of Muhammadu Buhari?
To be honest with you, I think his shoe is going to be bigger for anybody to fill. But one thing I can assure you is that nature doesn't abhor a vacuum. I remember when we lost President the vice president, former head of state, or maybe second in command to Obasanjo, Umaru Shehu Musa Yaradua. As at that time, he was about the biggest politician in the north. When he died, people were wondering who is going to be the rallying point within the north. But as God will have it, after him, Buhari emerged as the rallying point. I'm very sure that another person will emerge. Who that person will be, I cannot tell you for now. But I know that there will be some people that late President Buhari must have been, tutoring or mentoring, who might probably try to step into his shoes. And at the end of the day, I'm very sure that there won't be any big vacuum from the north. I don't want to mention any particular name because nature is funny. You might think somebody has so much influence, and at the end of the day, when you see the result, it might not turn out like that. But leaders of that status emerges naturally. And between now and 2027, we'll be beginning to see the trend. And at that point, we'll be able to tell you that this is where the leadership in the north is going. That's all I can say for now.
I was going to say that the politician in Shewun couldn't resist questions like that. But let us look at some of the lessons that Nigerians should be learning, especially when we see that politics right now seems to have been set aside and we're looking more at the coming together. Some of the statements that we have seen in mourning have referred to how President Buhari believed very strongly in the unity of this country. And we're seeing a gathering of leaders across board, from the east, from the west, you know, coming together to, would I say, identify with the people of Daura and say this was our son as well. Do you think that we have shared enough of that to be able to understand when moments like this require that of us?
Well, I think life is a gradual process. What I mean by developing a nation is a gradual process. I could see that Nigeria were moving in the direction of one united country, especially at the top during a period like this. If you look at the times and background of late President Muhammadu Buhari, everybody who loves this country will know that President Buhari was a nationalist. He's a man who has also made friends across the country. If the man does not believe in this country, he wouldn't have contested several times like he did. He tried to form alliance from different parts of the country, even though the alliance he formed at the beginning didn't result into victory. But the one he did in 2015 with the Southwest, and most especially with the present President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, yielded something positive. And if he's not a nationalist, he couldn't have been able to build on the number of votes that he has been able to secure consistently for about 3-4 different elections before he finally won. Each time he contested, his vote is always around 11 to 12 million. I don't know of any individual or any politician who can be able to garner such vote if he doesn't have that national outlook, if people does not accept him across the nation. He can't gather that alone from the north. There must have been part of the southern vote in that 12 million. There should also be part of the southwest vote in the part of that 12 million vote that he has been gathering consistently. So I see Nigeria moving in the direction of a united Nigeria where everybody, whether we like it or not, we have to start working and start seeing ourselves as Nigerians, not necessarily as I am from Daura or I'm from Lagos or I'm from Ibadan. Building a nation is a gradual process, and I also see President Tinubu moving the country in that direction.
All right, the live pictures from Daura in Katsina State in expectation of the arrival of the body of the former President Muhammadu Buhari. Of course, we do know that this will take maybe another 40 minutes or thereabout. The ambulance carrying the corpse of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari left the airport about 3 p.m. and hopefully, maybe within the next, before the top of the hour, at about 4 p.m., we should see the commencement of the prayers. First, there will be the Islamic prayers, and then the final burial rites to commit his body finally to Mother Earth that will happen. But these are live pictures of those who are waiting, expectations as to how the procession will take place, and the flags that you're seeing flying in our staff there.
Indeed, Sean, we can also see very clearly the courtiers of traditional rulers. We understand that the Emir of Daura had made a request that the body stop by his palace. It does appear that perhaps his courtiers are also on standby to receive that body. But, you know, this is unclear. This is unclear as to whether they're the courtiers of the Emir of Daura or the courtiers of other traditional rulers who are in town to receive and attend the funeral of the late president. But yes, these are live pictures, as we have emphasized, from Daura, the hometown of President Muhammadu Buhari, where his body will be laid to rest and the final rites performed as is committed to Mother Earth.
Of course. In this moment, let's get you some of the information and the feelers on the ground, as we have our correspondent, State House correspondent, Larry Lasisi, who is covering Daura in this final moment of President Muhammadu Buhari. Larry is live for us. Larry, I guess it's a sunny day right there in Daura, but more beyond that, what more do we know now?
Okay, hi Seun, hi Maokpe. Okay, let me add to that. It's not only a sunny day, it's been a little windy, very interesting combination of factors here. But be that as it may be, the atmosphere here is changing gradually. And what do I mean by that? Earlier in the day, when we reported in, the place looked calm, there appeared not to be many people, but steadily, just ever so slightly, people have started trooping in and making their way to where the prayers, I'm told, will hold. Gathered there right now are hundreds. I think I can safely say hundreds of people. But what I'm going to show you right now is some of the people that are lining the path of the road the motorcade will pass as it makes its way there to the prayer ground. And you can see these women, children sitting and just waiting by the road, waiting till the motorcade comes. And this is a road that leads, and you can see at the end, you can see there's a large crowd. I tell you for free, there's a larger crowd inside made up of people, made up of dignitaries. We've seen 7 ministers. We've seen former governors. We've seen serving governors. The traditional rulers are there. I know the Emir of Katsina, his motorcade passed by with a full entourage, very colorful with their red and big babariga, the traditional attire. They were very colorful, and they made their way. The Emir of Dauratu made his way in there. I would also like to show you that we have here youth corps members who have also lined the route that the president will take. All this is in preparation as we await the motorcade as it makes its way from the airport. I can tell you that the security operatives here are having their hands full, trying to ensure that they do not deny people the opportunity to pay their last respects, and at the same time that there's some sort of order. We spoke earlier about how the former president is a very popular figure, and his popularity was made clear over the 4 elections that he took part in. And I can tell you, I've had a lot of experience going into grounds where he's having his campaign. It's not been easy. They basically troop there. They want to see him. And as you know here, what he's known as is Megeskia, the truthful one. And so here we have, I can tell you also that at the end of the street, more people are being kept at bay, trying to ensure that the arena, the area can contain and not become another issue in terms of people and the crowd control, I'm trying to say there. So we're here, we're waiting, and we'll be giving updates as it comes. Sheung.
Coming minutes. What do you know about the burial arrangements? Do we have specifics of who is doing what is happening in terms of the burial, the prayers, and all whatnot? What do you know about the burial arrangement, and what more can you tell us?
Okay, so right now, I think the picture I have that has been laid out for me is that the motorcade is going to come down this road. This road basically leads from the major road. It cuts off and turns down into the street here. As the motorcade comes down, the house is actually down that road. And as my camera is panning there right now, you see a lot of people gathered under the tree. That is the door, the gateway into the president's residence. So the motorcade will drive past that, come directly this way, come to this point, which is a T-junction, and go down to where the prayers we hold. From what we understand, it's going to be a very brief ceremony, and as I explained to you, we already have traditional rulers there. We have a lot of dignitaries there. There are no seats there. There are no seats there. So I'm expecting that it's going to be a very brief, no seats, no canopies. So it's going to be a very straightforward, very brief ceremony, and we have a lot of people there already. From that point, my understanding is that they will make their way back. The motorcade bearing the body of the former president will make its way back this way and then move to his residence, where he will be laid to rest. My understanding is that very few people will be out there because the space there is not adequate to take the crowd that is coming. It's going to be a select crowd that will be let in there, largely family members and a few VIPs. That's my understanding. They will make their way there. And I should tell you that earlier in the day, some dignitaries had already made their way in, but they had started making their way out to go to the prayer ground. So that the residence right now should be pretty much empty because a lot of people have made their way. From that point, after the burial, if I may say, we're going to have a reception. Well, not a reception in the sense that they will be drinking and all that. The president is going to receive people who have come to condole with him. And there's a big tent. Here is what the tent is. That will just be for sitting, offering prayers, saying a few words. Basically, maybe thanking all those who made the trip to come and pay their last respect to a former president, a soldier who has served this country, a soldier whose history runs like and through the history of this country, a patriot, as the president has called him. He became a president, a statesman, president, former president, late president, Muhammadu Buhari.
Before we allow you go, because I know you need to get ready in the next few moments, so we don't miss the arrival of the body and the delegation led by the President Bola Tinubu.
Yes.
So we've been trying to paint the picture and give our viewers an understanding of how this will pan out. Although it's going to be in the next few minutes or thereabout.
Yes.
But then we heard that the prayers will be held at the helipad, right? And I imagine that a few minutes away is where the burial ground will be. Is that right, Lanre?
Okay, well, yes, these three places that the activities will take place: the residence, the helipad where the prayers will take place, and another place where the reception or the receiving the guest will take place. They're just a few meters, a couple of 100 meters each way. So it's walkable distance. And I think that's what the security people are trying to do. They've stopped vehicles from coming in. I expect it will only be those of dignitaries. But they want a situation where majority of those are here can walk through. And I need to say that it's not really like the burial ground. He's going to be buried within his residence. They've set out a place, marked out a place where he will be laid to rest. So that's also a few meters here. But like I said earlier, very tight, very few people will be allowed in for what will be, to some extent, a private ceremony laying in state of the former president.
Well, Larry, you know, you did mention the members of the National Youth Service Corps, whom we've seen behind you there, also waiting, you know, for the late president's motorcade to come through. Very significant that they're there. I do know that while he was president, and every time he was in Daura, when they, especially during the Salah holidays, you know, members of the National Youth Service Corps would always go and visit, and most times he would thank them for their service with a cow. Have you been able to speak with any members of the National Youth Service Corps on their feelings on this moment?
Okay, I haven't been able to do that. I just left the arena where the prayers will take place, but I agree with you, Maokwe, that the Youth Corps members, and you said that rightly, they've always played a role, identified with him, and he's always welcomed them with open arms, and like you said, sent them on their way very happy. So I will do that to make sure I get their views on that.
Other updates that you have for us, but we ask you to, of course, stay safe as you do so. We have to thank you. We'll be joining up with you, our correspondent there, Larry Lasisi, on the ground in Daura, bringing us live pictures and updates on the progression of President Muhammadu Buhari's motorcade as it makes its way to the final resting place in his home in Daura. Sheryl, quite a lot to take in at this time, you know, as we continue to see the visuals that are coming in to us. We've seen what has happened at the airport and how, you know, there was a big challenge trying to bring out the president's body in a most dignified manner in the cabin in which it had been kept. Now, you know, it is out of there, military rights have been done, and it is making its way. And we understand that that body is making its way through the town of Katsina. I mean, initially when we started this program, we had, well, I say projections as to will it be flying from the airport, you know, in a helicopter to the helipad, or will it be going by road? Now we know, and we can authoritatively tell you that it will be going through. It's already on its way through the town of Katsina, where we understand people have been paying their respects. We understand that we know that the president had a cult-like following when he was alive. People were very loyal to him, people who loved him genuinely, you know, for nothing, really. They didn't have to love him. They didn't have a reason to love him. They just loved him because they believed he was a man of truth.
Yeah, Megaskia.
Indeed.
That Baba. These
as
are
was
things
fondly
called Buhari. The name gives a meaning, honorable, nobility, integrity. And this also, for someone education, and someone who is also seen as very upright, is believed he has a very strong perception of an upright religious Muslim, and who was also was seeing. Don't forget, some of the impression about him was when he was a military leader, serving together side by side with Tunde Idiagbon, and that era was an era of discipline for Nigeria until the military coup happened. Ousted himself, ousted the Shagari government, which was labeled as a corrupt civilian government. So it gave a lot of popularity to the Buhari personality. He was epitomized as someone who brought integrity, who says that he stood for anti-corruption. There's a lot about that man that gave him that kind of court following and gave his political ambition, his political life a push, and also became the face of the APC. For him, maybe there wouldn't have been a political party that would have defeated an incumbent party. A political party like the PDP that said they were going to rule for 60 years and was truncated after 16 years by the same personality, the figure that we're talking about, a soldier, a symbol, and someone who is seen in different light by many people.
Indeed.
And now he's been given his final Abere. Sunset at 82, some people we call it.
Clearly, I mean, he's lived well. 82 is certainly more than what a lot of people get, especially in a country where the life expectancy is not very high. Actually, for men is less than 60.
It's about 52
we understand
or 53, yeah.
Yes, so we do know that the president has been very privileged to have bringing you more pictures of, you know, that you saw earlier, more pictures of the president's body being placed in that ambulance in which his body is now traveling to Daura. But as you did mention, Sheung, quite a remarkable life he's lived. I mean, how many people do get the privilege to serve their country as leaders for 10 years in 2 different rounds? First as military leader.
There are 2 of them that have been that lucky.
Only 2 in Nigeria. Only 2. Out of a country of 230 million people, or 200 million plus people.
Muhammadu
Only
Buhari
2. So clearly, very, very privileged man that President Muhammadu Buhari is. And this thing about his being a Megaskia, being a man of integrity and a man of honor, clearly stood out for him, regardless of how people perceive, his stewardship of the 8 to 10 years that he served. You always get mixed reactions. But those who say, oh, we served with him, and there are certain things that stood out for us. Laulu, you talked about his punctuality. It's very interesting that when you mentioned that, one of the things that stood out for me in the tribute paid by Babatunde Raji Fashola was his punctuality. He says, what often went unnoticed in public commentary was his unwavering commitment to the core values that binds any serious society. Punctuality, order, and accountability. He did not just talk about these values, he lived them. That's according to the tribute. He says he was perhaps the most punctual public servant I ever encountered, never late to cabinet meetings, always respecting the time of others. It may seem a small thing, but in governance, it is everything. Actually, it sets a tone.
Let me just give an anecdote of, the punctuality thing. So, if President Buhari doesn't arrive at the council chamber Wednesday 10 a.m., then something is wrong. And that was how, when he had the sickness, if you remember very well, it started with him not showing up at cabinet, and you could tell that if he's not there at 10 a.m., seated
it's a
already.
Signal.
That's something signal, and that was exactly what happened when he started having the challenges, with his health, and a lot of the times, everybody will be seated, and 10:01. When it's about 10:05, then Malam Gaba and Femi Adesina and Alhaji Lai Mohammed will be running all over the place because there has to be an explanation of what it is. And in many cases, it was Malam Gaba that we have to go to the residents to come and tell us that, hey, I don't think the man is up to it to come out today. So that's the nature of how punctual it was. You could tell that if he's not there.
And it's important because this is a country that was notorious, it would seem, for African time.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know whether it was African time or was Nigerian time, but, Nigerians
popularly called African time.
So for that, for him to set that, it would seem that somehow subsequent leaders have now taken the cue from the expectancy that, we used to keep to time, and we expect whoever is coming to continue to do so. Would you say that, people are beginning to generally get that and are trying to, keep to that, especially in government circles?
Well, I think we have to do a lot more of that. I think in this town of Abuja, my experience, is that people don't really pay a lot of attention they don't respect people's time. You see people in the waiting rooms of the ministers, of top government agencies, sitting there for hours, and you'll be surprised, the caliber of people that you see sitting down, for hours trying to see people, so something is wrong with that kind of setting where we expect that, people who have things to do to sit down and wait for hours on end.
There's something wrong there. So I wish this is something that we can really pay more attention to, and then people arriving on time for meetings also. Unlike President Buhari, most people don't arrive. They give you 10, they saunter in at 11 with little or no apologies. So I think it's an area that's...
I think it counts also for discipline, because there are a few professions that I know that timing is not... is part of your skills. The media, for one, I know. I mean, you've got... even if you're operating in the newspaper and the print media, you know that if you miss your timing, there's a deadline to print. For television, for example, call time is call time. Another profession I know is theater arts. Timing is of the essence. You have a show for 9 p.m. Your call time, even for rehearsals. You have to be on time for rehearsals and for the show. But if you show discipline as a military man, who that training is also the fact that you're not only respecting yourself, you're respecting others.
True.
Being punctuality.
Oh, yes.
People don't know that is respect for others. But beyond that, what kind of thing goes on at FEC meeting, which you are always privy to, beyond punctuality?
Oh, well, so the length of hours of the meetings that you will sit down and, talking of President Buhari, and I've never seen him actually take a break to go and, he sits down there from like 10 o'clock, the thing goes to like 1, at times 2, and he will just be there. He rarely gets up to even go and take a little break. I mean, I don't know how he gets to do it,
I have always wondered about that, though. When people don't they ever feel pressed? Don't they need toilet break?
Discipline, Because you'll be in line for hours and hours. You'll be waiting for a certain action. The military training actually, I think, shaped him a lot.
I think so. Very, 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 very tremendously.
Interesting, Laulu, is the fact that we understand that Buhari wanted to become a medical doctor.
Yeah, you say.
So interesting that...
we don't always get what we want now, do we?
There are also the people who had failed in some things, but now...
Why are you pointing this way? It's the other way. It was you who...
I had my way, I would have been in the military, because I just love the uniform. I love the way the uniform is being ironed and everything looking sharp. But there were discriminations. But I think I'm in some kind of service other than the military that makes me happy today.
I think there's something that I should also add, about some of the things that I observed about him when he was there for 8 years. Many people think that he wasn't as firm when he became civilian president compared to when he was military head of state, and he often responds to that first of all, essentially, look, when you are military head of state, you could call the shots. You are essentially a dictator, almost an absolute leader, but in a democracy, you have to consult, there is separation of powers, you have to respect the legislature and all of that. But in addition to that, he tells, I've had him tell this particular story at least 5 times, all through while we were in the villa. He tells the story of how it is when he came in 1984, how it is that he was the one that, arrested all the people that were, allegedly violating, abusing their office and corrupt, and try to get some accountability in a military way, But then he says that at the end of all of that, he himself ended up, in less than 2 years, under house arrest for under 3 years. So that experience kind of mellowed him a little bit. I had him tell that story at least 5 times in 8 years. And I'm sure that he must have told it, several times. So we see a mellowing of that Buhari that the nation was used for, the man that brought in discipline, war against indiscipline, and that level of accountability in society brought quite a lot of fear, But when he came back, he was coming back from the experience of himself having to have spent 3 years under house arrest, and I think it affected the way some of the
Well, we're still keeping our eyes and ears open, our eyes trained on Daura for news of any moment from now, the arrival of the motorcade of late President Muhammadu Buhari, who is on his way for the final moments when he's interred into Mother Earth. Our correspondent Larry Lassisi had briefed us on the fact that people were lining the road, including members of the National Youth Service Corps. He did tell us earlier that dignitaries had arrived earlier, much earlier in the day. It had been quite quiet with people coming in trickles, but now clearly there are throngs of people already gathering on the prayer ground where the final Islamic prayer rites will be said, and then the body taken to his private compound in Daura for interment. So pictures coming to you from Daura in Katsina State, where that final rite of passage will be done for the late president.
On one window, just keep your dial here. On one window, we'll be showing you the live picture, but the man we're talking about here, you may not get a privilege of hearing him speak to you again, because when one person is dead, that is it. But you can also remember what he has said. And we'll bring you parts of the interview that we had exclusively with him on Channels Television. Earlier, we showed you what he said about the issue of security. There are other portions of that interview. We'd like to remind you, you hear for yourself Muhammadu Buhari again in this exclusive interview with Channels Television.
Mr. President, you know, you performed a few activities. Well, a lot of people thought you're going to be winding down for the holidays. And we're thinking that perhaps the budget might not be signed again. Maybe we'll have to wait till January, especially because of the implementation of the the signing of the Electoral Act, which was sent back to the National Assembly, non-assented to. We thought that that was not going to happen, but there was a surprise package. You signed the 2022 budget into law, but you had very strong reservations about it. And you did not mince words in saying how you felt about that. I mean, provisions for as many as 10,733 projects were reduced, while 6,576 new projects were introduced into the budget by the National Assembly. Those are some of the things that some of the objections which you raised. Do you fear that the budget might not be able to achieve its purpose?
No, not at all. My confidence that we can successfully implement the budget was because in both houses, our party is leading. It's APC party. And the leadership, look at the Senate president. He was in the House of Representatives, I think, 2 times or 3 times before he went to the Senate. He read for PhD. Look at Femi Fajamila. I was watching on the television when he was an ordinary member. He was always on his feet fighting for the party and the system we believed in. So really, I consider myself lucky. My party, under competent leadership, are both leading in the Senate and the House of Representatives. That's why you don't hear much about me. I allow them to do all the things because I can't go against my party. And I can't go against people I have absolute confidence in. I know they are doing their best.
So you do not think that the objections which you have raised is going to raise any friction between the executive arm and the legislature?
No, it wouldn't. The legislature is amazing me. If you could recall, about 60% of them didn't come back. Can't they think of what is happening in their constituencies? We have so much support in their constituencies. their predecessors made the mistake and they haven't come back. They have lost their jobs, and maybe they have lost their names. So they have to be very careful.
When you announced today that Dr. Doyin Salami will now be advising you on the issues of the economy, what specific role would you, because he's the head of your Presidential Economic Advisory Council, in what specific areas do you want him to play? Is he going to double as the head of the Economic Advisory Council and the economic advisor?
Yes, he's going to do that. He's capable of doing that. We have watched him. For example, the last time he briefed us, when I say us as the Executive Council, we found out that Nigerian arable land, only 2.5% of Nigerian arable land is being used. Yet people are shouting of unemployment. If we have invested more in agriculture, look, when we closed the border with Benin and Niger Republic, we stopped importation of rice. Now Nigerian, we produce the rice we need and we even export. So really, we have to exploit our own capacities. And Dr. Salami, it was fantastic. He is so committed, and economically, I think he's already a professor. We need him, and he's so committed and patriotic.
You don't have any favorite for 2023 in your party?
No, I wouldn't, because he may be eliminated if I mention it. I better keep it secret.
The last phrase, Mr. President, is your legacy.
Well, I think my legacy is that I try to make sure that we conducted ourselves with integrity. That means we stopped all the stealings as much as the system can allow. We stopped with appropriation. And for Nigeria, that is very, very important. The expectation from Nigeria, I tell you, is a young population. The expectation is so high that we must make sure that the resources are managed properly and that they understand resources are being managed properly. If they rebel, there will be trouble, a lot of trouble.
And then it was a wrap.
Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, many thanks for giving us this opportunity to speak with you. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you for punishing me.
Mr. President, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you so much.
The National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria mourns the passing of His Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, former President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who died 13th July 2025 in London, United Kingdom. In honor of his legacy and service to the nation, I am directed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives to inform members of the National Assembly and the general public that all legislative activities are suspended immediately until Tuesday, 22nd July 2025. All members of the National Assembly are urged to reschedule their engagements to enable full participation in the burial activities of the late President. On behalf of the members and staff of the National Assembly, the leadership of both chambers extend heartfelt condolences to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government and people of Katsina State, his wife, children, and entire Buhari family. President Muhammadu Buhari will be remembered for his commitment to Nigeria's unity and his integrity. May Almighty Allah grant his soul eternal rest. Signed, Kamaru Ogunlana, Esquire, Clerk to the National Assembly.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us on our continued coverage of the burial of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, who was saying his final flight in this life and back home from the London clinic where he died on Sunday. And he's homeward now and on a final journey home before he now being interred at a burial in his hometown of Daura, where he was born. He was born in 1942, and in Daura, which is now Katsina State in Nigeria's northwest region. And we've seen President Bola Tinubu, who is the one who received him, as promised by the federal government, that he will be receiving the body of the former president at the Katsina airport, where a military farewell parade and honor was given to him. And we are taking you now to Daura, some of the live pictures of the activities. Arrivals now, and at any moment from now, we will be seeing the arrival of the body, and then the final rite of passage will be conducted. So arrivals at Daura, the hometown of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. And some of what we are hoping will happen in the next few minutes is the prayers, according to Islamic rite, in these kind of situation, the prayers and then the final committee to Mother Earth. And this is kind of situation that happens when the nation honors one of his own and one of the longest serving leaders in modern Nigerian political history. Yeah. It's going to be the second after Olusegun Obasanjo, who had 3 shots at being the leader of Nigeria, 2 times as politically elected or democratically elected president and military leader at different times. So these are the pictures coming through live right here on Channels Television, our continued coverage of the burial and the farewell to a former Nigerian president, Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes, indeed, Seun. We have been seeing the arrival of dignitaries arriving at the prayer ground, part of whom we saw earlier was the Chief of Defense Staff, General Musa, alongside other 7 military chiefs. You can see right there the ambulance conveying the body of the late president has arrived at the prayer ground, and they're trying to make way, they're trying to clear a path for it to where the final prayers will be said. We're still trying to make out some of the people that we're seeing in the delegation, but you can see there is a crowd of dignitaries that have now arrived at that prayer ground. Earlier, we could tell you that Vice President Atiku Abubakar, whom candidate Buhari had run against in 2019, arrived alongside Aminu Tambuwal as well as Nasir El-Rufai. You can see an interview about to be conducted with Nigeria's Minister of Information, Mr. Malagi Idris, right there. But we can't hear what he's saying yet, but we see lots of activities like this.
Maybe we should wait for him for a moment.
Okay,
let's perhaps see if we can hear what because he's one of the delegation leading the federal government special committee for this burial.
If we can get much later, but that is an interview being conducted with Nigeria's Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Malagi Idris, who is a member of that delegation. But the pictures that you're seeing right there are the pictures of the funeral, of the burial ground, beg your pardon, of the prayer ground, where the final prayer rites will be conducted for the body of late President Muhammadu Buhari before it is finally interred in his home in Daura, Katsina State. But we now have and can authoritatively report that 1 hour, 15-minute journey from the Katsina airport has now been completed, and the body of the late president has now arrived his hometown of Daura. Any moment now, the prayer rites will start and the interment will be completed. Sure.
Very certainly, Himaweh, and a lot of expectations on this very moment. I don't think this is going to be for any political end or to any political benefit, because certainly any leader rarely do we have this kind of situation. Of course, we have a situation where we had someone who was governed this country for about 10 years at different times. It's now in just about 60 years of our independence. So he's had a very big share of running the affairs of this country. That is not mean feat in any way. And so such a personality would be regarded a full weight and a full state honor to ensure that its final resting and final passage of rite of passage rather, will be honored to him. So his hometown in Daura is agog and mournful as it may be, but somewhat in some other climates they will say it's a celebration of life, considering that you've lived a very long, fulfilling life. Not only to service humanity, to your nation, and to himself and his family. It definitely puts the name Buhari on the global map as a Nigerian leader, and I'm not sure that anybody will question who a Buhari is, not only in Nigeria, but globally, because when you answer such a name, then easily we can be able to recollect or say to you, are you related to Muhammadu Buhari, a former Nigerian president? That is what is done not only for his family, but now anyone from Daura will be reckoned with as soon as you say you're from that village or from that hometown, because someone on the stature of Muhammadu Buhari has emerged from that. If you are certainly from Katsina, you will also be reckoned. Well, not only Muhammadu Buhari has come from there, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua also emerged from there. And these are notable personalities in the history of our nation. So it is a momentous occasion for Nigeria. Either way you look at it, if you're mourning it, as you should be, when this kind of personality leave this life, yes, it's sad. You don't want to lose them. But at 82, some people will say it's a celebration of life in every sense of it.
Indeed,
but then, yes, the nation mounts.
We're looking at more dignitaries arriving that prayer ground. What is not clear, one will imagine, though, that the president, it does appear that the president's motorcade now arriving the prayer ground. So clearly he's going to be a part of the prayers being said. Initially, some people had thought that he was only going to be at the airport receiving the body, and after the military rites, perhaps he was going to leave. But from the pictures that we could see earlier, we could see a motorcade driving into the premises. All the other dignitaries that we had seen earlier had come in on foot. You could see their vehicles at the back somewhere, and then they had come in on foot to the prayer ground. But we can see a motorcade driving into that premises. So it does appear that that will be the motorcade of President Bola Tinubu, who will be on the ground for the prayer rites as well. We had been seeing earlier pictures showing the arrival of many more other dignitaries, from political leaders to traditional rulers. You can see very clearly their courtiers very prominent amongst the peoples that have been waiting to receive the body. But we know any moment now the prayers will start for the final funeral rites of President Muhammadu Buhari, and the interment happening in his home, in his personal home in Daura. But the pictures you can see right there, prayers about to start any moment now. But we did see earlier, I wish you could see those pictures of the motorcade driving into the prayer ground.
Indeed, this might not take a long time if you look at the usual manner in which Islamic rite, rites of passage in a burial ceremony of this manner. It doesn't take a long time. And you see, you also saw from the arrival of the body to when the body was being presented to the president and the military farewell was done and the parade, it took less than 30 minutes. And thereafter, the journey by road took place, and this is just around an hour and a half. I imagine that the prayers will be in few minutes before the final committer to Mother Earth. And so these are the expectations within the coming hours, gradually behind schedule, based on what we understand before now. But as we can see from the live pictures, things are imagined, and we're gradually moving to the very end of this burial ceremony, which the federal government says it is a state burial in all sense of it, and every weight of the federal government have been thrown at it, every resources that is needed to give this man the honor he deserves as a former president, a two-term president, and a one-term military leader is being given to him. And you can see the personalities on the ground. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, former Vice President Oshibajo, former Governor of Sokoto State Aminu Tambuwa, former Governor of Kaduna State Nasiru El-Rufai, governors of Ogun State, governors of Ogun State, Lagos State, Sokoto State, a delegation from Nigeria Republic. All of them are on the ground, and several cabinet members in the Tinubu's government are on the ground, and so many of the ministers who served in the Buhari cabinet, including Lai Mohammed and a host of others, are on the ground. And this is our continued coverage of the burial ceremony.
These are the moments when, you know, seconds, you will seem stretching into minutes, and you're looking for the words to cover all of this, because you know it's already so close, yet, you know, it's taking its time, because it's a funeral. It's not anything joyful here. It's a funeral, and usually, even if a celebration will happen afterwards, after all, the former president was 82, which in our context here in Africa is a celebration of life. The moment where the body is being interred, is usually still very solemn. That's why we're keeping our cameras trained on that patch you see there, because we expect any moment from now that's where the prayers will be taking place. But I'm wondering, you know, if the president had died in office, will the ceremonies be any different from what we're currently seeing?
Well, I guess that it's going to be comparable. You know, I think the only difference here would be that if the president dies in office, there's a little bit of transition that is still taking place that will not create the opportunity for this kind of elaborate planning, except, of course, whoever is taking charge can take control very quickly, you know. And then because of the nature of Islamic burials, there's not so much time that is available even to do a lot of things. I imagine that there are a lot of people who would have loved to be here, but are in distant places, you know. And because of the nature of Islamic rites also, you don't see a lot of the celebrations, you know, because they prioritize, look, the body has to go committed to mortal heart in 24 hours, I think maximum 48 if you have the control. So I think it would be comparable to your question if a president were to die in office, you know, but we have seen at least one, which is...
another son of Katsina.
Another son of Katsina, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and I don't know, Sean, you said you were on the ground, you experienced the funeral rites of President Muhammadu Buhari. What I remember was that I was in the studio I
was actually in the studio in the coverage. Pre and afterwards, there were roles that I played covering that burial, but I was something like this covering the burial, and they were very, very graphic in my memory. Very graphic moment, Mark. I mean, it was one that you never expected as a journalist that kind of the situation will ever happen in your lifetime, covering such a sad moment when the president had to die in office. But this is totally different. This man served his term, and now his successor in office is one the coordinating and helping out with his burial. A close friend with him, man who helped his political career after failure of three times, and now having to get into getting elected on the fourth time trying. And in all of this, and I know that there was a time that I met you in Lagos with Professor Oshibajo, and this was the moment before the few times that you and Professor Oshibajo had come to the studio for interviews and all of that. Oshibajo is one person that also came into office with a lot of integrity. And the same with, so there are two men whose integrity are labeled on them. And in all of these moments, campaign, governance, and all whatnot, when the president was sick, when he was in office, and the vice president had to, coming as an acting president, and I imagine that they were constant contact with London when the president was sick. What was it like? The families, what was it like that? Because you were close with the prof then.
Yeah, well, so one of the things that I will remember very well about that is that, the acting president and was the vice president was in active communication with President Buhari, and I remember him saying to us that each time he calls him, the man says to him, "Hey, look, go and run the country, go and do stuff, that what will you do if I were to be dead? You will have to take decisions." And say, "Look, it's your call, go and get stuff done." A lot of the times, that was the kind of...
so he had his backing?
Oh, I mean, for the most part, and I mean, based on what I know, clearly, he had his backing. I mean, look, some of the most controversial decisions that he even had to take, when as acting president he had to remove the Director General of the SSS after the invasion of the National Assembly. The president, based on what we know, had no problems, because it was clear what was happening. So for what we knew in the open, clearly they worked together. They were in constant touch. I remember that when he had even the longer medical leave, that the acting president had to go to London. If you remember, he had to go to London, met him when he was recovering, and came back right away. And the guy kept telling him that, "Look, you're acting president, you are in charge, get stuff done." So they had that kind of chemistry. And to what you said, both of them are men of integrity. It's what you could easily pick out between the two of them. They had that chemistry in terms of their depth of honesty, their commitment to the nation, and their public spirit. Both of them shared all of those values.
Patriotism.
Yeah, very, very, but clearly. And I think the people who designed the combination, they knew what they were doing. People who thought that, okay, look, you needed an Oshibajo to work with Buhari.
I think that President, VP Oshibajo's tribute was quite, even though it was very short, it was quite poignant, capturing the essence of their time together. It was very personal as well, the fact that he had to call Her Excellency Aisha Buhari and also the son. But he says Nigeria has lost a true patriot, a man whose life was marked by unyielding devotion to the nation he loved. He said President Buhari's legacy will endure as a testament to the nobility, that word which you had been referring to in his name, Buhari meaning noble, the nobility of public service defined by honesty, discipline, and unwavering commitment to the public good.
So let me give you an example of what the vice president might be referring to when he talk about his unwavering commitment to public good. Most people don't know that after the president and the vice president took office in 2015, there was a little tussle in the government about the implementation of social investment program. I said, little tussle. People felt that, that was just for campaign. And then you couldn't do it. It was Oshibajo and Buhari them that stood and said that this thing got to be done.
You know, I mean, we saw, I mean, there were people in the cabinet that said, no, you can't get this thing. This thing is not doable. But because Oshibajo pushed and the president believed in it, in another 2, 3, 4 years, the thing was winning acclaim locally and internationally. So that's an example of his unwavering, the president's unwavering, because there was quite a significant pushback from cabinet members who felt that we couldn't do this social investment thing, you know, it doesn't make sense, don't let us even bother. But the president ensured that he gave the support, and it happened.
Now, well, I mean, the implementation, I think the jury will be out on that.
Well, whatever happened from 2019 is a different ballgame.
Well, the jury will certainly be out. But, you know, these are some of the remarkable things that those who worked very closely with him can attest to. His sense of humor, the fact that he was a patriot through and through, his sense of integrity, discipline. These are things that Nigerians always yearn for. They want to see it in national life. And when they see it in an individual, you know, it would seem that they support that one individual to want to be the leader, so to speak. But clearly, you know, it would seem that the expectations, you know, and sometimes the outcomes can be very wide apart. We're not a more disciplined nation because President Buhari was president for 8 years. You know, why do you think that somehow we missed the mark somehow? Is it that we're unable to put in the processes, or are we just hoping that the leader will set the tone? And that tone about punctuality, for instance, which, you know, even some of his cabinet members made reference to, was there, but we still haven't gotten it.
Well, I mean, generally, I think that it's just a reflection of where we are as a people. You know, that's where I look at it. And I think, you know, to a very reasonable extent, people in leadership, you know, has to take the bigger brunt, you know, for wherever we are. But I think there's also an element of the fact that those leaders actually come out from among us as a people, you know. So it has to be a shared responsibility between the leaders and the followers, you know, the kinds of demands that we ought to make that we are not making, the kinds of things that we shouldn't tolerate that we tolerate. You know, I have had instances where people say that, look, I mean, if you want to go on a clean slate, if you want to press the factors of integrity, you know, the people will say that, no, it's your turn, you know, do everything that you need to do, bring the cookies to this side of the country, bring the cookies to this section of the country, don't bother too much about, you know, so we have this crisis, this moral crisis that we are dealing with as a people. And that explains, in my view, you know, some of the things that we continue to battle with over and again. And it is becoming much of a cycle, you know, of crisis. Hopefully we get a break, you know. We keep trying.
Well, we're still training our eyes on Daura because we know that that prayer should be, you know, underway any moment now. We've seen dignitaries throng the prayer ground in Daura, and we know that the body is on the ground in Daura, but we are still training our eyes there to know precisely when the prayer rites will start. And as soon as that happens, we certainly will be bringing you the visuals here on Channels Television. We have to thank you so much for staying with us. Well, we're still very much here, and we're talking about the life and times of the man, the president, the leaders. Shehu will also highlight the soldier, the general, Muhammadu Buhari, who lived from 1942 and finally said goodbye to Mother Earth on the 13th of July this year. Well,
certainly, the expectations that, of course, you see the President Bola Tinubu receiving the body there, as he said he would. But we do know that the Islamic burial rites, which is the funeral prayer, the Salat al-Janazah was been trying to understand from those who are in the know. They say it's a collective supplication for the deceased, seeking forgiveness and mercy for them. It's a commoner prayer, I understand, an obligation performed in congregation focusing on supplications for the deceased and for all Muslims. And the prayer involves specific recitations and du'as with the intention of seeking God's mercy and forgiveness for the departed soul. What we're perhaps going to immediately see is, of course, the funeral prayer, the burial, and the mourning period. So this is just to prepare the minds of everyone of what's to come in the coming hours or days, and of course in the moments that we are expecting live pictures of what is happening. We're having, and we understand that the body has since arrived in Daura, and moment we were expecting whether or not the president has arrived in Daura. We saw motorcade arriving in Daura. We cannot confirm whether the president is in it, but we do know that the body has arrived, and the prayer, which is going to be a congregational, a commoner prayer for everyone, specifically for the deceased, for God to grant the deceased a mercy. And then I don't know whether this will happen. The burial rites, I understand, of course, the grave will be dug, and this would have happened. Mourners will lower the body into the grave, and for the prayers, we understand that sometimes we would see some kind of a washing of the body. I don't know whether that will happen or not, but basically, our understanding of what to expect. And so you can see some of the pictures right there. The motorcade arriving, immediate preparation of the body is supposed to be the very first one before the prayer starts. And whatever the preparation of the body means, and all of that before the prayer, the burial in essence, and the mourning period, which is usually between 3 days and above. Yeah, those are the expectations, isn't it?
Well, I think, it does appear that our correspondent, Larry Lasisi, is preparing to come on standby for us to give us an update of what it is. I can see him. Yeah. Larry, if you can hear us, where are we now? Because we know authoritatively that the body has now arrived in Daura. We had heard earlier a request by the Emir of Daura asking that there be a stopover. We understand that they were pretty close in life, that the body be, stop over at the palace of the Emir of Daura. Do we have a confirmation that that request was granted, if really it was made?
Yeah, we will get to hear Larry for a moment, but of course what we can see right now is the road leading into the prayer ground. Yeah, in the ingress and the egress. So on both sides you can see the end part of the road, which will lead you to where the prayers will be conducted.
It does appear that that road is it been cordoned off?
It will be cordoned off, I imagine. See soldiers on that end, and I imagine that members of the Guards Brigade will be on guard in that place, because whenever you see the president, you will see some of these folks, and it means something that the #1 citizen and all the security apparatus is in place. But it's going to be heavily guarded. As much as this is going to be a Daura thing, a Katsina thing, a family thing, sometimes when the president is in a place, I remember there was, interesting, that the former president, had visited the home of one of Nigeria's elder statesmen, and the oldest son had stepped out for a moment just before the president entered. And we understand that until the president left, the former president, I'm not talking about Buhari now, the son couldn't enter into the house until the president, because the protocol is that as soon as the president enters, the door is shut. And in fact, covering the president, it really happened with vice presidents, but covering the president, as soon as the president enters, and as soon as the president gets on the podium, all doors cannot open. Yeah. So if you are in it or outside, you're sealed in or sealed out. And so the kind of security, and you don't want to play with the Guards Brigade. Those guys, and the villa security guys, those guys don't take any jokes. They have their eyes on the goal.
Well, I can see Larry's been touching his ear for a while, so I believe that he can hear us. Larry, if you can hear us, can you bring us up to speed with what the current situation is on the ground? We see members of the NYSC there. We know authoritatively that the body has arrived. The prayer is about to start, Larry.
Malkwek, I hope you can hear me. Everything is going really, the tension is high right now. So we've seen a couple of aircraft hovering around the area, and then it appears we've seen some of the what you call the first few vehicles that are normally in the convoy of the president, and they're making their way here. Some vehicles have stopped in front of the house, and it appears they're there for now. But like we said, it appears this is the convoy of the president with the body of the former president. And we've seen the service chiefs go in. We've seen the governors, a bus with the governors going in. We've seen some former ministers, more dignitaries. I can bet that that place is filled right now, but we'll still have to make room for more because more dignitaries are yet to go in. And I'm sure you remember all the dignitaries you saw arriving there, from the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who came with the former First Lady, Mrs. Aishatu Buhari, with the president, the vice president, the team that went to London to come back with the body. And I'm expecting that they will make their way in right now. And it is until they make their way there that the ceremony will kick off. Malpe.
Well, Larry, if you can hear us, I mean, we've heard you say you cannot confirm just yet whether the president has arrived, but clearly we can see, some motorcade. Do you know if the request, because we understand that a request was made earlier by the Emir of Daura for a stopover at his place. Do you know if that request, if you heard about it, do you know if it was granted?
I did not hear about that request. I know there was some discussions earlier whether or not that will take place. But I think with the time factor we have right now, with the time the aircraft from London landed, with the time it's taking to arrive here, with the ceremony still yet to be done. And as I explained earlier, my understanding is that the Emir of Katsina and the Emir of Gusau are here right now at the prayer ground. That's plus all the other dignitaries, serving ministers, former ministers, governors, service chiefs, 7 members of the executive, ministers, a busload of ministers made their way in right now. I believe this is where the prayers will take place, and then from there straight to the lane in state, the lane to rest. Malpe.
So now, Larry, I know you have a clearer view, a clearer understanding as the moments get closer to the final, the interment. From what you told us earlier, things, I guess, are clearer now. Bring us up to speed about the rights. From a few things that those who are familiar with Islamic burial rites of passage are telling us as to how the prayers will be, the manner in which the prayer conduct will look like. What more do we know now, Larry?
Okay, well, you were right. And just as you said, from what you've heard, that usually is how it happens. The ceremony is not much. It's not going to be much. My understanding is that the body of the former president will be laid in full glare of everybody. People will gather around. Prayers will be offered. Once prayers are offered, and I'm sure they will decide who will be most appropriate to take those prayers. I told you we have 2 emirs present here. That will be decided. After that, my understanding is that the body will then be moved to the residence. The ceremony should not take too long. And my understanding is with the time factor, And I appreciate that a lot of the dignitaries that came in will want to make their way out of Katsina today. This ceremony will move as quickly as possible. And I'm emphasizing as possible, because where you have a situation where there are dignitaries, where there are people that are that may want to pay their respect, it will come to the point that you might have to give and take when it comes to the issue of time. But I'm expecting that they will work as quickly as possible to make that happen.
I know that a lot of people have since arrived. Some of them include Aliko Dangote, Nigeria's foremost industrialist, and governors of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun of Sokoto State, former governors, Atiku Abubakar. What is the arrangement looking like from what you see?
Okay, from what I see, the arrangement within the prayer ground, there's no setting for such recognitions. There's not going to be any roll call or recognition. It's going to be straightforward prayers. And my understanding is, rightly, they will give some level of, maybe to give allowance for some recognized people to stand close, but it's not going to be such that you're going to have dignitaries called to see them coming in or see them who is here, who is not. It's not going to be such. And just as I explained earlier, because of the time factor, we may have things moving a little bit faster.
So can you confirm for us then that the presence of the person we're waiting for is that of the president?
I can't confirm right now. I do know his media team have landed. They're usually the head of the convoy there on ground, but they've quickly made their way into the prayer ground. My understanding is that they're close. They should be coming forward any minute. That's my understanding. I do know, just as I'm sure you saw on the camera, a couple of cars stopped by the residence. But what I think should happen, taking into consideration, just as I said earlier, the time factor, is that they may make their way forward to the prayer ground. And the security officers here have been trying their best to ensure that they keep things orderly, that there's a free flow of traffic. Only person they're making room for is the commander-in-chief, the entourage, the family, to make their way in. So we'll keep monitoring now, and I'm sure you see me looking over my shoulder. I'm trying not to be caught unawares that something is happening, and I haven't seen it. But as I said, they should be here.
I imagine, Larry, the Grand Qadi, the Chief Imam of Dara, of perhaps, some heavyweight religious Islamic leader will have to lead that prayer, considering the personality involved here. We're talking about the former president. Is it okay for you, are you able to confirm for us those who might be participating? It's a common prayer, of course, just to build the expectations of our viewers tonight. This evening. It's getting to the night anyway, starting from the morning anyway. But so, do you have an understanding, as we do know, that the emir of Dora will also be in the mix?
The emir of Dora is here. The emir of Gusau is here. To my understanding, and I stand to be corrected, they should be to a large extent the highest ranking among those here. But I think, just as you said, if the Grand Qadi is here, it depends on who is delegated to take that role. I don't have that information right now, and I'm very, very worried about leaving where I am right now. It's a few meters to where...
Don't leave, Larry. Don't leave.
I don't want to leave.
Describe
I really
to us,
don't want
Larry, for a lot of people who are not familiar with Daura, the home of the former president, and where the prayer is going to be held. Just give us a vivid description, if you may, of the prayer ground and where the burial pit is going to be, and Some of those details, can you do that for us in a moment?
Okay, I think I can do that fairly well. Now, the area, this is the GRA of Daura, and the president's residence is behind me. But by my right, the road that goes to my right here leads to where I'm told is a helipad, where the president usually, when he comes by chopper or the helicopter, he drops. So that is the ground that is being made or used as a makeshift prayer ground. It's basically an open arena where many people can gather and a lot of people can come in to pay their respect. As it is right now, my expectation is that that ground will be where they will use just to accommodate the number of dignitaries, the number of people that have come, and then they will move to the residence. The residence, I'm told, is a little bit, it's smaller, as you can imagine. So the whole point of getting everybody in will be problematic, and I think this is the easy way that has been, the choice that has been made to give plenty of people the opportunity to pay their last respect. And I can tell you for free that if there are VIPs there, maybe they're like 20-30%. The majority of people there are people, ordinary citizens, people who have come to pay their respect, and they've been coming in. I'm told there are more outside that haven't been allowed in a bid to ensure that the space is not too crowded and all that. So from the prayer ground, we'll move to the residence, where I'm told will be just for a few people, and then would have that done.
Where is the body
as I'm
as
speaking
we
with
speak?
you right
we
now,
understand the body has arrived in Daura.
The NSA is here. He's making his way
already?
in.
Or is it,
stay in the ambulance?
Is it still in the ambulance, or is it in the house, or waiting to be transported to the prayer ground?
Okay, I would like to call your attention to a large body of people making their way in, and I think I sight the vice president. Vice president is within that entourage. Within that body, I think I can see former President Yemi Osinbajo, and you can see them making their way. The president, beside the vice president, is the host governor, if I'm right. The speaker is also with there, and I have the governor of Borno State. It's a large body. They're making their way in. And behind them, you see the chief of staff. The chief of staff, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, is also making his way into the prayer ground. And dignitaries are arriving. Just before we saw the delegation of the vice president, we sighted businessman Aliko Dangote making his way in. He was accompanied by another businessman, Tinubu. He also made his way in. And we had the national security advisor making their way in. So I think this is also, I'm sure, following protocol, so that they have arrived before the president comes in. Because usually at such occasions, most occasions, once the president arrives at a scene, the door is closed and nobody else is allowed in. So I think they've done some sort of order to allow the dignitaries, vice presidents, governors, more governors coming. And I think the next people we should see should be the Commander-in-Chief, President Bola Tinubu.
Larry, if you may, and perhaps if the cameraman can do us a favor and just move away from your side a bit and just zoom in towards the gate and the entrance, so we can vividly show our viewers what exactly the entrance and the personalities who are making their way in look like. Are we able to do that? And let's perhaps get some feel of what
I'm going to do right now
looks like at the moment.
Shehu, I think the moment we're waiting for is here. I can see an ambulance, an army ambulance making his way. I think my cameraman, if you can zoom in so that we try and get that. We have the ambulance with a very, very, very large concentration of military men, security officers, and the protocol that is being given is normally that is given for the, excuse me, sir. Sorry, please, just a minute, just give me room. So you can see the protocol that is usually given for the president. We have security officers holding the body of the vehicle and moving in. And that, I'm told, is the body of the former president as he makes his way into the prayer ground. And you can see I told you before that they were trying to keep a lot of people back. But what we have now is a mass following that is going to accompany the president, accompany the body, accompany the ambulance into the prayer ground, and I just can't believe this. I just can't believe this.
All right. Larry,
and I think right now, we have the president. The president has arrived. The president has arrived. The president is making his way into the prayer ground.
How difficult this moment could be. If you want to take a moment, just take it.
The president's convoy, the president is moving in right now.
An entourage of governors in his convoy, so to speak. But now we're seeing this fleet of cars going into that prayer ground, ostensibly conveying the president right behind the ambulance, which we had seen earlier, conveying the body of the late president. So it does appear that any moment now, the prayers, the final prayer rites, the Islamic rites will begin. Prayer said for the repose of the soul of the late president and subsequently the interment. But best efforts, it would seem, to control the crowd. But President Muhammadu Buhari, a man of the people in life, a man of the people also still, especially the people of Katsina, in death. And they will not be deprived, will they?
You can only try, Mark, where you can imagine this is... sometimes we call it organized chaos when you're covering an event like which you must be prepared for. And part of our training is don't get your cable locked in an organized chaos in coverage. Don't get your camera brought down. Don't let your cameras be destroyed. Or, you know, a lot of measures. But I can imagine the security guys too. This civil kind of congregation, you almost cannot do anything when it gets out of hand. And you see the sea of heads who have gathered there and just making sure that everyone has a feel, either in sight or in touch of the final moment, the body of this man who is not only a towering political figure, but also who had climbed to the very highest of his military career as a soldier. And as I said earlier, a soldier, a symbol, and many, many things to so many people. Symbol because there are a lot of people who say Buharism has become an aphorism for a governance philosophy, a policy, because some people came about that. Buharists have now become the ardent followers and those who believe in the philosophy of Buhari. And so we've seen many, many years, more than almost 20 years of followership of Buhari as a political figure and several years of military service. And now that journey terminates today. 82 years of life of service to the nation. Out of those 82 years, he spent about 10 years being the leader of this country. He served over 30 years in the Nigerian military. He served as a political party leader has served as a leader of the nation, and of course, regionally and globally, he's played so many roles. He's got his final flight as a human into London, but didn't return. And now a flight in Body to Nigeria today, and a final journey home to his maker. And being committed to Mother Earth is what we're seeing. The procession, the final burial rites in the Islamic way for President Muhammadu Buhari. Coming through the site where President Muhammadu Buhari will be prayed for in the funeral procedure in the Islamic way, and that prayer is going to be a communal prayer. And earlier on, we saw President Bola Tinubu alongside Vice President Kashim Shettima, President Umaru Sissoko Mbayo of Guinea-Bissau, Prime Minister of Niger, Ali Lamin Zaini, former President of Niger, Isufu Muhammadu, and former Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, all receiving the casket carrying the body of the late President at the foot of the aircraft, as we saw at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, Katsina. A joint team of military pallbearers comprising 9 senior officers laid the casket draped with the Nigerian flag on a trolley. The team included Major General Muhammadu Usman, Major General Oluwafemi Williams, Major General Shuaibu Nuhu, Rear Admiral Suleiman Dawu, Rear Admiral Jonathan Ajodo, Rear Admiral Samuel Ingatua, Air Vice Marshal Adeni Herbert Ameshinola, Air Vice Marshal Disani, and Air Vice Marshal Obiawaka, and Major General Mike Alechen coordinated the team, and we saw in the slow march in sync with the hymn, God be with you till we meet again, passing through a full military guard of honor comprising 6 officers and 96 soldiers drawn from the Nigeria Armed Forces. President Bola Tinubu and others walked behind the casket trolley in the solemn procession. The pallbearers escorted the casket into a waiting military convoy for the 1-hour journey to Dara, where funeral prayers and the burial ceremony is what we see.
Okay, that was the funeral prayer led by the Chief Imam of Dora and attended by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in honor of late President Muhammadu Buhari. And the place was, the helipad was too full that the funeral had to be conducted outside and with the remains inside the because of the there. And ambulance is now being moved out of the premises or the surrounding of the helipad to the residence of the late leader, where he'll be laid to rest within the courtyard of that private residence here in Daura. That attracted where he lived. He lived a significant portion of his life here, especially when he left the military and after leaving office as president, the 15th president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Indeed, the people of Daura are in a state of mourning. Though it's a national mourning, there is 7 days declared by the president as days of mourning. Flags are flying at half-mast, and all ministries, departments, and agencies directed to open condolence register at the entrances of their various offices in honor of the great leader who is now receiving the final respect from the nation he served for several decades, because he joined the military in 1962, so he has been serving the country for more than 6 decades. 1962 to 2025 is exactly 63 years. Now, the president, vice president, emir of Daura, ministers, and all dignitaries are moving towards the residence of former President Muhammadu Buhari, which is located not far away from this helipad here in Daura. It's about 250 meters away from this place, and it is there within the courtyard he will be laid to rest, which is the final respect in his honor. And the 7-day mourning continues till Sunday next weekend. And the 3rd day Fidel prayer is expected to be held tomorrow morning, that is Tuesday, at his private residence, and is expected to be attended by the Vice President Kashim Shettima, who has been with the family of the deceased, together with the Chief of Staff to the President, Right Honorable Femi Bajabiamila. And the prayers is part of the morning. It's an additional activity after the funeral prayers to seek Allah's mercy and forgiveness upon a deceased person. And of course, thousands of people are here and join in doing so, and more are expected to do it again at the Fidel prayer, which with Vice President Kashim Shettima, who representing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on that occasion. Now we are expecting to see if our colleagues can get it, the location of the burial within the courtyard of his private residence here in Daura. How many? How many?
Live pictures still coming to you from Daura in Katsina State after the prayers have been said for the body and the repose of the soul of late President Muhammadu Buhari in his hometown of Daura. You can see that well-wishers and mourners are now thronging towards his residence for the final burial, for the final interment of the body into Mother Earth. So these are live pictures coming to you from Daura. The prayers, Islamic prayers, the Salatu Janazah has now been said, led by the chief imam of Daura. And we now know that the body is now proceeding to the compound where it will be
Friday, are you people
in
on
the
my visuals? Because I want to cut off.
Former President Muhammadu Buhari.
I know that
okay, so I can
at the grave side there will be some prayers before the body is lowered, and after the prayers, of course, the lining state, the funeral prayers, which has been said now by the chief imam of Daura, and there will be now the movement for the corpse for final interment is what we're seeing right now, and you can see the crowd. So the prayers held at the helipad area, and now the lining state proper, or the interment, because the lining state is what we're seeing a moment ago. The interment will now happen at the residence of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari in the final interment, and will also be conducted by the chief imam, which is going to be at the great pit side, which is in the compound. Then after, we expected some military activities, including a 21-gun salute.
I told him. Apart from that, I told him that the convoy is being faster than usual, so that people might not be able to get in. Okay. My brother, even here, there's no goodness
Earlier, that this process, the final prayer, the funeral prayer, the janazah, is usually a commoner prayers, basically praying to God for God to bless and to forgive the deceased and the family, and all. That's the essence of the prayer, which is said commonly, and as that has been done, and I assume that it was going to be by the chief imam, whether of Katsina or Daura, but we right now that is by the chief imam of Daura, who is leading the prayers, and who also the final interment, the prayers at the graveside will be conducted. You can see how people are moving. It's a walk distance from the helipad area to, I don't know, the compound, the home of the former president isn't as big, and I don't know whether this kind of crowd has ever been anticipated to accommodate the kind of persons.
Well, we don't know. Sure, when we know that, the crowd will always be anticipated. It will be, how to control and make sure that there is no overcrowding. We've been told over and over again that the final interment will be a private affair. Just a few people will be allowed into the compound. Now we're seeing that people are moving from that makeshift prayer ground, which was the helipad where the prayers held, and they're thronging in their numbers. The thing is, if the security agencies will be able to control them in a civil manner, because for their own good and, to prevent any stampede or anything of the sort, the crowds have to be controlled for that compound to only be able to accommodate just the number of people that it can accommodate. We're seeing more and more pictures of dignitaries who are making their way out of that prayer ground. It's unclear if they will be all at the final interment site. I think we can only conjecture at this point as to whether or not they will be there, because it's unclear how many people that compound will be able to take. But clearly, they were all at the prayer ground, all of the dignitaries that have arrived. Our correspondent, Larry Lassisi, did tell us earlier that the rites will be very short as possible, because a lot of people will be looking to make their way out of Daura this evening and have to get perhaps to Katsina for onward traveling to their various destinations. Maybe they'll pass the night in Katsina, maybe they'll move to other neighboring states where they'll pass the night. But I don't think it's for nothing that we have choppers on the ground. We're told that choppers were hovering around earlier, perhaps not just for security reasons. Maybe they'll also be conveying people out of the place. But maybe it's early hours yet, or early minutes yet to be talking about that, given that the body is not yet in the ground. The body has now made its way, or is making its way to the courtyard of the late president, where it will finally be interred. We're still looking at dignitaries leaving the makeshift prayer ground out of that place. We've been told that there was going to be a little reception of sorts for dignitaries who came for that event. It doesn't quite say where. We also know that there will be a condolence visit, women's condolence visit at the family house of former President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. But yes, live pictures coming to you from Daura in Katsina State, the final rites of passage of late President Muhammadu Buhari, who died in London on the 13th of July and is now being interred in his hometown of Daura in Katsina State, northwest Nigeria.
I doubt very well whether we are going to be able to see the videos of the interment itself, considering the size of the house, and the fact that the family seem to prefer a very private occasion for that. I've seen in the live clip a lot of the dignitaries walking away because I don't know how many people will be able to
fit in there.
If they were even supposed to open the place up, it's very unclear that they'll be able to get a lot of the dignitaries, at the interment. But it'll be interesting to see how that is going to be determined. In the circumstances. It's a very busy day for the security guards, as you can tell.
Very busy day indeed.
The brigade of guards and the SSS and all of them must have had a very onerous duty to perform right there.
Well, we know that there will also be a 21-gun salute afterwards, and we did mention earlier that there was a flag draping that casket. We know that according to Muslim rites, the body will not be interred with that casket. It will be taken out of the casket. The flag will be folded according to military fashion and given to the Muhammadu Buhari family in gratitude for the service that their father granted the country in his time. So there are still certain aspects, some of which we'll continue to cover here. But the pictures you're currently seeing are pictures of people leaving the makeshift burial ground, which we understand was a helipad converted to that use for the final rite, for the final prayers, the Salatu Janaza, which was said for the late president and the repose of his soul. So pictures we'll continue to look at there. We can see the dignitaries making their way out, some of them in those buses and those vehicles coming out of that makeshift prayer ground.
I don't think we have even seen in Daura, I don't think we've not seen the body, the corpse, the casket.
No, what we've seen is the ambulance, which was conveying the casket, which had conveyed the casket to Daura and also to the burial ground. We saw it make its way out of that place clearly and ostensibly to the house. We were yet to see pictures of the house, but we imagine that is where it will be going. And maybe even as we speak, for all we know, it is already being interred, because we also know that according to Muslim rites, it has to be done before sundown.
Right, and it's already outside 5 o'clock.
Yes, it's already 5 o'clock, so perhaps that will have to be done as quickly as possible. So we continue to bring you pictures, talk about the life and times of the leader, President Muhammadu Buhari, his transition from General Muhammadu Buhari, even though there are those who say, look, once a general, always a general. And even at that, try as hard as he wanted to, he really couldn't shed that toga of being a general. And the controversy it created from GMB to PMB. But today we're looking at the life and times, the legacy of the man, Muhammadu Buhari.
Absolutely. What a day, one that we go down in history. And of course, we're seeing some live pictures. The president, Bola Tinubu.
Other people from different political divides, people from different faith, gathering in solemn reverence for the man who has had the opportunity to lead Nigeria in different capacities. First as military president, and then later as democratically elected President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
They won't kill me. Oh, no.
We have it. We get into the very final moment in this burial ceremony for the interment of the president, Muhammadu Buhari. And we can see, of course,
the final resting place.
Absolutely.
So we can see that dug out in typical Islamic fashion. There is a specific way in which the grave is dug, and we can see it very clearly. Only one media house has been allowed to bring these pictures to you.
Go this far into the compound.
Yes, indeed. We can see seated in front, a little distance away, a few feet away from that dugout grave, President Muhammadu Buhari seated there. We saw earlier Vice President Kashim Shettima, Yemi Oshibajo. We also saw the Speaker Abbas also seated there, as well as a few other governors. I could make out Governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, right there at the burial ground. And then a throng of other dignitaries by that courtyard area there. You can see it's a small crowd compared with the crowd that we had seen earlier at the prayer ground. So somehow the security agencies have been able to do their work to make sure that the crowd at the final interment is limited. I think any moment now we should be seeing the ambulance conveying the body being drawn in there, perhaps military pallbearers as well, bringing that body to the final resting place, which we can see dug right in front of the seated dignitaries at that final resting place.
The pallbearers that we saw, some of the finest generals in the army across the different formations, the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy, were serving as pallbearers to convey the body of I'm not sure how many of them actually met him in service. So, you know, a lot of them who must have heard of him, not maybe cited or see him in active service, but then is a general carrying the body of another general, you know, and in this sense, paying homage to one person who led different battalions, who led the Nigerian military, led as a military head of state, as a democratically elected president. And this time around, at 82, the sun set on him. And well, this has to be done before sunset. But then, it's the Islamic way of doing things. And at this end is the live pictures. Of course, we do know that for some reasons, the television station that is allowed to go this far into the compound, but then we get in you what we need to in this continued coverage of the passing and the burial of President Muhammadu Buhari. About 4 leaders out of Nigeria had come to pay their respect, and in not only in honor of this man, but representing their countries. I'm not sure if we have the natural sounds and some of the sights and the sounds coming with the sights that we can see. Maybe we can be able to reveal those to you.
The simplicity of this whole process is what will rekindle the thoughts of the vanity of life in itself. For a man who was the
oftentimes these are the challenges, you know, when maybe just an exclusive is granted the media house for something like this, for an occasion like this. Ideally, what would have been ideal is that a media house who covers on behalf of everyone will not have their logo on, or will not have their, you know, all of this paraphernalia on, so that all the media houses can also, you know, share in this moment, much as the family did say they want it to be as private as possible. But clearly, this is a state funeral. The president is attending, as well as, you know, many prominent state officials present here. But this is what we have. We're able to bring you these pictures, and we wish we could let you, you know, just feel the ambience, the solemnity surrounding the ambience. But it does appear that we'll need to talk you through it. Surrounding the grave, there are other dignitaries. Not all of them are seated, but we know that seated right there and waiting for that body as it makes its way now is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who's seated right there. And we can see it does appear it's making its way. It's not being escorted. Is that the son? Is that the son of the president?
It looks like him.
Yes, that is the son of the president, Yusuf, who is being brought by his friends, perhaps being comforted by them and being drawn into that gathering as he should be. I can imagine that it might have been tough for him because, you know, in a gathering like that, as you did say, even sons can get lost, especially when you're trying to wade through the president's security cordon. So perhaps he had a tough time going through the cordon of the president, but now he is right there, and hopefully many more family members, I hope that they have not been cordoned out of this particular moment. But pictures that we're seeing, we're trying to talk through it as we see it develop on our screen. We see right there the president's son going to meet and greet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, greeting the Vice President Kashim Shettima as well, and all the other dignitaries that are seated there, acknowledging their presence as they wait for the body of the late president to be finally interred. I'm trying to make out who else we're seeing seated right there.
Of course, the vice president is beside.
Yes, I
and
could see that.
flanked on all those other sides, leaders of other countries that we've seen arriving today in Katsina, the President Muhammadu Sissoko Mbayo of Guinea-Bissau, Prime Minister of Niger, Ali Lamin Zainin, former President of Niger, Yusufu Muhammadu, and former Vice President Yemi Oshibajo. All of them, we understand, may be present there. And we see sitting governors, Imo to Lagos, Ogun State, Sokoto State, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. I'm not sure how far some of these dignitaries are allowed to go in witnessing what we're seeing right here. And the moment for the final interment, that is what we are hoping to see, the moment of the final interment, which is happening right in the heart of the residence of the former President Muhammadu Buhari in his Daura residence.
Moment now, we're hoping that the body will be arriving that courtyard, because clearly that is what the dignitaries are waiting for, that moment when the body arrives and will be interred into Mother Earth in its final resting place. You know, Sean, just taking a look at that final resting place and the specificity with which, graves for Muslims are dug. They're dug in a very specific way. First, you have this wide opening, then you now have a very narrow opening, just enough to accommodate the body when it has been wrapped in that white cloth and thrown into the earth, sealed forever in its belly. It does appear it is designed to just let us know that we're just a very small piece in the scheme of things. And this perhaps will be all that you're really entitled to at the end of life. That little space. And that is if you're lucky. You know, one will be very fortunate to even have a ceremony like this, and even that little space in Mother Earth. There are those who are buried or who die and nobody even knows where they're buried or where they died. You know, so even this, it will seem, but this is a reminder that we go with nothing. We come with nothing, and we go with nothing.
Yeah. It's a reality, isn't it? And the understanding of the cycle of life, that the life starts in the most simple manner. You come, without being graphic with words right now, but it's a reality, naked. As you come from your mother's womb, and one day you'll be returning in that starkness of nature, and you will go, and with nothing you came, bearing nothing, except for Ige. In the Yoruba parlance, Ige bears something when he's coming to the world. You go back with nothing, and just a little space in Islamic writing. You're seeing pictures of how it's being done, and the prayers are now the prayers you cannot say for yourself.
Others will
have to say for you right now. Prayers for the forgiveness of your soul, prayers for the forgiveness of your deeds, prayer for the forgiveness and mercy for your soul. In all of this.
So, Sean, we see the military pallbearers coming in once more, bearing in very true, dignified military fashion the body of the late Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, General Muhammadu Buhari, who served as Nigeria's military president from 1983 to 1985 and had the privilege of being a civilian democratically elected president in 2015 to 2023. The ceremony is now underway for the final interment, and once again, the Nigerian Armed Forces is doing what it knows how to do best, rolling in the body on that the trolley, the concealment trolley, which bears the body on, draped in the colors of the Nigerian flag. I said earlier that flag will not go into the body. It will be folded neatly and presented to the Buhari family in gratitude for the service that their father rendered this country as not only a military officer, but also as President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces.
Some of the pallbearers, you can see they are generals, and some of them include, you can see them on the consignment trolley there. The team includes Major General Muhammadu Usman, Major General Oluwafemi Williams, Major General Shuaibu Nuhu, Rear Admiral Sulaiman Dahun, Rear Admiral Jonathan Ajodo, Rear Admiral Samuel Ingatua, Air Vice Marshal Adeni Herbert Amesinola, Air Vice Marshal Idi Sani, and Air Vice Marshal Obina Obiabaka. And Major General Mike Alechen, who coordinated the team, and you can see him right there. This is the ceremonial uniform of these the military when they are performing this kind of event.
Our correspondent Lupa.
This shouldn't take a lot of time. This shouldn't take a lot of time because as soon as we've seen the body arrive, there will be a prayer. This naturally will be coordinated by the chief imam. And you can see the pallbearers have now dispersed and left the body alone. And the chief imam will now take charge. He's the officiating priest or so to say, a cleric in this regard. And he will be the one to take charge and now ensure that the final committer to Mother Earth is done in the right manner. And all of the obeisance to all the rites has to be done. And family members, well-wishers who are designated will be allowed also their final respect.
We are out of that place now. They will be caught. They will be caught.
the view of the Buhari family. But right now, it's only the son that we are seeing close to the graveside, if you observe that. You haven't seen the wife, you haven't seen the daughters. She has, quite a number of daughters and the wife.
There are a few restrictions as to the Islamic practice, and perhaps part of what we're seeing right now. I was brought up around a lot of this culture and religion, so a bit of what I know is that dead bodies, and the extent at which you can permit, who can be around it, who can understand. In fact, the body washing, which is one of the process of Islamic burial rites, has been done in London.
Yes. The minister was talking about that.
Absolutely. So, and in all of these, there are the rites of passage in terms of burial in the Islamic rite. They are detailed, they're specific. And when you're burying a leader as this, there are a lot of things that have to be put in consideration. The young man, Yusuf, is carrying a lot of burden on his shoulder in this moment. As he's not the eldest of the children, but in this moment we see him playing a prominent role in this regard. So let's perhaps have another feel of what's going on right on the ground. The live pictures there for you, and what you're seeing is what I've described as a chaotic kind of situation that no matter who you are, no matter what organization or institution that you work for, it happens sometimes in your lifetime that you will see that you have to cope and you have to deal with this kind of congregation of people in this kind of situation. A lot of people who will lay claim to their relationship, their affection, their love for Muhammadu Buhari, and they're here for him. And what is going on at the graveside is the most senior Nigerian military officer in service, General Christopher Musa, who is reading citation on the former President Muhammadu Buhari as part of the interment, final interment process, which of course, when that happened, we've heard 21 gun salute given to the late general, who is being respected by all and sundry. And the final interment, religious part of it, is going to be led by the chief imam. And you can see on the graveside, Governor Diko Rada, officials of government and family members, and some of the close associates of the late President Muhammadu Buhari.
Yeah, so you can see clearly that the military tradition seems to have extended the time of the burial. Because if it were just to be an Islamic burial, I'm sure by this time everything would have been done.
Absolutely.
You know, so far in the last almost 30 minutes, it's been one military thing, practice, tradition, ritual after the other. Now we have the reading of the oration, you know, which I'm sure is not part of the regular Islamic
it came back to what I said about the battle for, it's a reality. The military, the man has so many parts. A politician, a military man, soldier, a Muslim. A father,
ultimately,
a family man. So everyone will want to have an equal portion, or maybe not the ability to get an equal portion, but then everybody wants to have a bite in all of what is going on as a final respect. After now, what is left of Muhammadu Buhari is in the memories of everyone.
Indeed, Sean, you bet that his legacy will continue to be spoken of, examined, dissected, scrutinized in the coming days. Perhaps we might see again the emergence of the Buharis defending very staunchly what the President, Muhammadu Buhari, stood for. But I think generally there has been a consensus that the President did his best. Now, whether his best was good enough is the question that is on the lips of many.
I think that what Bishop Kuka has said seems to be, to me, a very fair appraiser. And what he said essentially is that don't use the 8-year presidency of Buhari to judge him. That's quite a very, I find that a very profound point to say that, look, you can't just say somebody who is 82 years old it's the 8 years alone that defines his life.
Indeed.
The only difference is that, of course, you know, when you come to that peak of life, when you become a president or a leader of a country such as Nigeria, there's no doubt that your preeminence, you know, of holding such a position will also open you to that kind of, you know, limitation to say that, look, it is what happened in his 8 years presidency that we're going to use. But I think Matikuka made a very good point that, look, this man is 82 years old. Don't use what happened in the last 8 years to judge him. Very important point.
Absolutely. One thing that you cannot take away from him, there are some facts about Buhari. That he's a general, yes. That he was the military ruler, yes. That he was elected president, yes.
And I think we all can agree on the facts.
Those facts, they are on, but those things are debatable is whether or not he was able to live up to the expectations of the promises that he made on the platform of the change that he came with.
Yeah.
But he's a man whose political figure is towering. And you will imagine if you are being described is being described in the modern times as perhaps the most influential political figure out of northern Nigeria. It's even being compared as high as the Sardauner of Sokoto. So these are very interesting. And so let's allow you to also have a feel of what is going on. Or a member of the family.
Not directly, Sean. Yeah. So you see now that it was presented to the officer coordinating, who will in turn give it to the Chief of Defense Staff, who in turn will present it to the President, and then the President will present it on behalf of Nigeria and Nigerians to the family of late Muhammadu Buhari in gratitude for his life of service to the nation. But what we're witnessing right now is this has been given to the Chief of Defense Staff, and I think the Chief of Defense Staff is, it's been given to him now as we speak.
So what we are saying, right, I mean, what has happened to them out there is a merger, a combination of Islamic burial rites and the military funeral process. So they try to juggle both. You know, you can see the Vice President, a former Zamfara State Governor, and of course the body is being stripped of the flag, the Nigerian colors, and the flag will then be presented as the Malcolm has mentioned. Okay.
So there were two flags. Yeah. There were two flags on top. One has been presented to the family. The other was just to drape it, perhaps for the sake of dignity. But we know that according to Islamic rites, he can only be buried in a white piece of cloth. So that last piece of flag has been taken off, and now you can see the dignitaries around the final resting place, led by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Of course, President Tinubu is looking on from a distance there, but he's not directly by the graveside. We can see the Vice President there, and it appears that the final prayers will be said as his body is being lowered into the grave, the final resting place. We already saw that tiny, I'm not sure what the measurement is, but it does look like 6 by 1 foot, where that final body, that body will be laid to rest in finality in Mother Earth. You can see it as it's been lowered into that resting place, Sean.
Interesting indeed. Like I said, a combination of two different traditions, Islamic rites of burial passage and the military funeral procedures in burying their own dead. So this is what we have seen. usually when the military buries their own, one of their own, they put the citation is being read, the gun salute, the bugle is being played, showing a final respect, and then the flag is being unveiled on the body of the dead and handed over to a member of the family. All these have been done, and Chief Imam is the one who will coordinate the final committee to Mother Earth, and that's what we're seeing live right now.
I think one of the things that also sticks out here is the fact that we can see on the side there, because after he's been lowered into Mother Earth, you can see that there are a number of paraphernalia right beside it, sticks and mats, which will be used to cover that final resting place. And it would seem that in Islam, no matter who you are, that is just how you're going to be laid to rest. It's not the simplicity. Yes, it's not dependent on your status in life. It does appear that it will be something as simple as sticks and a mat.
Yeah, there is a status to bury the dead. You assume that status as long as you are a Muslim and you decide to be buried in the Islamic way. That is the status. Your status as human breathing, as soon as you're dead, this is what happens according to Islamic rites. And it shows the stark simplicity of life, the circle of life, the sheer humanity in when the life is out of the human body, and a lot of things that happen when a man breathes his last. So this is the moment we have all been waiting for, the final interment of the Nigeria's former president, Muhammadu Buhari. Some call him Baba, some call him Megaskia, some call him Say Buhari. Whatever it is to you, whoever it may appear to you, this is the man that you cannot dispute the fact that he was a general in the army, former head of state, two-time Nigeria's elected president, who died at the age of 82. And before sunset, he's been buried in the hometown where he was born in Daura, Katsina State.
Indeed, Sean, the time as we speak is 5:53 p.m. local time, and you'll see that the sticks are finally being put, the sticks that had been on the side are finally being put across that final resting place. They will be covered with the mat, perhaps also with the sand we also see there, and that is the note of finality to this life lived with passion for Nigeria, lived with devotion to the unity of Nigeria. For those who have sent in their tribute to a man who has taught us a lesson in resilience and not giving up easily on the hopes that you have for your country. Now, as we have earlier highlighted, whether or not he was able to live up to the ideals which a lot of Nigerians had believed, the jury will still be out. I guess that will be discussed for many days and weeks to come, or perhaps even years, when history has been considered. Usually the prayer is that history be kind to you. Yeah. But as we see right now, the final rites being done, the sticks have now been laid across, and the mats are now being put on that final resting place, soon to be covered with earth, and perhaps that will be it for, what we know for the Islamic burial rites.
Of course, some of the processes in an Islamic burial is such that the body is carried to the burial site. Of course, we've seen that often in a silent procession with only men traditionally allowed to attend the burial. And oftentimes the graves is dug perpendicular to Mecca. The body is placed on his right side facing the holy city, and each mourner, he says, placed 3 handfuls of soil into the grave, and there is a marker which we have seen is placed to identify the grave without elaborate designs. And in all of this is the fact that when gathering at the designated area, there are about 3 rows typically form at least 3 rows with men in front, followed by children, and then women at the back. So Islamically speaking, women are not allowed in proximity too close. Men in front, children followed in that role, in that order, and women at the back. And usually the body is wrapped in 3 for men or 5 for women pieces of white cloth. And so we've seen that, the stark white cloth. And all of this is said to show simplicity, spirituality, and speed.
All of this were done in the time when there was no technology, Seun. But today, we can tell you that a lot of people have been able to see, with the aid of technology and the advent of television and social media, been able to get a front line view of the burial ceremony. Yeah. That includes women and children who would have been at the back. TV. Today, we can see on the TV, I can say, Seun,
that's a very important point.
Absolutely. As close as possible.
They're talking about physical proximity, not virtual or
no, but it is a point to make, because these pictures are coming to us live and they're as real as they get. Yeah. I mean, we can see firsthand what is being done, not just myself, I mean, but thousands, millions of Nigerians who are currently watching this broadcast, not just on our platform, but on many other platforms that are broadcasting as well. And they're seeing these pictures being beamed live directly into their homes, and they can be a part of this. We know that in Nigeria today, public holiday has been declared in honor of the president, so a lot of people will be at home, and usually there is a bit of sobriety that follows this moment. You know, a reminder that we all came from or for those who believe in a force greater than us, that there will be a moment of reckoning and a moment when we shall breathe no more, and this is all that will be allowed.
So what you're seeing right now, the chief imam performing the final rites of in his passage moments for the late president. Of course, they're covering the body, and prominently you can see the heart of a former governor of Ogun State, who is a very close ally, a friend to the former president. In fact, the former president would say that whenever he was in Lagos, he often sleeps in the house of Ibikunle Amosun, and you can see him right in the front row, backing the camera, and the vice president and all the dignitaries are right there, just at the grave side, trying to pay their final respect. So just to note that this is a final moment.
Shall also witness the government. Media, go behind. Media, bro. Sau uku wanda ake cewa control gun wanda za a yi muna kira ga jama'a da ke wani wuri da Allah kuma gefe a sanar da to akwai consultant da sashi da muke gudun kada ya taɓa jama'a da wannan wanda ke tsakiya su koma bayan nan akwai busa ta ringali Again, we pray for indulgence. Please step backwards for the carrying of the broom. The firing party should please be on standby. The firing party should please be on standby while the grove is being covered completely. After the grove is covered, then we shall have the firing of the grove.
So pictures still coming to you from Daura, and you can see those visuals of mourners thronging the, well, will I say, the way to the residence of President Muhammadu Buhari, where his body has now been laid to rest, has been interred into Mother Earth at its final resting place in his compound in Daura. We saw the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, reading that citation, the flag folded, presented to the family in gratitude for the life of service that President Muhammadu Buhari lived. The body was interred, covered with sticks, and then a mat, and then finally with earth. And we could see the people who were there at that graveside doing what they could. We understand that some of them initially, taking mounds of sand in their hand as a sign of love and devotion to the president, to the former president. And much later, of course, perhaps to speed up the process, shovels were used to speed up that particular process, and that has now been completed. The military rites have also been completed as well, and it is, will I say, the final full stop to the rights that concern the farewell to President Muhammadu Buhari, who lived for a full 82 years, leading for 10 of those years as Nigeria's military and two-time civilian president. What a remarkable story it's been all day, Seun. Following the story from the beginning, when the body left London at about 8 a.m. this morning, waiting for it to arrive in at the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua Airport in Katsina State to be received by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and then from there make its way by road to Daura, with lots of people who could wait by the roadside to also pay their last respect. On arrival in Daura, people were already lined in front of his house in GRA in Daura. We saw what happened there, waiting very patiently for the body to arrive to a makeshift prayer ground where the prayers were said by the chief imam of Daura, and then much later taken to the compound of the late president for a final interment. So it's gone across continents. It was saying from Europe back to Africa, where specifically Nigeria, where the body, well, I say the life of General Muhammadu Buhari will continue to, his legacies as well will be celebrated and examined and scrutinized, as they say. May history be kind to him.
Absolutely. This is where it all ends. An 82-year journey and sun setting on the man who started that journey December 17, 1942 in that same place in Daura in Katsina State, and joined the military at about 19 years of age, and grew to the rank of a general. At some point in 1983, he became a military head of state until 1985, democratically elected as president in 2015 and bowed out of a second term in office in 2023, handed over power to the incumbent president, Bola Tinubu, of the same party, APC. The president took ill at about April this year and went to a London clinic where he was getting treatment, and we were told it was getting better until Sunday when he breathed his last. At 82 years, the man bowed out of life and of this earth. And after doing all of this service, serving Nigeria in different capacity as military head of state and as a democratically elected president for 10 years, and now he's come back on a final journey to his hometown where he started all of this. And thank you so much, everyone, for these, for staying with us, abiding with us in all of this coverage and allowing us to bring you all of the insight, the perspectives. And of course, one man that also had a close contact with him, working closely with him at close proximity is Laulu Akade, who has also been with us. Laulu, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you for having me. Let me say that the words of John Donne, the British poet, rings very true. He says that the death of any man diminishes me, and so never ask for whom the bell tolls. It was for thee. I hope that the simplicity of the hand of Buhari's life will remind us of what our duties and obligations are, especially when God grants us the grace to be leaders.
Thank you so much. In that very moment, we've seen the end to the journey of Muhammadu Buhari, who died at 82 years. And that's the end of our continued coverage of his burial, bringing to the end the life and times of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you so much. On behalf of all of our colleagues and our team on the ground in Daura, and from the airport to to Daura, to Lagos, and all of the wonderful people behind the scene, they're able to airports bring us these pictures. And my colleague here, Marco Ogunyisu.
Well, indeed, it's been a pleasure working with you, Shehu. You know, we always, I don't know why we always do this together. One day, I don't know what I'm going to do to this guy on air, but just to say that, you know, we put together some pictures for you on the life and times of President Muhammadu Buhari. Would you not take your presence with us for granted? We always appreciate you tuning here because you know that we will bring you the coverage like no other station can. So thank you so much for being a part of our coverage so far. We do hope that we've been able to impress upon all of Nigerians just how this moments like this should bring all of us together. So we have put together a documentary on the life and times of President Buhari, and we will be signing out of this coverage with this documentary.
And of course, you do know that at the top of the hour, Politics Today, and we'll be bringing you some more perspective. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. On behalf of the team, bye-bye.